Chapter 1. The Tattered Shoe. Madam, is that not Miss Biao? What brings her to the old master's study? Yi Tao remarked, supporting the frail Liu Yueru as they paused before an exquisite wooden house. Nestled within a peach blossom garden, the house was backed by the verdant Qi Mountain, with a babbling brook and a quaint bridge in front. In constructing this grand wooden abode, Liu Yueru had nearly exhausted her half of a golden fortune, resulting in a residence of comparable stature to the Duke of Jinnan's estate in the capital, intended for the scholarly pursuits of the Duke's descendants. Due to the rugged terrain, the elderly Liu Yueru seldom visited this place. However, today, on a whim during her passage through Qi Mountain, she and Yi Tao embarked on a journey that lasted over an hour, ultimately arriving at the Peach Blossom Dock, only to find her cousin, Yuan Qinglian, who had been absent from the estate for a decade. Both women were of similar age, in their early 40s. Yuan Qinglian appeared even more youthful and vibrant than when she had departed from the Duke of Jinnan's estate. In stark contrast, Liu Yueru, who had toiled relentlessly to uphold the Duke's legacy, had become frail and ailing at just 40 years of age. Her hair had turned white, her visage resembling that of a woman in her 60s, and her mobility was compromised. What could possibly account for this? Why was Yuan Qinglian here? Grandmother, a 6-year-old boy dashed out from the study, clinging to Yuan Qinglian's leg in a plea for help. Father is going to hit me again. Liu Yueru's most cherished legitimate son, Song Shijin, emerged from the house, addressing Yuan Qinglian. Mother, do not indulge him any further. Husband, do attend to your son, he is about to strike your grandson again. Yuan Qinglian called back into the house. A familiar face emerged, that of Liu Yueru's husband, Song Nanji, whom she had not seen for nearly a year. Yet Yuan Qinglian referred to him as her husband, while her own son, Song Shijin, called her mother. Liu Yueru stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding in the courtyard. Yuan Qinglian leaned into Song Nanzi's embrace, saying, Husband, are you not returning to the Duke's estate? Shijin mentioned that she has been inquiring about you frequently. I fear for her. Why mention her at all? Song Nanji suddenly frowned, his words laced with disdain. Had it not been for her advantageous family background, which aided my political ascent, I would have long since cast aside this tattered shoe. Tattered shoe? Liu Yueru felt her footing falter, swaying slightly until Yi Tao managed to steady her, indignantly exclaiming, Madam Yu. Liu Yueru silenced Yi Tao. She listened as the man continued to hurl insults at Yuan Qinglian. Fortunately, the two bastards she bore perished back then. Otherwise, how could I face my ancestors with the taint of their blood? Now, I have secured my position as the Prime Minister. I deserve to reclaim my dignity after enduring years of humiliation in her presence. Not of the Song lineage. Liu Yueru felt her blood boil, a rush of heat surging to her head as she pushed open the courtyard gate. Upon seeing Liu Yueru, the gathered individuals first exhibited shock, which quickly morphed into cold, hostile glares. What brings you here? Song Nanji averted his gaze, his tone icy. Liu Yueru, exasperated, demanded you all. Song Shijin interjected. Mother, as you can see, Yuan is indeed my biological mother. Now that you are aware, there is no need for further concealment. Song Nanji. Liu Yueru trembled with rage. What other secrets have you kept from me? What do you mean by not of the Song bloodline? The 2 children I bore. I have never laid a hand on you. As for your 2 children, you know well whose they are. Were it not for Shijin and the future of the Song family, do you think I would allow you to remain in control of the household? You are now frail and aged, incapable of managing the vast estate. From now on, stay at the Peach Blossom Dock to recuperate while Yuan manages the affairs. Shijin, do honor your true mother, Song Nanji stated coldly. Liu Yueru felt her scalp tingle, gripping Yi Tao's hand in desperation. Yi Tao, let us leave this place. She turned to exit, but before she could take more than a few steps, Song Shijin hurled a stone at her head, shouting, Mother, do not run away, just die. Chapter 2. Rebirth. Yu, Yin and Oppos, Ji and Oppos, who has been frail since childhood. Perhaps Jinjur should accompany the heir apparent of Prince Jin to the palace to be a study companion for the grandson of the emperor. Liu Yueru opened her eyes and found herself back in the Jinnan Marquis and Oppos' residence. Her own son, Song Yin, was standing alive before her. Due to years of medication, his face was sallow and emaciated, and no amount of nourishment could restore his vitality. Beside him stood Song Shijin, a head taller than him. Song Shijin. after being brought back to the Ho residence by Song Nanji, had been nurtured into a delicate and charming child within just a year, beloved by all. She had once cherished Song Shijin as her own flesh and blood, ensuring that Song Shijin had everything that Yin Jier had. But she never expected that Song Shijin and Appo's origins were all a conspiracy. However, what was happening before her eyes? Liu Yueru looked down at her hands, still those of a maiden in her prime. Cousin, the old madam is asking you a question. Yin Jier is so delicate, I wouldn't bear for him to enter the palace. Liu Yueru came back to her senses shocked. She had been reborn. At this time, Yin and Amp, Appo's, G and Amp, Appo's, was only 6 years old. And Song Shijin was more than a year older than Yin and Appo's, G and Appo's, which meant that when she had just become engaged to Song Nanji, her cousin Yuan Qinglian had already become involved with Song Nanji. And when she was just pregnant with the child in her womb, Song Nanji brought Song Shijin back to the Ho residence. Song Nanji deceived her, saying that Song Shijin and Appo's mother had died in childbirth, leaving him orphaned and helpless. At that time, she was pregnant and full of maternal love, so not only did she not blame Song Nanji for having an illegitimate child before marriage, but she also accepted Song Shijin, who was just over a year old, and treated him as her own. She used the power of the Liu family to help him and his son and Appo's careers, while her Yin and Appo's, G and Appo's died of illness this winter. Now, they want to use the same trick to deceive her and harm her son? No way. After regaining her senses, Liu Yueru and Appo's gaze towards Song Shijin became much colder. The matter of accompanying the heir apparent of Prince Jin to the palace to be a study companion for the grandson of the emperor has not been decided yet. How did the old madam know about this? Yuan Qinglian paused, subconsciously looking at Liu Yueru, and said with a smile, trying to get close to Liu Yueru, "Cousin, I told the old madam. When I went back to the Liu family to visit my aunt yesterday, my 6th younger brother told me that your 2nd older brother wanted to send Yin and Appo's, G and Appo's, to the palace to be a study companion for the grandson of the emperor. And even the heir apparent of Prince Jin would also enter the palace. The princess consort of Prince Jin also came from the Liu family and was ennobled as the princess consort after giving birth to the heir apparent of Prince Jin. If her Jin and Appo's, G and Appo's, were to be a study companion for the grandson of the emperor with someone of such status, he would have a great future." Liu Yueru sneered. "Since you know that it was my 2nd older brother who wanted to send Yin Jier to the palace to be a study companion for the grandson of the emperor, then what does it have to do with Jin Jier? Her 2nd older brother had been a study companion of the crown prince, had a Jinshu degree, entered the imperial college as a director of studies, and became a disciple of Layman Lioi, already having a place in the literary world." Yuan Qinglian shuttled back and forth between the Liu and Song families. She never thought there was a problem in her previous life, but now, looking at it again, she had put a lot of effort into her son. Yin Jier has been taking medicine for many years, and his physique is not as good as Jin Jier's. Going to be a study companion for the grandson of the emperor will definitely not be as comfortable as staying at home. I, as his great-grandmother, feel sorry for my precious great-grandson. Whether it's Yin Jier or Jin Jier, they are both your children, so let Jin Jier go. You go back to the Liu family tomorrow and tell your 2nd brother that my Yin and Appo's, G and Appo's, will stay in the residence to recuperate. And Jin Jier will accompany the heir apparent of Prince Jin to the palace." After speaking, the old madam Song hugged Song Yin in her arms, looking doting. Liu Yueru twitched the corner of her lips, her gaze falling on Song Yin and Appo's face, thinking of him lying in her arms, incurable, his body gradually cooling down. The kind of despair and helplessness was still vivid in her mind. "All right, I will send Yin Jier back to the Liu family tomorrow." She no longer trusts the Song family. "Okay, I will go back to the Liu family tomorrow." Chapter 3. The sick child upon returning to Wenhua Pavilion. Liu Yueru tightly embraced her biological son, Song Yin. It had been far too long. Even across a lifetime, she could vividly recall the visage of her beloved Yin Gu heir. She had given birth prematurely. His elder brother had not been as fortunate, having drawn his first breath only to lose it moments later. Before she could even behold that child, Yuan Qinglian had taken him from the delivery room to bury him. The following day, when she welcomed Yin Yueru into the world, her attending maid looked after him, for he was frail and cried like a little kitten. The Song family believed he would not survive beyond 3 days, urging her to prepare for the inevitable. It was her elder brother who summoned the wandering physician, Li Shun-yi, who then brought Yin Yueru back to the Liu household and nurtured him for 6 months, allowing him to thrive. In hindsight, she realized that her other child had not been doomed to perish. Rather, it was Song Ninji and Yuan Qinglian who conspired to terminate her infant son. Astonishingly, in her previous life, she had never harbored doubts against these two, which filled her with profound resentment. "Mother, why can't brother come along?" Song Yin's voice echoed in Liu Yueru's ears. Regaining her composure, she released his small frame and gently cradled his tiny face in her hands. "Mother has matters to discuss privately with you. Tomorrow, we shall return to the Liu family together, and your elder brother will not accompany us." "Will my elder brother return to the Liu family with you?" "Tomorrow, it will only be you and I returning. I will prepare some clothes for you, and you may spend some time playing with your uncle, all right?" Song Yin discerned the implication that this time, Mother was taking him alone, without his brother. Yet, he refrained from inquiring further, understanding and nodding obediently. "All right, I will follow Mother's arrangements." "Madam, the second young master needs to take his medicine," announced Hongdo, who entered bearing a bowl of medicine. Liu Yueru's gaze darkened as she turned to face her maid, who had been assigned to her by the old madam of the Song family. Since 6 years ago, following the birth of Yin Yueru, Hongdo had remained by his side, serving as his primary caregiver. The medicine that Yin Yueru consumed daily was brewed by Hongdo herself. Unbeknownst to her, the medicine had become an unending ritual. Yet, this remedy not only failed to alleviate Yin Yueru's ailment, but also rendered him increasingly frail, leading her to suspect foul play on the part of the Song family. Song Yin never allowed Liu Yueru to fret over his medication. As soon as Hongdo presented the medicine, he approached her. However, Liu Yueru pulled him back, instructing Hongdo, "Set the medicine down. I have something to discuss with the second young master. I have checked. The medicine is at the right temperature, and it is the perfect time for the second young master to take it. Madam has instructed you to place it down. She wishes to speak with the second young master." "Why can you not comprehend?" Yitao reprimanded sharply. Hongdo stood in shock. The lady had never raised her voice at her, yet Yitao dared to do so. "You may withdraw for now." To Hongdo's astonishment, the ordinarily gentle lady spoke with unexpected firmness. Hongdo relinquished the medicine and exited Wenhua Pavilion, preparing to report to the old madam. "Mother, I should drink the medicine first," Song Yin said, not wanting to burden Liu Yueru with concern for his health. Liu Yueru replied, "You need not take the medicine now. Tomorrow, I shall take you back to the Liu family, and you will ask your uncle to write to Physician Li, requesting him to return to the capital to examine you. If anyone inquires whether you have taken your medicine, you shall say yes. Understood?" Song Yin was somewhat perplexed, unsure of why Liu Yueru wished for him to lie. Yet he sensed her intentions were for his benefit, and thus nodded in agreement. "All right." As Song Yin was led out of the room by Yi Tao, Liu Yueru poured the medicine into the fish pond behind her. Seeing this, Mama Yin approached and asked, "Madam, what are you doing?" "Go to the kitchen and find the dregs of this medicinal soup," avoiding Hongdo. No one in the household must know, not even the young lady. Upon hearing these words, Mama Yin understood the unspoken implication. Madam suspected that the second young master's medicine was compromised. The second young master has been taking Dr. Zhang's medicine for 2 years now, hasn't he? Indeed, ever since Dr. Zhang entered the household. The second young master has Mama Yin's voice trailed off, suddenly realizing. Ever since the old madam had invited Dr. Zhang from their hometown, the second young master's medication had never ceased, and his health had only declined further. This matter must not be disclosed for now. Rest assured, madam, I shall handle this matter with utmost care. Madam, the Marquis has returned to the estate, reported Yi Lu as she entered. Liu Yueru's gaze turned icy, her eyes devoid of the gentleness they once held. Chapter 4. Schemes. As Ming Ri Liu Yueru prepares to return to the Liu residence. You find yourself with a rare moment of leisure, so you decide to accompany her along with Jingu and Appos. Just as Liu Yueru steps out of Nanchi Hall, Song Nanji enters. He casts a glance at Yuan Qinglian, his eyes betraying a flicker of compassion. Yuan Qinglian smiles and reveals, I have learned from the Liu family that tomorrow, Prince Jin will visit the Liu residence with the princess. It would be splendid for Jin Gu and Damp, Oppos, to entertain the princess' son, allowing the Marquis to forge connections with Prince Jin. Song Lao Furen casts an approving glance at Yuan Qinglian, a satisfied smile gracing her features. Song Nanji, raising an eyebrow, contemplates the advantageous relationship with the Liu family that has elevated his position to that of a fourth-rank Zhongshu Sharon over the past 2 years. He and Prince Jin are both esteemed suitors of the Liu family. However, Prince Jin seldom visits the Liu residence and maintains a certain distance in the court. Seizing this opportunity for conversation could undoubtedly benefit his future prospects. A smile spreads across Song Nanji's face as he instructs, prepare some modest attire for Jin Gu tomorrow. I hear the princess' son is reserved and solitary, lacking suitable companions. If Jin Gu can become his friend, it could pave the way for a closer rapport with Prince Jin. Song Lao Furen nods in approval. Jin Gu is astute. He has always been the favorite among children. Surely, the princess' son will find delight in his company. Her thoughts soften as she considers her son, Yuan Qinglian. With a meaningful gesture, she sets her cup down. The connections that can be established through Yueru should be swiftly transferred to our name. She affectionately pats Yuan Qinglian's hand. Jin Gu and Oppos is growing up. It is time for you to give Qinglian a proper status. Yuan Qinglian glances at Song Nanji, his eyes downcast in modesty. Madam, a title is not of utmost importance. As long as you remain in good health, and the Marquis thrives in his career, I will be content. Your filial piety and understanding are commendable. Support Nanji well, and the Marquis will not shortchange you. Song Lao Furen gazes at Yuan Qinglian with increasing affection. Yes, Qinglian understands. She responds obediently, a subtle smile gracing her lips. After years of submission, she has finally distanced herself from Liu Yueru and the other members of the Marquis. Everything she now possesses is a step towards securing her own future. There in Damp, Oppos, has nothing more to discuss here. You all may retire and prepare for tomorrow in Damp. Oppos, S affairs, Song Lao Furen declares. Her voice weary. Song Nanji and Yuan Qinglian rise in unison to depart. At that moment, Hongdo approaches Song Lao Furen, visibly distressed. Song Lao Furen gently rubs her forehead, her expression darkening. What troubles you that you appear so flustered? Hongdo kneels and recounts, with embellishments, the events that transpired in Wenhua Pavilion. Madame has always been gentle in temperament. I cannot fathom why today she reprimanded the second young master for taking his medicine. Hongdo is acutely aware of Song Lao Furen and Oppos' stance towards Liu Yueru, a woman from an external family, lacking her husband and Oppos' favor, cannot earn the esteem of the matriarch. Were it not for the Grand Town South Marquis being under her control, it is likely her life would be no better than that of the servants. Now, it is evident to all in the Marquis that the cousin girl is no ordinary character. She is, in fact, an informant placed by Song Lao Furen beside Liu Yueru. Naturally, she is perceptive of the internal dynamics. This behavior is merely an attempt to curry favor with that cousin girl. Song Lao Furen's expression darkens considerably, and she instructs Mama-chan to close the doors before lowering her voice to inquire, have you been the sole one administering those medicines? Hongdo, prostrate on the ground, swears to the heavens, for these years, I have personally overseen the second young master and Oppos' medicine. Song Lao Furen exchanges a glance with Mama-chan. Could it be that she has become suspicious? Chapter 5 Return to the residence. Madame Chun was taken aback, realizing that caution was indeed prudent. Although Song Yen was the second son of the Marquis' household, he was, in truth, the legitimate son of the main wife. Presently, the true heir, Song Shijin, was merely the offspring of Song Nanji and a cousin who had been involved in an extramarital affair. Song Nanji had deceived Liu Yueru, claiming that his biological mother had perished during childbirth. Compassionate towards him for losing his closest kin at such a young age, Liu Yueru agreed to adopt him as her legitimate eldest son. Should the lady of the house discover their treachery against the second son, it was certain that Liu Yueru and the Liu family would not spare the Marquis' household. Moreover, the Marquis' residence currently lacked the strength to confront them. The old matriarch was well aware of the stakes involved. However, she quickly regained her composure. What became of the medicinal remnants? On doit les replier. The remnants are mixed with the household and oppos, wastewater and disposed of daily, ensuring no one is the wiser. Only then did the old matriarch feel reassured. From today onwards, all remnants will be entrusted to Madame Chun for handling. Additionally, remain vigilant regarding the lady and oppos' actions and report any irregularities at once. Hongdo, secretly delighted, agreed. The old matriarch cast a glance at Madame Chun, who understood the unspoken instructions and retrieved the garments she had prepared in advance. The exquisite ice blue silk was adorned with vividly embroidered jade rabbits, their red eyes serving as a striking detail. Take this attire back and inform them that the matriarch specially prepared it for the second son's visit to the Liu family tomorrow. Madame Chun instructed as she placed the brocade box in Hongdo and Oppo's hands. Hongdo then rose to depart. Watching her retreating figure, the old matriarch's gaze remained fixed. Such splendid garments were exclusively for the second son. The eldest son would likely create a scene upon seeing them. Madame Chun prudently inquired, "What if the eldest son sees it?" The old matriarch fell silent, contemplating in her heart that it was essential to prevent Young from overshadowing Jinger and Oppo's moment in the limelight. The crown prince could only foster closeness with Jinger. Select a few fine fabrics from my private collection to send to Jinger, explaining the situation thoroughly, and advise him on how to comport himself in front of the crown prince and the heir tomorrow. "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately," Madame Chun replied, her face lighting up with joy. The next day, Liu Yueru rose early to groom herself. Before the mirror, she still appeared radiant, not yet afflicted by illness. With a light application of cosmetics and a delicate stroke of eyebrow pencil, her typically lively visage transformed into an enchanting sight. Those waiting outside were further astonished by her beauty. Yuan Qinglian, disguised as a maid, scrutinized her with piercing, venomous eyes. Song Nanji remained momentarily entranced. It was Song Yin who respectfully greeted, "Father." Song Nanji averted his gaze, surveying the luxurious attire he wore, then nodded in satisfaction. Liu Yueru observed the scene, maintaining a calculated distance as she inclined towards Song Nanji, addressing him as husband. Her gaze shifted to Yuan Qinglian, whose attire, though simple, bore a striking resemblance to the embroidered patterns on Song Nanji's garments, both adorned with the emblem of the faithful albatross. Liu Yueru remarked casually, "Cousin Yuan's attire is quite similar to that of my husband, both featuring the same embroidered design of the loyal bird." Only then did Song Nanji perceive Yuan Qinglian's subtle intentions, and his expression darkened. Today, as they were to visit the Liu residence, how dare she don such attire that could be misconstrued, rendering his efforts futile? However, he quickly regained his composure. "This was originally meant for you. The embroiderer made a mistake, and rather than waste it, it was given to my cousin to wear." Liu Yueru responded lightly, and then proceeded to board the carriage with Song Yin. At that moment, Song Shijin, clad in plain attire, dashed from the side courtyard. Upon seeing Song Yin and his mother enter the carriage, he felt a pang of displeasure and whimsically exclaimed, "Mother, look what I have brought for you." Yuan Qinglian instinctively glanced at Song Shijin, who, after bowing to Song Nanji, hurriedly approached Liu Yueru with a handful of sweets. Disheartened, she was suddenly met with Song Nanji's displeased voice. "Cousin should remain in the residence to keep the old matriarch company today." Yuan Qinglian, tears welling in her eyes, acquiesced. Once the others had departed, a sinister expression crossed her face. Chapter 6. Calculation before long. The carriage arrived at the Liu residence. At the entrance, Zhao Wanyan, accompanied by a servant, awaited their arrival with a warm expression, exclaiming, "At last, we have been longing for your return." Liu Yueru's countenance darkened. Had it not been for her mother and Oppo's frail health, they would now be enjoying their twilight years. Her mother, unfortunate as she was, departed this world too soon. Zhao Wanyan, the most astute among her father and Oppo's concubines, had always handled matters with poise, never allowing any impropriety to arise during her years at the Liu residence. Consequently, her position within the household had grown increasingly prominent. "Mother," Liu Yueru called out softly lifting the curtain to greet Zhao Wanyan. Song Nanji stepped down from the carriage behind and approached Liu Yueru, extending a hand to assist her disembark. "Madam, take care." Liu Yueru momentarily lost her focus. In her past life, she would have been touched by such considerate attentiveness from her husband. However, now, such feigned concern filled her with revulsion. She understood all too well that Song Nanji sought merely to secure a favorable reputation as a son-in-law before her father and brothers, paving the way for his future. The haunting memories of her tragic demise at his hands lingered in her mind, causing her gaze to turn icy. "No need," she replied curtly, reaching instead for the hand of Madame Yen, who stood nearby. Song Nanji's expression darkened, anger surging within him, yet he restrained his ire, knowing it was inappropriate to act out in the Liu household. The children disembarked from the carriage, exchanged their greetings, and followed the steward into the inner hall. It so happened that today was a day of rest for her father and brothers. Upon entering, Liu Yueru found her father seated at the grand hall, engaged in lively discussion with her brothers. Her father, still in the prime of his life, exuded an air of righteousness. Elder brother Liu Fufeng, with his forthright and exuberant nature, had risen to the rank of a first-class general, standing out among the military officials. Second brother Liu Zimo served as a companion to the crown prince, having achieved the title of scholar at a young age and assumed the role of supervisor at the Imperial Academy, while also being a disciple of the esteemed Liu Yujushi. They all had bright futures ahead, yet she felt the weight of having invited disaster into their lives. Ultimately, it was Song Nanji and his conspirators who had framed them with treasonous charges, leading to their untimely deaths. In this second chance at life, Liu Yueru gazed upon her family, engaged in spirited debate and merriment, the vibrant Liu residents now bringing tears to her eyes. Father, elder brother, second brother. She restrained her emotions, fighting back tears. Liu Zhengtang gestured for Liu Yueru to dispense with formalities. Liu Fufeng was the first to stride toward her, noticing her reddened eyes, and, assuming she had suffered indignities at the marquisate, cast a fierce glare at Song Nanji in the distance. Yet, when speaking to Liu Yueru, he softened his tone, saying, "Do not worry. If anyone dares to bully you, just let me know. I shall not hesitate to break their legs." Liu Zimo, sensing something amiss with Liu Yueru's demeanor, approached with his characteristic gentle nature. "You are a mother now. Why still shed tears so easily?" Song Nanji stood helplessly to the side, seething with anger, feeling unjustly accused. His frustration grew as he observed her distress. He discreetly nudged his son, Song Shijin, who quickly understood and cheerfully approached Liu Zhengtang, performing a respectful greeting. "Grandfather, mother has missed you just as much as I have." Song Shijin, adored by the marquisate since childhood, with bright, lively eyes, bore an increasingly striking resemblance to Song Nanji. Liu Zhengtang, charmed, embraced the clever child, gently pinching his nose. "Your grandfather has missed you too, my little rascal." Liu Yueru and Oppo's gaze drifted toward the well-behaved Song Yen beside her, a pang of bitterness swelling in her heart. "Yen, come here. Let grandfather see how much you've grown." Liu Zhengtang beckoned for Song Yen to join him. After paying his respects to the elders in the hall, Song Yen eagerly approached Liu Zhengtang. Song Shijin, observing the same affection bestowed upon Song Yen, felt a sudden surge of discontent. Concealing a silver needle within his sleeve, he plotted in silence. Chapter 7. Each with their own thoughts, he thrust the silver needle forcefully into Song Yen's body. "Ah!" With a startled cry, Song Yen abruptly leaped away from Liu Zhengtang. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned towards him. Embarrassed, Song Yen stood to the side, at a loss. Liu Yueru cast a glance at the suppressed laughter of Song Shijin and immediately understood. Just as she was about to speak, Song Nanji interjected, "Yen is already grown, yet still prone to such melodrama. He has not learned the composure of his elder brother at all." Song Yen glanced towards Song Shijin with a hint of grievance. "What is it? You can't even behave properly and still wish to blame your brother?" Song Nanji continued reproachfully, his tone tinged with authority. "No, my son dares not." With reddened eyes, Song Yen bit his lip and fell silent. Song Shijin jumped down from Liu Zhengtang's side, coming to his brother's defense. Father, do not blame him. He has always been frail and cannot sit still for long. Please do not be angry. Liu Yueru was momentarily taken aback. In her previous life, they had orchestrated such a scenario, leading to Yin's eventual public disgrace. In this era, where reputation was of utmost importance, Yin bore countless grievances without knowing how to defend himself. In her past life, she stood alongside Song Shijin and Song Nanji, ultimately punishing Yin by making him transcribe the family rules 5 times. Why did her husband not wait for Yin to explain before hastily labeling him as improper and slandering his elder brother? Liu Yueru suppressed her rising anger and retorted. Song Nanji, still harboring anger, directed his ire at Liu Yueru. This is evident to all. You cannot indulge Yin simply because he is your own. Liu Yueru scoffed. Even if she were indulgent, it would be towards her legitimate son. It was the subtle bullying from Shijin that had rendered Yin taciturn, perceived as a frail and unruly child in the eyes of outsiders. Tightening her grip, Liu Yueru advanced, raising Song Shijin's hand, still holding the silver needle that had not been retracted in time. The needle glinted ominously before the eyes of everyone present, and their gazes towards Shijin lost their former warmth. Ultimately, it was her husband and aunt, Appo's, bias that led to this hasty conclusion without clarifying the facts. If indulgence were the issue, she had indulged others instead and yet was still branded as a wicked stepmother. Had she known she would be labeled as such, why had she pleaded so earnestly to accept Shijin as her legitimate son? Song Nanji's expression darkened. Song Shijin, caught in the act, lowered his head, too embarrassed to speak. Enough. To prevent a rift between Liu Yueru and his family, Liu Zhengtang quickly interjected with soothing words. There is no need for such harshness among family. Liu Fufeng chimed in, trying to ease the tension. It is merely a matter of returning home. The children's playfulness need not be taken so seriously. Liu Zimo, with a demeanor as gentle as jade, turned to Song Nanji, his gaze laden with meaning. Some conversations are best kept within the family. If they were to leak out, who knows how they might be distorted by those with ulterior motives. Though displeased, Song Nanji dare not retort. For Liu Zimo was a respected companion to the crown prince and held a prestigious position in the National Academy, revered by all court officials. He would undoubtedly be a valuable ally in the future. Song Nanji, forcing a smile, replied, "What you say is quite true, brother. I spoke hastily in my eagerness." Stepping closer, Song Nanji offered his support to Liu Yueru, feigning affection. "After such a long journey, my lady, you must be weary. Please sit and rest." Liu Yueru subtly evaded his touch, moving directly to sit beside Song Yin. Liu Zimo silently observed Liu Yueru and Appo's every action. You have returned." Zhao Wanyan emerged from the backyard, addressing Liu Yueru affectionately. Liu Yueru's gaze turned somewhat unfocused as she regarded her. In her previous life, she had believed her stepmother to be understanding and loving, unaware that it was all merely a facade for the sake of appearances, to cultivate a favorable reputation. Past grievances faded like smoke. In this life, those individuals would not be permitted to extract any advantage from her. Liu Yueru concealed the chill in her eyes, rising to greet her with an ambiguous smile. "Mother." Zhao Wanyan kindly assisted her to her feet, prompting Liu Yueru and Appo's gaze to fall upon the exquisite jade bracelets adorning her wrist. "These were bestowed upon me by the Emperor in recognition of my son's accomplishments, acknowledging my ability to raise them well." "Mother, those bracelets are truly exquisite," Liu Yueru remarked, glancing enviously at her own empty wrists. Zhao Wanyan's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly regained its composure as she extended her hand to offer the bracelets. "If you likes them, take them and wear them. Outsiders often say that stepmothers cannot compare to birth mothers. You are as fortunate to have a mother who treats her as her own." Liu Yueru accepted the bracelets without hesitation. Zhao Wanyan's smile grew increasingly strained. Liu Yueru, who usually empathized with her, had never asked for anything before. Yet today, she had audaciously requested the jade bracelets. Seeing the bracelets now adorning Liu Yueru's wrist, Zhao Wanyan gritted her teeth in silent fury. Chapter 8. Accompanying the study after putting on the bracelet, Liu Yueru examined it closely, a trace of sorrow flickering in her eyes. Such glory was meant for her mother, yet she ultimately lacked the fortune to possess it. Raising her gaze to Zhao and Damp, Appo's darkened countenance, she feigned concern and inquired, "Mother, you do not appear well. Are you perhaps fatigued from managing the household affairs?" Zhao Wanyan, fearing her position might be usurped, hastily replied, "I must have forgotten to eat breakfast in my morning bustle, which left me feeling a bit dizzy. However, seeing you return brings me immense joy, and I feel much better now. Father, mother, brother." A melodious female voice echoed from outside. Upon glancing up, a young woman clad in resplendent purple garments graced their sight. Beside her stood a stern yet dignified man, Jin Wang, Xiejing Rue. It was said that Zhao Wanyan was fortunate. A concubine elevated to the status of the legitimate wife of the minister and Appo's residence. Yet her daughter, Liu Yueru, was even more blessed. Having wed the esteemed Jin Wang, Xiejing Rue, the dream suitor of every noblewoman in the capital. A man of significant power and great favor with both the emperor and empress. Throughout their years of marriage, he had maintained his integrity, unmarred by rumors of impropriety with other women. Liu Yueru held a deep admiration for Jin Wang, who in an era conducive to polygamy, managed to remain devoted to a single partner for life. Hua quickly summoned the others. Liu Yueru pulled the reticent Xie Wenhua forward. "Grandfather, grandmother, uncle." Xie Wenhua, embodying an air of aloofness, called out to the assembly before performing a respectful bow. His gaze fell upon Liu Yueru and Appo's face, lingering for a moment before retracting. Typically, Zhao Wanyan staggered her daughters and Appo's visits home, resulting in Xie Wenhua and Appo's unfamiliarity with Liu Yueru. Yet, with each encounter, she evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity within him. Zhao Wanyan hastily clarified, "Hua this is your aunt, your uncle, and your younger brothers." Xie Wenhua remained silent, standing rigidly beside Xiejing Rue. Liu Yueru, with a look of apology, explained, "Hua has always been rather reclusive. He is reluctant to address unfamiliar faces, and I hope you, sister and brother-in-law, can be understanding." Song Nanji, eager to impress Xiejing Rue, quickly interjected, "It is of no consequence. The young master possesses a unique character." Liu Yueru, unimpressed by Song Nanji, regarded him as an unworthy partner for her sister, responding with an indifferent demeanor. Though Xiejing Rue held the esteemed title of Jin Wang, he promptly assisted Liu Zhongtang in rising from his seat, humbly addressing him as father-in-law. After the customary exchanges, everyone settled down. The women engaged in light-hearted conversations in the inner courtyard, while the men discussed governmental affairs in the outer hall. At this moment, Liu Zmo addressed Song Nanji. "How fares Yen Ge in his studies?" Song Nanji's heart leaped with joy as he nodded eagerly in response. All of Yen Ge's introductory texts are memorized, and he can now compose over 1,000 characters. He cast a glance at Xiejing Rue and continued, "Jin Ge has learned even more than Yen Ge and can now write some simple poems and essays." Liu Zmo nodded in approval, yet his thoughts turned to Yen Ge's frail physique and somewhat pallid countenance, prompting his concern as he remarked, "Yen Ge and the young master are of similar ages and academic progress. I wish for Yen Ge to accompany the crown prince in the palace as his study companion." Everyone understood the implications of such an arrangement. Liu Zmo was aware of the underlying message in Song Nanji's words, yet despite Yen Ge being his sister's child, the boy and Appo's integrity and humility suggested he would achieve greatness if not for his frail health. With a troubled expression, Song Nanji replied, "Yen Ge has fainted several times at home recently, and I am truly uneasy about him serving as a study companion in his current condition. Perhaps we should consider Jin Ge instead. Though he may be somewhat careless, he does not falter in his studies." Song Nanji cautiously probed. Chapter 9. A shared understanding. Upon noticing Liu Zmo and Appo's slightly furrowed brow, he continued, "This concern primarily stems from you and Appo's sentiments. She is genuinely worried about Yen Ge's health, particularly as he has been unwell frequently in recent days. I fear that her anxiety will only deepen upon entering the palace. Naturally, Liu Zimo understood the state of Yengu's health. However, with the decision made regarding the companion study, should the Taizong adapt, it is likely that any future opportunity for Yengu to enter the palace as a companion would be lost. Second brother? Song Nanji called out, a sense of urgency in his voice. Seeing Liu Zimo silent, he turned to Liu Zhongtang and said, Father-in-law, what do you think? Jingu is also the legitimate heir of the family, diligent in his studies and of suitable age. Allowing him to accompany into the palace as a companion seems appropriate. The Liu family has a long-standing tradition of being civil servants and is well aware of the circumstances surrounding women. The principles of hierarchy dictate that the husband holds authority, while the wife relies on her husband, and in old age, she depends on her son. Despite everyone regarding Jingu and Appos as the legitimate son of Liu Yueru, Liu Jingtang was acutely aware that Jingu and Appos was far from a compliant individual. He feared that should Jingu and Appos achieve success, it would inevitably lead to the suppression of his own daughter and her future offspring. With still some time before entering the capital for companion study, it will be prudent to observe Yengu's condition. If he remains as frail as he is now, then we can consider sending your second brother into the palace for further discussion. After speaking, Liu Jingtang took a sip of tea and ceased to regard Song Nanji any longer. In contrast, Liu Fufeng, unburdened by the subtle dynamics of the inner court, spoke candidly. Regardless of whether Yengu or Jingu enters the palace as companions, it is indeed a momentous occasion. Liu Zimo cast a resigned glance at his elder brother, lamenting that his wisdom seemed solely applied to the battlefield. Yengu and Appos, who had been taking tonics for years, yet despite the medication, his health continued to decline. Was it possible that the treatment was misaligned with his ailment? Liu Zimo found himself perplexed. Tomorrow, I shall summon the imperial physician to our residence to examine him. It is indeed peculiar for one so young to be afflicted by such ailments. Upon hearing this, Song Nanji was taken aback. However, upon reflection, he felt somewhat reassured, knowing that the remnants of the medicines Yengu and Appos had been taken were disposed of properly. Still, he expressed his concern. Doctors within a 100-mile radius have examined him, and his prescriptions have been changed numerous times, yet there remains no sign of improvement. Presently, the medication he consumes is a renowned remedy prescribed by the palace physicians, yet his condition persists unchanged. One can only fear that this child is ill-fated. Liu Fufeng, characterized by a straightforward nature, immediately took offense. What nonsense! How can a father curse his own child? Song Nanji's expression stiffened, his anger simmering beneath the surface. However, out of respect for the Liu family and the power of the Jin Prince, he could only suppress his frustration silently. Fufeng, Liu Jingtang's stern voice interrupted. Should I hear such crude language from the barracks again, I will not let it slide. Liu Fufeng scratched his head with a sheepish grin. It was merely a slip of the tongue born from impatience. I shall refrain from such remarks in public henceforth. Liu Zimo stifled a grin, while Song Nanji's demeanor darkened further. The nonchalant attitude exhibited by Liu Jingtang was evident to all his indulgence towards his son. Beneath his sleeve, his hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. In the inner courtyard, Liu Yueru, accompanied by her children and Zhao Wanyan, found little of substance to discuss. She decided to lead Yengu and Appos towards the back garden. Liu Yueru draped her cloak over Song Yin, affectionately brushing her fingers across his forehead. Darling, if anyone bullies you in the future, simply tell your mother. Gently securing the cloak around him, she gazed at her little one with a heart full of tenderness. In her past life, to avoid gossip and to nurture her stepson's feelings, she often prioritized Song Shijin above all else. Unbeknownst to her, her attitude had rendered Yengu to live in this household in a state of compromise, ultimately leading to a tragic demise. With tears welling in her eyes, Liu Yueru embraced Song Yin. Mother, I am fine, he reassured her, fully aware of her struggles and wishing to alleviate her burdens. Chapter 10. Song Yin's insecurity. There was no need for my mother to feel sorrow over my matters. My elder brother is outstanding, a role model for many of his peers, and I take great pride in him. Song Yin believed that he was the source of his mother's distress. In an instant, tears streamed down Liu Yueru's face as she held him tighter. the Song Yin of his childhood would have fought for himself. Somewhere along the line, he had lost even the courage to strive. It was the son who felt inadequate, his frail body unable to bring honor to his mother. Song Yin said, filled with shame. Nonsense. Liu Yueru replied, I did not bear you to seek glory for myself. All I wish is for you to be true to yourself. I have never sought fame or fortune. I only desire for my Yin to grow up safe and happy. When you meet someone you love and start a family, that will be enough for me. Liu Yueru gently explained, releasing Song Yin. He was momentarily taken aback. Everyone in the marquisate had told him that everything belonged to his elder brother, and that he, a sickly child, would only be a burden to his mother. Thus, he treaded carefully within the marquisate. Even when his brother was deliberately unkind, he could only endure. Watching Liu Yueru's earnest expression, his eyes glistened, and he suddenly threw himself into her embrace. With a heart full of sorrow, Liu Yueru caressed Song Yin's hair, murmuring, as long as I am here, you will no longer suffer. Song Yin looked up at her, his eyes shining with determination as he nodded vigorously. Liu Yueru glanced around to ensure they were alone before softly whispering in his ear, from now on, do not drink any medicine brought to you in the marquisate. Just let it sit aside, and when no one is watching, pour it out secretly. Confused, Song Yin asked for clarification. Liu Yueru patiently explained, trust your mother. I will have the family physician prescribe you a new remedy, but do not tell anyone. This is our secret. Not even grandmother, father, or elder brother. Song Yin inquired. Correct, this is our secret. From now on, do not consume anything they offer you at the marquisate. If you cannot refuse, just pretend to eat. Do you understand? Although Song Yin did not comprehend his mother's reasoning, he knew that she was the one who cared for him most in the marquisate, and she would not harm him. He obediently nodded in agreement. However, he felt a twinge of regret, saying, but grandmother's sweet beans are delicious. Can I no longer have them? Liu Yueru's brows furrowed in concern. What sweet beans? She had never heard Song Yin mention them before. She then asked, does grandmother give them to your elder brother as well? They are green sweet beans, sour and sweet. Grandmother said she only lets me eat them and told me not to tell anyone. Song Yin hurriedly explained, noticing Liu Yueru's expression darkening. Cold sweat trickled down Liu Yueru's back. She had thought the marquisate to be her lifelong support, yet they were scheming against a mere child. She could not understand why her mother-in-law and husband would act in such a manner. Even if Yin was not her husband's child, it was cruel to treat a child so harshly. He posed no threat to them at all. Mother? Song Yin called softly. Liu Yueru quickly pulled herself from her thoughts and cautioned, if grandmother offers you those sweet beans again, hide them away and bring them to show me. I want to see what they are giving to you. Understood, mother, Song Yin replied obediently. Would you like to go to the palace as a companion to the crown prince? Liu Yueru inquired, eager to hear her son's thoughts. Song Yin recalled the maid's remarks, noting how Yuan Biao increasingly resembled the lady of the house, fearing that his mother might one day be replaced. He longed to do something for her. He nodded earnestly, I would like to go, but suddenly, a crisp sound of falling stones echoed from within the rockery. Who is it? Chapter 11. The Young Heir and Amp. Oppose. As pursuit, Liu Yueru stood up cautiously, positioning herself protectively behind Song Yin, her gaze fixed intently on the rockery. Song Yin's small hand clenched tightly, apprehensive as she looked in the direction her mother was watching. Mother. Liu Yueru gently patted the back of Song Yin's hand, offering reassurance. It's all right. Who's lurking there? Noticing that the figure remained hidden, she continued. If you don't come out soon, I shall summon someone. After a brief moment, Xiao Wenhua unexpectedly emerged from behind the rockery. Liu Yueru was momentarily taken aback by his face, which bore a striking resemblance to Yen Gu'er and Amp. Oppose. But she swiftly dismissed the thought and patiently inquired, how did you come here alone? The young heir regarded her with a detached demeanor. Having witnessed the tender way Liu Yueru treated Yen Gu'er while concealed behind the rockery, his own mother had only ever taught him rigid decorum, insisting that he must distinguish himself from other children to bring her glory. She even feigned illness to capture his father's attention. From his mother, he felt no trace of maternal affection, yet Liu Yueru was different. A flicker of envy crossed his eyes as he glanced at Song Yin. Liu Yueru knelt down, taking Song Yian's hand and asking patiently, "Did you come out to play and get lost? Shall I take you back?" Xie Wenhua's stern expression radiated an aura of aloofness, eliciting a smile from Liu Yueru. How can someone so young wear such a weary demeanor? Is your father too stern with you? She reached out to gently rub his delicate, pale cheek. Xie Wenhua and Amp, Oppo's face flushed crimson. Inappropriate conduct. Men and women should maintain distance. How can you? Huh. Song Yian could not help but giggle at his reaction. Brother Wenhua, there's no need to be so shy. In our mother's eyes, we are merely children. That is still not allowed. Xie Wenhua retorted, his cheeks still burning. Oh, if I touch you, what shall we do then? Liu Yueru teased lightly. Xie Wenhua, having accompanied them thus far, realized he had not paid attention to the path back. Unfamiliar with Liu's residence, he contemplated for a moment before stating with a serious expression, "Then I shall punish you by demanding you take me out." Liu Yueru stifled her laughter and took his other hand. "Very well, let us go. Your mother must be worried about you." As they approached the garden's entrance, Liu Yueru nearly collided with the hurried procession of King Jin and his entourage. She quickly stepped back, creating distance between herself and Xie Jingrui, and, upon recognizing the visitors, she gradually performed a respectful greeting. Xie Jingrui nodded slightly, observing the young heir being led by her hand with a hint of surprise. Father, Xie Wenhua released Liu Yueru and Oppo's hand and silently approached Xie Jingrui and Oppo's side. "Thank you for bringing Jing heir out," Xie Jingrui said courteously. "Not at all." Liu Yueru hesitated before inquiring. "May I have a moment of your time?" Xie Jingrui glanced at the attendants behind him and followed Liu Yueru a short distance away. "Might I inquire if you are perhaps too strict with the young heir?" Liu Yueru addressed him earnestly. "What do you mean by that?" Xie Jingrui asked, puzzled. "The young heir is still so small, yet he possesses none of the liveliness a child should have. Instead, he resembles a miniature adult burdened with secrets," Liu Yueru said, her heart aching as she glanced at Xie Wenhua. She averted her gaze and tentatively asked, "There is something I wish to express, though I am uncertain if I should." "Speak freely," Xie Jingrui replied, his expression remaining impassive. "If this continues, I fear the young heir may fall ill. It would be wise to find him a playmate. Perhaps it would help draw him out of his shell." Xie Jingrui understood Xie Wenhua's disposition well. A child devoid of desires or passions is indeed a fearsome prospect, akin to the emotionless shadows that accompany him. "Thank you for your reminder. I shall be more attentive," Xie Jingrui responded. Seeing that her words had resonated with him, Liu Yueru nodded in acknowledgement and took her leave. Xie Jingrui watched her retreating figure, suddenly reminded of Liu Yuan'ai, who relentlessly pressured her child to study and adhere to rigid moral teachings, showing no semblance of compassion. Chapter 12. No longer a garment for others. After Liu Yueru returned Xie Wenhua to Prince Jin, she took Song Yian back to the outer hall. The others, having searched for the young master who had just gone missing, had also dispersed, leaving the outer hall desolate. Liu Yueru summoned a servant and instructed, "Inform the master and mistress that the young master has been found, accompanied by Prince Jin. There is no need for them to worry." As her words faded, she noticed Liu Zimo standing a short distance away, intently observing her. With a playful smile, Liu Yueru asked, "Why do you gaze at me so, second brother?" Liu Zimo approached, reminiscent of their childhood, and gently tapped her forehead with his finger, saying, "To be honest, are you concealing something from me?" As her elder brother, he had watched over her since childhood. She was imbued with the pride and strength typical of a scholar and Amp, Oppo's daughter. Since her marriage, she had always shared only good news, never revealing her troubles. "Why do you say that?" Oppos, it's my fay. Am I not your sister, raised under your care? Would you think I could hide my worries from you? Liu Zimo was acutely aware that Song Nanji was not a virtuous husband. He did not expect the man to cherish his sister, but whenever he returned to the Liu residence, he subtly considered the well-being of his legitimate son. Even this time, he had never intended for Yengu to accompany him for studies. Rumors had long circulated in the capital about Song Nanji's favoritism and his extramarital affairs. Yet, he had been reluctant to disclose such matters to his sister. "Has something occurred in the household?" Liu Zimo inquired with concern. Liu Yueru hesitated, unsure of how to begin. After a moment of contemplation, she pulled Liu Zimo aside and whispered, I indeed have something to share. However, these are merely my suspicions for now, lacking evidence. Her expression grew grave, prompting Liu Zimo to realize the gravity of the situation. Speak freely, with your brother here. I shall assist you. In a hushed tone, Liu Yueru confided, I suspect that Yengu's illness has not improved due to someone's malicious intent. I have heard of slow-acting poisons that are difficult to detect. Prolonged use can deteriorate one's health until they are tormented by illness unto death. What? Yutzi Montak gasped in disbelief. Upon reflection, it made sense. The Marquis's residence had summoned numerous renowned physicians for Yengu over the years. Yet no matter the remedies, his health continued to decline without signs of improvement. Even the imperial physician could not ascertain the nature of Yengu's ailment. Liu Zimo refocused, asking, Do you know who would inflict such harm upon the child? Liu Yueru could only speculate. She shook her head and finally revealed her thoughts. Yengu mentioned that my mother-in-law secretly gives him a candy bean every day. I wonder if that candy bean conceals some mystery. She understood that suspecting her mother-in-law was tantamount to treachery, yet the child's medications were consistently delivered from her mother-in-law's side. Moreover, her mother-in-law had always favored Jingu allowing only Yengu to consume the candy beans, never permitting Jingu to touch them. In her past life, Song Nanji had often claimed that his child was not of the Song bloodline. Initially, she believed her mother-in-law's bias toward Jingu was innocent, but it now appeared that they had been colluding for quite some time, having plotted these schemes early on. Recalling the tragic events of her previous life, Liu Yueru, her emotions heightened, declared, Second brother, I wish for Yengu to recuperate at the Liu residence for a while to observe his health. Do not worry. I will go to the capital and procure a reliable imperial physician to tend to the child properly. Liu Zimo was taken aback. How could such a vast Song residence fail to accommodate a mere child? Liu Yueru continued, If Yengu's health improves before he accompanies his studies, let him go. If he remains in such poor condition, I ask you to seek another suitable companion for the crown princess studies. In this lifetime, she no longer desired to weave garments for others. Chapter 13. Entrustment. Rest assured, second brother will make the arrangements. Just take care of yourself, Liu Zimo reassured. Yes. I kindly ask that you keep this matter to yourself, as I'm secretly investigating, Liu Yueru urged. She then discreetly placed a small pouch containing medicinal residue, which she had previously taken from the Song residence, into Liu Zimo's hand. This is the residue from the medicine Yengu has been taking. When the time comes, find a trustworthy imperial physician to examine it. I wish to know what should not be contained within. Liu Yueru shared her thoughts with Liu Zimo. Once I have the results, I will send someone to the Song residence to convey a message to you. Liu Zimo, known for his cautious nature, previously believed that Song Nanji was merely overly ambitious. He never imagined that they would be plotting against Liu Yueru and Yengu and Appos at the Song residence. Earlier, when the Song family intended to select Jingu and Appos as their legitimate heir, he had opposed it, yet he succumbed to Liu Yueru and Appos as persuasion. Now, knowing that Liu Yueru was considering her own interests, he felt a sense of joy. During this period, I will trouble second brother to pay extra attention to Yengu. With Liu Zimo's promise, Liu Yueru finally felt at ease, unencumbered by Yengu's presence. Her investigation became significantly more convenient. There is no need for such formalities between siblings. Liu Zimo feigned displeasure as he gazed at her. As they conversed, a group of people gradually returned to the outer hall. Upon seeing Liu Yueru with Liu Zimo, Song Nanji felt a surge of delight in his heart. Liu Yueru was negotiating with Liu Zimo regarding Jingu and Appos, opportunity to enter the palace for study. Internally, he could not help but ridicule Liu Yueru for being foolish. A few sweet words from him had secured advantageous arrangements for him within the Liu household. When Liu Yueru noticed Song Nanji approaching with Jingu and Appos, her smile instantly vanished, and she ceased her conversation. Feigning concern, Song Nanji inquired, I did not see you with Yengu just now. Where have you been? In her previous life, Liu Yueru often interpreted such inquiries as genuine care from her husband. Now, she realized that Song Nanji was merely probing for information he wished to uncover. Nothing much. I took Nguyen to Appos, or to stroll through the garden, Liu Yueru replied coolly. Song Nanji smiled at Liu Zimo, then pulled Liu Yueru aside to whisper, "What about what we discussed yesterday in the residence?" Liu Yueru smirked knowingly. "The higher one climbs, the harder one falls," she replied vaguely. "I have already spoken to second brother about it. He said he would assess Jean Guer's qualifications when the time comes." Song Nanji understood that Liu Yueru and Appos, his elder brother dotes on her, and as long as she advocated for something, they would find a way to make it happen. With Liu Yueru and Appos' words, Song Nanji felt elated. "Truly, it is a blessing to have you, my lady, managing affairs so efficiently in the Song residence." He praised without reserve. Liu Yueru smiled, perhaps having been neglected for too long. She occasionally mistook such flattery for genuine goodwill from Song Nanji. Now, she regarded his words as mere nonsense, dismissing them. With a gentle smile, she responded subtly, "Jingu and Appos is also my legitimate firstborn. It is only proper that I do these things for him. Ensure he studies diligently upon returning." Song Nanji readily agreed, grinning from ear to ear. Having received the answer he desired, he turned and deliberately approached Prince Jean with Jean Guer in tow. After the family had partaken in lunch, Song Nanji promptly expressed his desire to return home. After advising Yen Gu and Appos, Liu Yueru decided to leave him at the Liu residence. "Having Yen Gu stay here would trouble my father-in-law. It is better to take him back with us," Song Nanji immediately objected. Liu Zimo interjected, "I have heard that Yueru mentioned Yen Gu has fallen behind in his studies, even failing to memorize the disciples' rules. Fortunately, I have more leisure time these days and can help him catch up at home." Although Song Nanji was reluctant, upon learning that Yen Gu had not yet memorized the disciples' rules, he acquiesced. Given Yen Gu's current pace, the likelihood of him catching up to Jean Gu for the opportunity to accompany him into the palace for study was slim. Chapter 14. Collusion upon returning to her residence. Liu Yueru made her way directly to her courtyard. Song Nanji, indifferent to her presence, hurried joyfully with Jean Gu towards the old matriarch's quarters. Yuan Qinglian, having calculated the time, was already waiting at the old matriarch's side. Noticing Song Nanji's hurried approach filled with delight, she surmised that matters had likely progressed favorably. "How goes the arrangement for the companionship studies?" Before Song Nanji and the others could pay their respects, the old matriarch inquired first. Yuer has already spoken with second brother and advised Jean Guer to focus earnestly on his studies. Song Nanji recounted Liu Yueru and Appos' original words. The old matriarch expressed some concern, asking, did they not provide a definite assurance? Song Nanji, not overly concerned, replied, "Our Song family has only 2 children. Jean Guer is robust and has consistently performed well academically. Given Yen Guer's frail constitution, even if the Liu family intends for him to accompany Jean Guer to the palace for studies, I fear the higher authorities may not approve. To send a sickly child to the palace for such a purpose, what if she refrained from voicing the remainder of her thoughts?" She continued, "Such matters are generally viewed with disdain and considered inauspicious. The Liu family has always cherished Yuer, and despite their intentions to support the Song family and Appos as children, you may rest assured, my dear matriarch." The smile upon Song Nanji's lips was uncontainable. "That is good, as we still have some time before the palace studies commence. We might as well engage a more competent tutor for Jean Guer to further his education," the old matriarch eagerly suggested. Song Nanji concurred, stating, "I shall have Yuer arrange this matter. Indeed, Yuer is well acquainted with many scholars. She will certainly be able to procure a good one." The old matriarch nodded in approval. She held Liu Yueru and Appos' managerial capabilities in high regard, recognizing that the Song family had maintained order under her stewardship over the years. Were it not for this, the old matriarch would not have been so courteous in maintaining a semblance of harmony with her. "What of Yen Guer?" the old matriarch suddenly recalled to ask. Song Nanji, slightly displeased at this point, responded, Yueru has placed him in the Liu residence for a while. Second brother intends to provide him with supplementary lessons. You are being foolish, the old matriarch exclaimed, her irritation evident, with the effects of the medicine taking hold. If we pause now, it will require additional time to resume. It was out of necessity that I entrusted him to the Liu household. Their family claimed they wished to entertain Yueru during his stay. Song Nanji replied, her brow furrowed. Given the circumstances, the old matriarch contemplated for a moment and decided, let him stay for 2 or 3 days, then you must go to the Liu residence to fetch him back. If they refuse, simply tell them it is this old woman who longs for her grandchild. Song Nanji settled into a nearby chair, nodding in agreement. This way, they shall remain oblivious to the underlying reasons. The old matriarch shot her a glare filled with exasperation. Now you recognize the gravity of the situation. In the future, you must not allow him to remain at the Liu residence for recuperation. Yes, I shall not dare to do so henceforth, Song Nanji replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Should the Liu family discover this, with their current power, she feared for her very existence. Observing the affectionate exchange between the young couple, the old matriarch discreetly excused herself to the inner quarters, declaring, I am weary. As soon as she departed, Yuan Qinglian could no longer contain herself and rushed into Song Nanji's embrace, exclaiming, You have worked hard concerning Jing Guer's affairs. Having previously studied a modicum of literature, Yuan Qinglian understood the significance of this matter, which was why she adeptly navigated the circles of noble women to secure advantageous outcomes for her child. Song Nanji gazed fondly at the obedient and understanding young lady in his arms. You have endured much over the years. Just wait a little longer, and I shall ensure you shine brightly as Mrs. Song. Yuan Qinglian, blushing with delight, replied, As long as I am with my husband, Qinglian is content. Chapter 15. Delusions. Just moments ago, Yuan Qinglian had overheard the conversation between Song Nanji and the old matriarch of the Song family. Yet she was left without a definitive answer. An unsettling feeling nagged at her. Would she truly permit Jing Guer to accompany the studies? Yuan Qinglian and App's impatience bubbled forth as she inquired. After all, when Jing Guer and App's was first brought back from outside, Liu Yueru had displayed considerable disdain. It was only after much coaxing from Song Nanji that she reluctantly agreed for him to return to the marquisate as the legitimate heir. Thus, Yuan Qinglian found it hard to believe that Liu Yueru could genuinely care for her own child. Those daily displays of affection seemed nothing more than mere pretense. However, Song Nanji held a different perspective. He possessed a certain understanding of Liu Yueru's nature and reassured her. Jing Guer is the legitimate son of the Song family, and as the matriarch, it is her duty to nurture the child's potential and pave the way for him. She is not one to confuse priorities. Yuan Qinglian pressed her lips together, her intuition as a woman warning her that matters would not unfold as easily as he assumed. Song Nanji gently brushed aside a strand of hair from her forehead. Today, at the Liu residence, my second brother expressed the same sentiment. He is a man of his word. If he has asked me to ensure Jinggu and App's focuses on his studies, there is hope. Though Yuan Qinglian felt reluctant to contradict him, she refrained from voicing her dissent. Knowing that Song Nanji should not linger, he cheerfully made his way to Liu Yueru's Wenhulu. At that moment, Liu Yueru reclined on a concubine chair, engrossed in her reading. Yi Tao, brimming with indignation, spoke up, Madam, I failed to comprehend. The young master is your own flesh and blood. Why must you prioritize the eldest son's affairs? She stood by, continuing in defense of Song Yan, feeling both aggrieved and furious. What harm would it do to let the young master seize such a splendid opportunity? Besides, the second young master desires him to go. Liu Yueru merely smiled. Even if I do not voice this, they would find ways to persuade me, or to make my second brother relent. Rather than allowing that, it is wiser to stabilize the situation first. Yi Tao pouted. Then you should persuade the second young master yourself. The eldest master does not regard you highly. If he gains favor, what will become of you? Liu Yueru set aside her reading material, her expression turning serious. Yi Tao, such words should not leave this room. Even if you know, let it remain unspoken in your heart. Yi Tao quickly covered her mouth and glanced outside, relieved to see no one around. She was unafraid of punishment, but wished to avoid any repercussions that could tarnish the madam's reputation due to her impulsive remarks. I understand, she replied, still shaken. Furthermore, why would I entrust Yin Gu and Appos, to my second brother, and place him in the Liu residence? Liu Yueru replied with a faint smile. Yi Tao, taken aback, queried, Madam, do you mean to say that before accompanying studies, we should first improve the young master's health, thus ensuring that he still attends the palace for his studies? Would that not render their efforts futile? Liu Yueru retorted with a cold laugh. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This is the first time Yin Guer has advocated for himself. Even if he cannot attend this time, I shall never allow Jin Gur to substitute for him again. Yi Tao felt an inexplicable joy at Liu Yueru's words. The madam had finally seen the light. As Hong Do entered with a basin for washing, Yi Tao quickly masked her smile. She had always harbored disdain for this traitorous individual and cast a cold glance away. Liu Yueru understood that Yi Tao was looking out for her. In the past, she had often urged Liu Yueru to pay more attention to Yengu and Appos. Yet, she had been blinded by her ambition to cultivate the legitimate heir, believing that his future success would enable him to assist Yengu and Appos. Chapter 16. Seeking a renowned teacher before long, the steady sound of footsteps echoed from outside when Waxuan. Without even glancing, Liu Yueru knew that Song Nanji had arrived. She feigned languor, reclining back into the imperial concubine chair, and picked up the book she had momentarily set aside. Song Nanji came to a halt beside her, the delight on his face still vivid. You I wish to find a more distinguished private tutor for Jingu. You are well acquainted in your circle. Could you suggest a suitable candidate? Song Nanji spoke, oblivious to her indifference. Liu Yueru focused intently on her book, not even raising her eyelids. Teacher Chun is quite an excellent mentor in the capital, and he has nurtured Jingu remarkably well over the past few years, she replied nonchalantly. Born into a military family, Song Nanji was not well versed in the nuances of literary gentlemen. In the capital, any shift in the winds was quickly known among the literati. Although teacher, Chen only served as a private tutor in the Marquis's residence. He had been invited after much effort and fortunate circumstances. His standing among scholars was not insignificant. The news of the Song family and Appos' child being selected to accompany the young prince for studies would undoubtedly circulate among the literati. Choosing to seek another teacher for Jingu at this time would surely offend a substantial number of scholars, tarnishing the Marquis's reputation. Securing a mentor of teacher Chen's caliber would likely become impossible in the future. Unaware of these intricacies, Song Nanji presumed that Liu Yueru simply did not wish for Jingu to excel further. He resorted to coaxing her gently. If Jingu achieves success in the future, it would bring glory to our marquis. As the esteemed matriarch, this is also your honor. Liu Yueru smiled bitterly. Indeed, it would be an honor, but the pain of losing her beloved eldest son, who met a tragic end, was something she would never forget. She glanced at the man before her. While he possessed striking looks, he harbored a heart of malice. Has my husband truly resolved to pursue this course of action? Liu Yueru inquired. Do you understand what it would mean for teacher Chun if one of the Marquis and Appos' children were fortunate enough to enter the palace as a companion for studies? Liu Yueru pressed, articulating each word with care. Feeling her dissatisfaction, Song Nanji hastily explained. The Marquis would provide him with a generous stipend for his services. Surely that cannot be considered unfair? Liu Yueru scoffed coldly. He did not comprehend the profound satisfaction a teacher derives from witnessing the triumph of their students. To think he could simply compensate a scholar with money was a profound insult to the integrity of the literary elite. Having reached this point in the conversation, Song Nanji remained obstinate, leaving Liu Yueru with no choice but to acquiesce. I shall prepare a list of names for you by tomorrow. You may invite a tutor of your choosing. In her previous life, this matter had led to much gossip about Liu Yueru, providing Yuan Qinglian with an opportunity to flourish within a women's circle. My husband, if there is nothing else, please return. I am weary. Liu Yueru dismissed him directly. Song Nanji thought that hiring a teacher was not a difficult task, so he refrained from further discussion, exchanging a few casual pleasantries before turning to leave. "Madam, are you truly dismissing Teacher Chen?" Yitao asked softly. "My husband wishes to seek another tutor for Jean Guerre. Subsequently, Teacher Chen and Oppos, fees will be drawn from my dowry, allowing him to remain solely as Yin Guerre's private tutor." Liu Yueru wanted to avoid entangling Yin Guerre's reputation and future in this affair. If Song Nanji chose to meddle, tarnishing Jean Guerre and Oppos' name, so be it. Yitao nodded vigorously. Teacher Chen is indeed remarkable without his guidance. The eldest master would not be as courteous and composed. Chapter 17. A stitch in time, Liu Yueru lowered her gaze. Even a maid understood the principle that Song Nanji did not. She had shielded the pride of the Song family so well that the members of the Ho residence mistakenly believed that her position as mistress was easily attainable. The following day, Liu Yueru arrived early to pay her respects to the old Madame Song. Upon her arrival, she found Song Nanji and Yun Qinglian already waiting in the old Madame and Oppos' chamber. Qinglian had specially prepared the pastries that you love. The old Madame, concerned that Liu Yueru might notice something amiss, began to explain. Liu Yueru cast a faint glance at the table, which was adorned with mung bean cakes, sour jujube cakes, and osmanthus cakes. There were treats beloved by the old Madame, Song Nanji, and even Jean Guerre, yet none of her favorites were present. Liu Yueru withdrew her gaze and remarked, "Grandmother, I have never favored such sweets." The old Madame felt a bit embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. "Please, sit down and have some tea. How did your conversation with Nanji about finding a new tutor for Jingu and Oppos go?" Liu Yueru, unreserved, replied, "There are several esteemed teachers suitable for the task, but I urge grandmother to consider this matter carefully. If there are individuals of higher renown than Teacher Chen, there is no need for deliberation. Even if it requires a substantial financial investment, we must secure their services." The old Madame immediately concurred. Liu Yueru looked down. Those esteemed teachers were like rare jewels, coveted by many high-ranking officials. However, they were not the type to be easily approached. Had it not been for her previous life, where she had leveraged the Liu family's influence and her own sincerity to move old Master Liu, they would not have had the opportunity. Those eminent teachers are known for their integrity. As a woman, my attempt to approach them may lead them to believe that the Song family holds them in low regard, which would be counterproductive, Liu Yueru stated candidly. She then handed the prepared list to the old Madame, detailing the backgrounds, statuses, and notable students of the esteemed teachers. With the assistance of one of these instructors, Jean Guerre was bound to achieve great success in the future. The old Madame, beaming with delight, passed the list to Song Nanji, saying, "I have heard that Teacher Liu is the most seasoned and respected among them. Grandmother believes this is a good choice. I shall go and invite him shortly," Song Nanji replied joyfully. The old Madame nodded in approval, eager to dismiss Teacher Chen at once. "You should take care of this promptly." Seeing this, Liu Yueru had nothing further to say and rose to take her leave, saying, "No need for concern. I shall take my leave now." After Liu Yueru departed, Yuan Qinglian slowly spoke, "Sister, being from scholarly family, would it not be easier for her to invite these esteemed teachers than it is for Nanji?" She often mingled within the circle of women and understood that these teachers were proud of their talents. Their willingness to teach depended on the temperament of the child and the individual making the request. It would be inappropriate for a mere woman to approach such esteemed individuals. "It is better for Nanji to take the lead, as it conveys seriousness," the old Madame replied. Suddenly recalling something, the old Madame cautioned Song Nanji, "Do not rush to dismiss Teacher Chen just yet. One must be prepared for unforeseen circumstances." "Understood," Song Nanji responded. After enjoying breakfast in the old Madame's courtyard, Song Nanji hurriedly set out. "Madam, the young master has left," Imama informed Liu Yueru upon her return from Wenhua Pavilion. She set down the account book and pursed her lips. "Send a trustworthy person to deliver a message to Teacher Chen, informing him that Yin Gu and Oppos is recuperating at the Liu residence and that he should delay his visit for a while. Also, send him some by Luo tea. expressing that we will require his guidance going forward. Liu Yueru instructed. Yi Tao questioned, Madam, is it not a bit premature to approach him now? It is not. With my husband out, within a day, Teacher Chen will understand my intentions. Please arrange for this, Liu Yueru concluded, returning to her account book with focused diligence. Chapter 18. The Marquis's residence will not be peaceful, Madam. Yin harbored deep admiration for her mistress, who executed her tasks with meticulous attention to detail, ensuring a sense of comfort. It was regrettable that those within the Marquis's household failed to appreciate her efforts. Observing Liu Yueru, still radiantly beautiful, she felt a pang of sorrow. I must personally attend to this matter, for it bears significant weight. Liu Yueru nodded gently, acknowledging, then I shall trouble you. Madam Yin, carrying a selection of treats beloved by Teacher Chen, discreetly exited through a less crowded area. Liu Yueru's health had not yet deteriorated due to fatigue, thus she remained vigilant about her rest and diet. She presented a checklist of tasks, instructing Yi Tao to inform the steward to allocate these categories to reliable housekeepers for management. Having learned alongside her mistress since childhood, Yi Tao was literate. She gazed at the list, which prominently featured the Song family and Apos, farmlands, and several well-managed shops assigned to the housekeepers. Shocked, she turned to Liu Yueru and inquired, Madam, have you not always been apprehensive about entrusting such matters to others? Why the sudden delegation of authority? Liu Yueru responded with a serene smile. Even if she chose not to hand over the shops and farmlands to the housekeepers, the old madam of the Song family had already clandestinely placed her own people within, extracting profits each month for her personal gain. Previously, Liu Yueru had accepted this misappropriation as a form of filial piety towards her elder-in-law, believing it to be her duty as a granddaughter-in-law. Whenever discrepancies appeared in the accounts, Liu Yueru would compensate from her dowry. Ultimately, when her dowry was exhausted and the shop accounts remained inconsistent, the old madam would turn the tables, tarnishing the reputation of her steward. The farmlands could only yield a limited amount of grain, and they were managed by dedicated personnel. By entrusting these lands to the housekeepers, they would merely need to oversee the farmers, reporting any significant issues as necessary. This stratification of management would enhance their diligence. Noticing that Hongdo was absent from the courtyard, Liu Yueru pushed the accounts of last month's well-performing shops towards Yi Tao. Heavens! How could each shop have inexplicably lost 100 taels? Yi Tao exclaimed in disbelief. The old madam's greed had grown insatiable, and Liu Yueru, weary of covering for her, remarked, I have managed these matters personally. The missing silver will inevitably fall upon my shoulders. While the appearance of profit is commendable, others are scheming to siphon off my personal assets and dowry. The chill in Liu Yueru's gaze intensified. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tao deduced that the old madam was behind this. Frustrated, she pouted, they take advantage of us far too freely, and yet you, madam, continue to serve the Marquis diligently. Overcome with a mix of anger and helplessness, tears streamed down Yi Tao and Apos, cheek for Liu Yueru and Apos, plight. Madam, does this mean your dowry is? Yi Tao asked, her eyes reddening. Liu Yueru took Yi Tao's hand, reassuring her. I have prepared 2 sets of account books. One day, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. Hearing this, Yi Tao felt somewhat relieved and took the list provided by her mistress, exclaiming, I shall seek out the steward immediately. Let those who wish to meddle do so. Liu Yueru was amused by Yi Tao and Apos' passionate demeanor. Take care. Watch your step, she called out to the fervently departing Yi Tao. The Wenhua pavilion fell silent for a moment. Liu Yueru closed the account book and tenderly massaged her temples, knowing she must restore her spirit during this brief respite. She feared that the days ahead within the Marquis and Apos' residence would not be tranquil. Chapter 19. Disgrace as evening descended. Song Nanji returned to the Song residence in a state of utter disarray, devoid of the spirited demeanor he had possessed upon departure. Yuan Qinglian, filled with concern, approached him with a basin for washing. Cousin Song, what has transpired? She inquired gently. As Song Nanji cleansed himself, he lamented, when will grandmother emerge from her recitations? Upon receiving word from the servants, the matriarch hurried to the inner chambers, her heart heavy with worry at the sight of her grandson's despondency. Did I not send you to engage a renowned tutor for Jean Gua? How did you return in such a state? She questioned. Feeling a twinge of shame, Song Nanji lowered his gaze. Observing the typically stalwart young man in such a pitiable condition, the old lady urged, "Do speak." With a bitter sigh, he began, "I met several teachers today. Initially, they were polite, and our conversation flowed smoothly. Which distinguished tutor did you engage?" She pressed eagerly. A sense of humiliation washed over him as he continued. But upon learning that I intended to invite them to the Ho residence as private instructors for Jingu and Amp, Oppose, their expressions shifted dramatically. They turned their backs on me, and even ordered the steward to discard the gifts I had brought. Outraged, Song's grandmother exclaimed, "How outrageous! Are they not aware of the embarrassment they bring upon our family?" For years, Liu Yueru had managed affairs. But this was the first time Song Nanji had been subjected to such public disgrace. With civil officials currently in power, the old lady could only express her fury within the confines of her home. What did Master Liu say? He is a man of great repute. Surely he must have offered some guidance? She inquired, still harboring a glimmer of hope. The already humiliated Song Nanji felt further shamed by the mention of Master Liu. He refused to meet with me, sending word instead that one must not be ungrateful. He advised me not to return, claiming our residence was beyond his reach. Feeling disheartened, Song Nanji reflected on how effortlessly Yueru seemed to handle such matters. He sighed softly. The old lady, now crestfallen, mused, "Could it be that the fees you offered were insufficient? Why would none of the esteemed tutors agree to come?" Shaking his head, Song Nanji replied, "They never even gave me a chance to discuss fees. What shall we do? With Jingu and Amp, Oppose, or soon enter the palace for summer. Without a distinguished tutor to pave the way, he will surely be at a disadvantage," the old lady fretted. In silence, Song Nanji contemplated the situation. Had he known that engaging these esteemed tutors would prove so challenging, he would have sent Liu Yueru from the outset. Regret lingered among them all. Suddenly, Yuan Qinglian had a revelation. "ISN and Oppose. To your second brother, Liu Zimo, the finest tutor? Young and accomplished, he is the prince and Oppose as companion and enjoys the emperor and Oppose as favor. Perhaps we should invite him to bring Jean Guer back to Liu's residence for supplementary lessons." The old lady's face brightened with delight. "Ah, Qinglian, your thoughts are astute. Quickly summon Yueru. She should take Jean Guer back to Liu's residence tomorrow and bring Yin Guer back for a period of recuperation, ensuring that Yin Guer's health does not hinder Jean Guer's studies." Instantly, Song Nanji was enlightened, recognizing the merit in this suggestion. The old lady dispatched someone to fetch Liu Yueru. When Mama Chun arrived at Wenhua Pavilion, Liu Yueru was engaged in her evening meal. Seeing her lack of cordiality, Yi Tao remarked, "Madam has matters to attend to. The mistress has been busy all day and is only now finding a moment to enjoy her meal." Mama Chun, somewhat displeased yet maintaining politeness, responded, "Were it not for the old lady's urgent request, I would not have come at this hour." Yi Tao pouted and retreated inside. When she re-emerged, Liu Yueru accompanied Mama Kin. "Mama Chun, what brings you here?" Liu Yueru asked, adjusting her shawl as she followed Mama Chen's lead. Mama Chun conveyed all that she knew to Liu Yueru, who listened intently, her lips pressed tightly together. Chapter 20. A Loss of Dignity Upon Arriving at the Nanhitang. Liu Yueru was met with the expectant gaze of the elderly matriarch, Lady Song. Today, Yueru had gone to summon several renowned tutors, who had all conveyed their reluctance to return to the Song residence as private instructors. Lady Song gestured for Liu Yueru to take a seat beside her. Obediently, Liu Yueru settled down, lowering her gaze in quiet contemplation. "We believe your second brother can take Jean Guer under his wing during his idle moments. Grandmother is confident that with your brother's guidance, Jean Guer will exert himself more diligently," Lady Song proposed. "That is not feasible," Liu Yueru replied firmly. Lady Song and Oppose S expression darkened immediately. "If you possess the ability to persuade one of those esteemed tutors to return and instruct Jean Guer, we would not trouble your second brother." Did the tutors not clarify why they refused to teach at the Song residence? Liu Yueru inquired, disregarding the somber expressions of the two. "They did not," Song Nanji replied, his tone heavy with discontent. My brother is often preoccupied with official duties and has little time to spare, even for sword practice alongside the crown prince. If he were to take on Jin Yueru's education, it would likely hinder his own studies. Liu Yueru explained, during this period of respite, I shall bring Jin Yueru to Liu Manor tomorrow, and in the process, retrieve Yin Yueru. Song Nanji spoke as if it were a matter of course. Liu Yueru observed their expressions filled with disappointment. Jin Yueru had now reached the pivotal stage of learning foundational texts such as the Book of Songs, Spring and Autumn, and the Doctrine of the Mean. It was crucial that he receive patient guidance daily, lest he stray from the proper path, something grandmother would surely wish to avoid. With Song Nanji and Appo's insistence, the marquisate might soon find itself scorned by the scholars. Allowing her brother to assume the role of instructor would only lead to his own downfall. It was clear to Liu Yueru that they were indulging in fanciful thinking, and she resolutely opposed the idea. In matters of education, Liu Yueru possessed deeper understanding than they did, and Lady Song's demeanor grew increasingly grave. Let Teacher Chun continue to instruct Jin Yueru, and we shall publicly declare that your second brother is the household tutor. This way, even if Jin Yueru enters the palace, he shall not be bullied, Lady Song suggested, her eyes brightening. Liu Yueru chuckled softly. Everyone knows that Jin Yueru is my legitimate firstborn, and with my brother stationed in the capital, no one would dare trouble him. Moreover, with the current era dominated by scholars, such underhanded tactics would be unthinkable, she stated matter-of-factly. Lady Song and Appo's expression turned increasingly troubled. Liu Yueru, however, produced a prepared document outlining the qualifications of Teacher Wang. Let us test Teacher Wang tomorrow. If he refuses to come, we shall have no choice but to seek others. Lady Song examined the details with evident satisfaction. Though not on par with the few eminent tutors, he would suffice to teach Jin Yueru and uphold appearances. Song Nanji, still apprehensive, remarked to Liu Yueru, perhaps it would be better if you. That is not appropriate. Liu Yueru interjected before he could finish. Today, those esteemed tutors were approached by my husband personally. By tomorrow, the entire capital will be aware. If Teacher Wang learns of this, he may perceive our marquisate as lacking respect, and this is our final opportunity. She fixed him with a serious gaze. Song Nanji's frustration flared. We have lost face by failing to secure a renowned tutor. Is there truly no alternative? Lady Song, reluctant to see her grandson subjected to ridicule, looked on with concern. Liu Yueru replied calmly. Historically, Liu Bei sincerely sought Zhuge Liang's assistance, where there is genuine intent. I believe esteemed tutors will eventually come to our marquisate. Chapter 21. Understanding the situation, Song Nanji had no choice but to face the situation resolutely. Mama Chan began to lay out the dishes, and Liu Yueru also stood up to take her leave. Upon returning to Wenhua Pavilion, Liu Yueru's thoughts turned to the calculating expressions of Grandmother Song and Song Nanji. A chill arose in her eyes. They were impatiently seeking to endanger her child. Liu Yueru sent Hong Do to handle menial tasks. Yi Tao, tomorrow go to Liu Mansion and check if Yin Gu and Appo's is in need of anything. And also inform Gu about the old ladies and my husband's plans. It is early spring now, and the evenings and early mornings still carry a hint of chill. Liu Yueru diligently prepared some warm clothing for Yin Gu, packing it neatly to the side. In her previous life, she had always prioritized the Marquis and Appo's household and Jin Gu and Appo's neglecting to care for Yin Gu and Appo's properly. It was only when he lay cold in her arms that she realized her folly. How could the young master, despite his education, be so oblivious to the simplest truths? It seemed they were indeed scheming to harm the second young master. Yi Tao, unable to contain her disdain, vented her frustrations. Liu Yueru glanced at her helplessly. That is precisely why I must inform Gu, so he is aware and does not worry about me. I have already refused their demands at the Marquis and Appo's as residents. You should not feel obligated to consider my feelings. The maid understood, recognizing the wisdom in her lady's decision. Yi Tao felt a surge of joy seeing her mistress no longer blindly acquiescing to their unreasonable requests. All the thankless tasks were left for her lady to endure while they basked in their elevated status. Yi Tao found herself entranced by Liu Yueru's enchanting beauty. Why do you gaze at me so? Liu Yueru paused her actions, turning to face Yi Tao. And no, it's nothing. Yi Tao stammered, scratching her head bashfully. After a moment, she cautiously added, Madam, you truly exude the grace of a mistress now. I find it most appealing. Liu Yueru chuckled softly at her words. In the past, both Yi Tao and Mama Yin had subtly urged her to cherish herself and Yin Gur more. Yet, she had been under the delusion that if she treated the people of the Marquis' household kindly, they would remember her goodness. She had overlooked the existence of those with treacherous hearts. From now on, I wish to live solely for myself and for those who truly care for me. Liu Yueru declared with a smile. Yi Tao, for reasons unknown, felt her mistress possessed an extraordinary charm now, bringing a renewed sense of hope to her days. The day is drawing to a close. Madam, you should rest soon, Yi Tao urged. There in Oppos. No rush. Please assist me with the grinding, Liu Yueru replied. Approaching the writing desk, Yi Tao nimbly moved to lay out the rice paper and then quietly assisted with the grinding, accompanying Liu Yueru as she prepared the letter. Tomorrow, we shall deliver this together to Ergu, Liu Yueru instructed. Yes. After completing these tasks, she felt a wave of fatigue and, after a simple wash, retired early for the night. By the time Mama Yin arrived, Liu Yueru was already in a deep slumber. Shoo! Yi Tao gestured for silence. The two maids carefully exited the inner chamber. Mama Yin, somewhat surprised, inquired, Is there something wrong with the madam? Why is she retired so early today? Yi Tao shook her head with a smile. No, perhaps the madam has come to realize that her health is her own to cherish. Since marrying into the Marquis' household, she has taken on this burden, rising before the rooster and sleeping later than the dog. Without her, the Marquis' residence would not possess its current stature. Yi Tao's words grew increasingly passionate. Mama Yin quickly placed a hand over her mouth. It's good that you understand. But you mustn't oppose. Speak of this carelessly. If you bring harm to the madam, I shall not forgive you. Yi Tao pouted in discontent, but complied. I understand my mistake. Mama Yin, with a touch of exasperation, poked her forehead, her heart swelling with delight as she glanced towards Liu Yueru's chambers. Chapter 22. Misunderstanding the following day. Liu Yueru rose early and busied herself in the kitchen. Upon seeing her mistress in the kitchen, Yi Tao felt a wave of despair wash over her. Just yesterday, she believed that her mistress had come to terms with things, yet today, she had risen even earlier than a mere servant to prepare meals for those with nefarious intentions. Mistress, should you desire anything, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall prepare it for you. Yi Tao hurriedly offered as she approached to take the bowl from Liu Yueru and Oppos' hands. With a smile, Liu Yueru waved her hand dismissively. I intend to prepare a few dishes that young Master Yin enjoys. Please ensure they are delivered before breakfast. Yi Tao and Oppos' anxious heart finally settled. It turned out this was all for the young master. Very well, I shall assist you, she replied joyfully, eager to lend her aid. The two quickly prepared several of young Master Yan's favorite dishes, and once everything was ready, Yi Tao set off early to deliver them to the Liu residence. Upon arriving, the steward, Zhao, was initially taken aback. Is there something amiss with the young lady, given your early return? He inquired with concern. Yi Tao hurried to explain, no, nothing is wrong. The mistress prepared warm clothing for the young master and a few of his favorite dishes, prompting my early visit. Having watched Liu Yueru grow up, Zhao soon relaxed upon hearing Yi Tao and Oppos' words. As long as all is well, the young master should be freshening up now. I shall inform him. Zhao led Yi Tao to Song Yian's courtyard to wait. In an effort to better care for young Master Yin, Liu Zimo had arranged for his side courtyard to be made ready for the young master's permanent residence. Upon arriving at Yin Tingxian, Yi Tao found Liu Zimo practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Noticing her presence, he halted his movements. Second young master, Yi Tao greeted respectfully. Liu Zimo gestured for her to rise. Before he could inquire, Yi Tao took the initiative to relay the plans discussed between the old lady Song and the young master yesterday. Liu Zimo listened, his brow furrowing in concern. This is chaotic. To have them instruct Jin Gu heir, yet create such a debacle is tantamount to sabotaging their future. He found the situation ludicrous. The heir was unable to secure a reputable tutor and has turned his sights upon you, attempting to portray you as the eldest young master's private instructor. Yi Tao added indignantly. The mistress has already declined their proposal last night and instructed me to inform you not to heed them. Liu Yueru had previously shielded her household well, leading Liu Zmo to mistakenly believe that Song Ninji, though lacking in knowledge, was a person of good character. Now, however, he could only perceive him as a mere decorative figure. "This is for you," Yi Tao said, handing a letter to Liu Zmo. He took it and opened it, realizing that Liu Yueru wished for young Master Yin to rest quietly in the residence for a longer period. "Later, I will convey to your lady that young Master Yin is in the Liu residence, so she need not worry. He has already been examined by the imperial physician. The child is in good health. The medicinal residue has also been reviewed, revealing no issues, merely common tonics for nourishing the body." Liu Zmo instructed Yi Tao to relay this to Liu Yueru. Yi Tao found it curious that if the medicine prescribed to the young master was indeed harmless, why did those surrounding the old lady always ensure it was disposed of properly? Moreover, for years, the young master's medicine had been prepared by the old lady and Appo's personal maid, never allowing outsiders to interfere. Even the herbal concoction was warmed and administered under the watchful eye of Hong Do, who would only leave once the young master had finished. Where had the error occurred? Yi Tao murmured to herself. As the two conversed, young Master Yin had also finished preparing himself. Observant, he called out, "Sister Yi Tao." Yi Tao returned the greeting, noting that although he appeared as frail as before, there was a newfound brightness in his eyes, suggesting a slight improvement in his spirits. "What does mother require of Sister Yi Tao?" Young Master Yin inquired. Snapping back to reality, Yi Tao presented the food prepared by the mistress. "It is nothing of great importance. Mother simply missed you and rose early to make some of your favorite dishes." Young Master Yin stiffened at her words. Chapter 23. Task Assignment: Steamed osmanthus fish, garlic blanched vegetable hearts, stuffed tofu. As he gazed upon the array of his favorite dishes, Yin and Appo's, felt a lump in his throat. "Did my mother prepare all of this for me?" he inquired softly. Yi Tao chuckled lightly. "Of course, Madam rose early solely to prepare this for you. Sit down and enjoy it while it in Appo's hot." Song Yin found it hard to believe. His mother was usually preoccupied with the myriad of affairs within the household. Yet today, she had taken the time to cook for him. However, meeting Yi Tao's earnest gaze, he felt a pang of concern for Liu Yueru. In the future, "I hope mother will take better care of herself and not rise early to cook for me. Fear not. I shall ensure that the madam rests more and can enjoy her peace of mind." Young Master Yi Tao assured him with a comforting smile. Only then did Song Yin nod and take his seat. After exchanging a few words of advice, Yi Tao felt it was time to leave, bidding farewell to Liu Zmo and Song Yin as she returned to the Marquis' residence. In the courtyard of Wenhua Pavilion, Steward Liu awaited with several capable housekeepers. Before long, Liu Yueru emerged from the small hall after breakfast. "Madam, these housekeepers have been meticulously selected for you to review," Steward Liu said respectfully. Liu Yueru surveyed them. The housekeepers were dressed neatly and exuded a certain intelligence, each appearing quite astute. "Greetings, madam," they chorused in unison. Liu Yueru nodded in satisfaction. Steward Liu then proceeded with the introductions. Mama Meng and Mama Wu are well-versed in agricultural practices, having spent years in the fields. This is Mama Lin, who has accompanied her parents in business since childhood and possesses some experience in management. Mama Zhang has previously overseen the daily operations of a tea house, managing inventory and simple accounts. The group stood in the courtyard, orderly and attentive, as the steward conveyed the madam's expectations to them. Although these housekeepers were older in the Marquis and Appo's residence, they did not even hold the rank of a middle-level maid and were often tasked with laborious duties. If chosen by the madam to oversee the farmlands and shops, their status would significantly rise. Thus, they were keen to seize this splendid opportunity. Liu Yueru was quite pleased. These were precisely the housekeepers she desired. She promptly assigned responsibilities. Mama Meng will manage the fields in the East City, while Mama Wu will oversee those in the West City. The two housekeepers quickly knelt in gratitude. Liu Yueru gestured for them to rise and then turned to Mama Zhang, inquiring, "Can you write?" "Madam, I have had the fortune to attend a girls' academy for a few days and can recognize a few characters," Mama Zhang humbly responded. "Good. Then you will oversee both tea houses in the capital and ensure the accounts are meticulously maintained. Mama Lin, you will manage the Ru shop, and you must also keep the accounts. Do you have any questions? Liu Yueru asked softly. Madam, we shall certainly not disappoint your expectations, the two housekeepers replied, astonished. Come on the 1st, 3rd, and 7th of every month to report on the fields and shops. If there are urgent matters, feel free to inform me at any time, Liu Yueru instructed. The housekeepers silently noted this, anxious not to miss any vital information that could jeopardize such a favorable position. Liu Yueru also made her expectations clear. Since you have taken on these responsibilities, I will not shortchange you. Your monthly wages will double, and you will have 4 days off each month. However, if anything goes awry and the cause is indeterminate, you will bear the financial consequences. Understood, the housekeepers replied in unison. Steward Liu then led the housekeepers to familiarize themselves with their new roles. Liu Yueru waved her hand, signaling for the others to leave. After everyone had departed, Mama Yin, who had been listening, quietly remarked, Madam, I fear the old madam may not agree with this arrangement. Liu Yueru instructed, if anyone inquires, just say that I have not been well lately and need to rest. I prefer not to be disturbed unless it is something of great importance. Understanding Liu Yueru's intent, Mama Yin nodded in agreement. Madam, something seems amiss. You should go check in front. Mama Chun hurriedly rushed into Wenhua Pavilion. Chapter 24. Retention. Liu Yu and Amp, Oppo's delicate brows knitted in confusion as she inquired, what has happened to Mother Chun? The usually composed Mother Chun, panting heavily, hurriedly gestured towards the main entrance, exclaiming, The young master has gotten into a fight with Teacher Chun. What? Liu Yu was taken aback, her urgency driving her to dash towards the gate without donning her cloak. Her concern was not for Song Nanji's welfare, but rather for the potential harm he might inflict upon Yin Ji's esteemed teacher. She had anticipated unrest at the Ho residence today, yet she had not foreseen such a dire situation. How could the young master resort to violence against Teacher Chun? Why was he so impulsive? Liu Yu felt utterly drained. Mother Chun hesitated, struggling to articulate the full story. Liu Yu and Amp, Oppo's voice grew stern. If you do not speak the truth, I shall be of no use in salvaging the situation. The young master had left for Teacher Wang and Oppo's home after breakfast, but Teacher Chun had arrived first, issuing a fierce warning that if Teacher Wang dared to instruct Jingu, he would ruin his reputation. Mother Chun relayed all that she knew to Liu Yu. Liu Yu remained silent. She knew Teacher Chun and Amp, Oppo's character well enough to ascertain that he would never resort to such ignoble tactics. Moreover, she had already made prior arrangements, and given Teacher Chun and Oppo's virtuous nature, there must surely be some misunderstanding at play. With this thought, Liu Yu quickened her pace, not out of fear for the young master and Oppo's safety, but out of concern that Song Nanji, in his folly, would wound the heart of a virtuous mentor. Go to the back courtyard and summon a few strong men, Liu Yu instructed Mother Chun. Following her orders, Mother Chun hurried off. Madam, what shall we do? Asked Mother Yin, her face etched with worry. In a dynasty that prioritized filial piety, Song Nanji and Amp, Oppo's treatment of the private tutor, culminating in physical confrontation, was nothing short of an act of great rebellion. The repercussions would inevitably extend to the younger members of the household. At such a critical juncture for selecting a tutor, the young master's disgraceful actions could jeopardize the second young master's plans to assist the little master in making his way to the capital. This was Liu Yu's first encounter with such a precarious predicament, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. We must first assess the situation, she decided. She had intended to impart to Song Nanji the challenges of navigating social relations, but little did she realize that within just 2 days, he had placed the carefully cultivated reputation of the Ho residence in jeopardy. Shortly thereafter, Liu Yu and Mother Yin arrived at the residence's entrance, where a crowd had formed. Plevantine Passage. The old matriarch of the Song family was shouting anxiously, "What calamity has befallen us?" Upon spotting Liu Yu, her demeanor shifted, and she approached her, grasping her hand affectionately. "You quickly tell them to stop fighting. If this continues, The whole residence will suffer irreparable disgrace. Liu Yu let out a cold laugh, subtly withdrawing her hand. At that moment, Mother Chun arrived with several strong men in tow. Liu Yu raised her voice, issuing commands. The young master is intoxicated. Someone restrain him and return him to the Ho residence. The strong men looked uneasily at the old matriarch. Realizing Liu Yu and Appo's intention, she nodded in agreement. With her consent, the strong men moved forward, carrying the struggling Song Nanji away from his altercation with Teacher Chun. Song Nanji protested vehemently as he was taken. Liu Yu exchanged glances with Mother Yen, who understood the cue. She snatched a filthy rag from servant and Appo's hand and stuffed it into Song Nanji and Appo's mouth, proclaiming loudly, "The young master has had too much to drink and has caused a scene. We apologize for the disturbance. There is nothing to be concerned about, so please disperse." The steward and several quick-witted servants moved to assist Teacher Chun, who had fallen to the ground. Liu Yu expressed her deep remorse, saying, "I am truly sorry for the distress caused to Teacher Chun. Please return to the residence. I shall summon the physician to examine you. The young master has gone too far." Teacher Chun and Appo's voice trembled with indignation. Shaking off the servants, he dusted himself off and began to leave. However, Liu Yu obstructed his path, stating, "Teacher Chun, I have matters to discuss with you. If you find it inappropriate, you may depart afterward." Chapter 25. Foolish ignorance. Chun Jun Kai held Liu Yueru in high regard. She possessed the talents and virtues of a woman, combined with the steadfastness and composure of a man, embodying excellence in all her dealings. He yearned to understand from Liu Yueru why the child he had painstakingly taught for several years had suddenly sought another master. Enough was enough. The heir apparent continued to tarnish his reputation. If the madam did not provide him, Chun, with an explanation, he vowed never to reconcile with the marquise again. Chun Jun Kai firmly established his stance. Liu Yueru made a gesture of invitation, humbly asserting, "This matter is indeed the marquise's fault from the outset. Rest assured, Teacher Chun, justice will prevail in the hearts of the people." She instructed her servants to prepare clean and fitting attire for Chun Jun Kai and to ensure he was attended to for his ablutions. Once Chun Jun Kai and Appo's figure vanished from sight, Liu Yueru turned to the onlookers and offered her apologies. "Today, the heir has made a fool of himself in his inebriated state. I ask for your understanding, and let us consider this incident as if it had not occurred." After speaking, she directed Mama Yen to distribute pre-prepared silver melon seeds to those present. Once she had attended to the crowd, Liu Yueru returned to the reception hall. At that moment, Song Nanji was seated in the chair below the matriarch of the Song family. Upon catching sight of Liu Yueru, he was filled with indignation and questioned, "Now is your husband who is being criticized, and instead of standing by my side, you choose to side with outsiders, publicly declaring that I was drunk? To be drunk and engage in a brawl with one and Appo's as private tutor, how will my colleagues perceive me if word gets out?" Song Nanji accused with palpable frustration. Liu Yueru gazed coldly at Song Nanji, finding his foolishness utterly laughable. "Does your husband not understand the principle that a teacher is akin to a father for life?" Liu Yueru inquired softly. "Of course," Song Nanji replied. "But what does that have to do with me? Filial piety is paramount. If today your husband had not been intoxicated and had not engaged in a brawl with Teacher Chun, how would the world view him? They would merely say he is a man who disregards even the tenets of filiality. How can he bear the weight of state affairs?" Liu Yueru's words struck a chord of clarity in Song Nanji's mind. "I did not know why my husband was so impulsive as to engage in a scuffle with Teacher Chun," he admitted, feeling a mixture of anger and grievance. But Liu Yueru no longer indulged him and posed her question directly. Song Nanji was already brimming with resentment and a sense of injustice. Liu Yueru's reproach darkened his expression. "Why, if it were not for his interference, I could have invited Teacher Wang back to the residence today. His actions are jeopardizing Jinga heir and Appo's future, and I cannot abide by it," he justified. Liu Yueru smiled wryly. "Simply because you are aggrieved? You feel justified in acting so recklessly? Do you not understand that if this incident is made public, no one will dare to come to the marquise to teach, which will hinder your career at every turn? The marquise will become a target of scorn. Song Nanji had not considered the implications. He was unaware of the intricate management required for a marquisate. However, the matriarch of the Song family understood the gravity of the situation and supported Liu Yueru and Appo's stance. Indeed, you have acted too rashly. You must properly apologize to Teacher Chen later. Why should I apologize when he was in the wrong from the beginning? Though Song Nanji worried about the repercussions on his career, his pride forbade him from bowing to anyone. Refusing to apologize is an option, but thereafter, no one will dare to come to the marquisate to teach your child. When Jingu heir attends school, he will face ostracism from his peers. If the emperor learns of how we treat our esteemed teachers, he will lose all favorable impressions of our marquisate and will promptly abandon the idea of accompanying Jingu heir, Liu Yueru asserted with a firm attitude. I refuse to believe he possesses such influence over those esteemed teachers, Song Nanji retorted defiantly. Enough of this nonsense. The matriarch of the Song family slammed her palm heavily on the table in frustration. At such a time, you still choose to sulk? Do you not wish to ensure a bright path for Jingu heir? Yuan Qinglian, who had been eavesdropping, could no longer contain herself and stepped forward. Indeed, cousin, the madam speaks wisely. You should humbly concede, for the sake of Jingu heir and your own future. Yuan Qinglian implored with a pitiful demeanor. Chapter 26. Frugality. Song Nanji could hardly bear to see Yuan Qinglian in such a delicate and pitiable state. Momentarily softened, he contemplated his future and prospects, reluctantly acquiescing. Very well. Liu Yueru snickered coldly, taking a few sips from her tea. Only then did old Madame Song exhale in relief, turning to Liu Yueru, inquiring, "Have you devised a strategy for this matter? The people outside have already been instructed. We hope the rumors do not spread too unfavorably. If anyone inquires about my husband, simply state that he was inebriated and has forgotten his actions." Liu Yueru replied nonchalantly, as if this situation bore little significance to her. "Is that all?" Old Madame Song expressed her dissatisfaction. Liu Yueru set down her teacup, glanced back at old Madame Song, and asked, "Does grandmother possess a more effective strategy?" Old Madame Song was taken aback by Liu Yueru and Appo's question, momentarily speechless. If she had a solution, she wooed and Appo's to have sought Liu Yueru and Appo's counsel. Noticing old Madame Song and Appo's silence, Liu Yueru continued, "I have heard that Teacher Chun has a fondness for luminous pearls. There happens to be a fine pearl in the storeroom. I wish to present it as an apology from the heir to Teacher Chun." Old Madame Song's expression soured. "That pearl was a special gift from the emperor during your grandfather's time. There are only two in existence. Even during our family's difficult days, we never sold it for silver. Are you truly considering giving it away? Does grandmother deem it unworthy?" Liu Yueru asked candidly. Indeed, old Madame Song thought so. The storeroom contains numerous rare treasures. It suffices to select something less remarkable to present. If Teacher Chan were to leave the marquisate today and cease instructing our two young masters, to speak plainly, our marquisate would be on a downward trajectory. Henceforth, all affairs would no longer concern me, and I would be unable to intervene, Liu Yueru succinctly articulated. This statement startled old Madame Song. By the time Liu Yueru married into the marquisate, it had already been a facade of strength. Had it not been for Liu Yueru and Appo's management in recent years, they might not have even been able to wear decent winter clothing. Now, Song Nanji acted recklessly, and while Yuan Qinglian possessed some cleverness, management required more than intellect. It necessitated support as well. The Liu family currently held significant power, with the elder brother in martial pursuits and the second in literary endeavors. As long as Liu Yueru remained in the marquisate, everything could be utilized for their benefit. After weighing her options, old Madame Song promptly changed her stance. As long as it can persuade Teacher Chan to reconsider, a luminous pearl is of little consequence. She then instructed her servants to retrieve her token. Subsequently, she subtly remarked, "You and Appo's, now that you are wed into the marquisate, you belong to this household in life and in death." Observing Liu Yueru's lack of response, old Madame Song continued, "You are now the matriarch of the marquisate, and it is imperative that you prioritize the household, nurturing offspring and supporting your husband in education. Every thread and needle within this estate is your responsibility. Liu Yueru lowered her gaze. In her previous life, she adhered to old Madame Song and Appo's advice, prioritizing the marquise, yet what had she ultimately gained? Unbeknownst to her grandmother, the years of toil for the marquise had left Liu Yueru's health diminished. At times, she felt her resolve outstripped her strength. I have been married to my husband for many years, and now there are only 2 young masters in the household. I wish to take a few virtuous concubines for my husband, not only to assist with domestic affairs, but also to bear him more children, ensuring our lineage flourishes. Liu Yueru and Appo's words genuinely stirred old Madame Song and Appo's heart. However, noticing Yuan Qinglian and Appo's pale visage from the corner of her eye, she vacillated, leaving the decision to Liu Yueru. Chapter 27. Steady progress. Yuan Qinglian gazed at Song Nanji with great anticipation, hoping he would find a way to evade the matter at hand. However, his mind was consumed with thoughts of his political career, leaving him indifferent to her plight. Yuan Qinglian, in a state of inner turmoil, felt an overwhelming urgency, yet was at a loss as to how to address the issue, ultimately standing silently by. Liu Yueru's gaze swept over Yuan Qinglian's pale visage, and she remarked, "I shall make arrangements after a short while." As the elders exchanged words, Chun Jun Kai, impeccably groomed, arrived. On the way, Mama Yin had conveyed the lady's intentions to him as per Liu Yueru's instructions, and she had also brought him something he had long desired. Liu Yueru had initially planned to present it to him later when she invited teacher Chun to tutor Yin Ger. However, given the day's events, should she fail to retain Chun Jun Kai, it could jeopardize Yin Gu and Appo's as future prospects. When teacher Chun entered the reception room, Liu Yueru promptly rose to greet him. Though her expression still bore traces of anger, her willingness to come indicated there remained a possibility for reconciliation. "Teacher Chun," Liu Yueru called out. Chun Jun Kai's demeanor softened slightly upon seeing her face. He nodded subtly, maintaining the decorum expected of a scholar. He bowed to the matriarch and then candidly expressed, "I have come simply to inquire where I have faltered. Why must the marquis's residence secretly seek another esteemed tutor for the 2 young gentlemen?" He cast a displeased glance at Song Nanji and continued, "Why does the young master resort to slander, tarnishing my reputation before outsiders?" The matriarch shot a warning look at Song Nanji, who was poised to retort. This prompted the attendants to offer Chun Jun Kai a seat, and she expressed her regrets. "Teacher Chun, there must be some misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding?" He replied, "If you wish to invite a more renowned teacher for the 2 young gentlemen, you may speak candidly. I, Chun, am not one to cling stubbornly to my position." He did not indulge them further and stated plainly, "You desire the best, yet fear you might not secure it. Thus, you wish to accommodate both sides." Seeing her intentions laid bare, the matriarch felt somewhat embarrassed. Liu Yueru hastily stepped in to mediate. "Teacher Chun, the marquis's residence indeed wishes to invite another esteemed teacher to tutor one of the young gentlemen, yet there is no intention to dismiss you." She continued, "Both young gentlemen have shown great courtesy and understanding under your guidance. All within the marquis and Appo's household can attest to this." Upon hearing this, Chun Jun Kai and Appo's spirits lifted slightly. Liu Yueru added, "My second brother hopes for one of the young gentlemen to serve as a companion to the crown prince in the palace, and with summer approaching, there is a noticeable disparity in the learning progress between Jin Gur and Yin Gur. Thus, we reluctantly devised this strategy. It was our oversight not to consult you beforehand." After a brief silence, she shifted the conversation. "However, regarding your statement about the young master tarnishing your reputation, we have heard differently." Chun Jun Kai diligently analyzed the implications behind Liu Yueru's words, finding them all reasonable and delivered with a humble tone that left no room for objection. Though Yin Gu and Jin Gu and Appo's were of similar age, he was aware of the favoritism within the marquis and Appo's household. While the young master appeared somewhat frail, he was diligent in his studies, and to outsiders, it seemed Yin Gu and Appo's lagged behind Jin Gu and Appo's. Yet few knew this was a deliberate act of modesty on Yin Gu's part, a realization Chun Jun Kai stumbled upon when he inadvertently discovered a poem penned by Song Yin. Suppressing his anger, Chun Junkai remarked, I was invited by the Marquis to enlighten the two young gentlemen. As Jean Gurr has already familiarized himself with the introductory texts, my services are no longer required for him. Liu Yueru seamlessly echoed his sentiment. The Marquis and Apos, residence indeed hopes you might dedicate your efforts to guiding Yengu and Apos in his studies. Though the matriarch felt displeased, she refrained from speaking impulsively, recognizing the unfavorable reputation of the Marquis's residence in the capital. Thus, she entrusted the matter to Liu Yueru to manage. Chapter 28. The fish is hooked. Madam should have consulted me regarding this matter beforehand. Had I been allowed to select a suitable master from the outset, we would not find ourselves in such a predicament today, Chun Junkai remarked according to Liu Yueru and Apos' intentions. Upon hearing this, both old Madame Song and Song Ninji and Apos' eyes instantly brightened. Old Madame Song was the first to inquire, does Teacher Chen currently have suitable candidates in mind? With a slight furrow in his brow, Chun Junkai replied, there are indeed candidates, but the situation is rather complex. And those esteemed masters have already declined the invitation from the Ho residence. They will certainly not return to teach here. Who might these individuals be? Old Madame Song questioned patiently. Liu Yueru sat quietly in her chair, sensing the opportunity, with a subtle smile gracing her lips. He, Chun, and Chun Junkai began slowly. A glimmer of joy appeared in old Madame Song's eyes. He Chun and was once a renowned figure in the capital, celebrated as a rare talent of a century. However, when his name was called upon, both his parents were tragically murdered, leading him to retreat into seclusion, forsaking worldly affairs. If we could persuade him to emerge from isolation to instruct Jean Gurr, it would indeed be a momentous occasion for the Ho residence. In terms of knowledge, qualifications, and character, he stands unparalleled, and even when compared to Liu Zmo, he would not fall short. Teacher Chun, is there a way to invite he, Chun, and out of seclusion? Old Madame Song inquired, her face radiating joy. Finding difficulty, Tian Yunkai replied. This matter requires careful consideration. Song Nanji, eager to have he Chun and return to the residence, adopted a humble demeanor. Teacher Chun, I was reckless earlier outside the residence. Please do not take it to heart. Allow me to express my apologies with a gesture of respect. With that, he drank the tea in his cup in one gulp. Chun Junkai held little regard for Song Nanji's self-serving nature, yet out of respect for Liu Yueru, he merely sipped his tea with a subdued demeanor. I can go to invite He Chun in, but let me make it clear beforehand, Chun Junkai said slowly. Once He Chun emerges, he will be responsible for teaching Jean Gurr until he achieves academic success. Moreover, he possesses a peculiar temperament and does not wish to be interfered with during his teaching. Should Jean Gurr become lazy, He Chun will impose punishment on the students. If old Madam and the young master are too lenient, then it would be best not to invite He Chun back to the residence. Upon hearing that He Chun might resort to corporal punishment, Yuanqing Lian bit her lip in distress. He was, after all, her cherished one, and she could scarcely bring herself to utter a harsh word, let alone subject him to the whims of another. Old Madame Song also frowned in concern. Teacher, will you continue to instruct Jean Gurr? After a moment of contemplation, old Madame Song hesitantly asked. Chun Junkai outright refused. My knowledge is too limited. I fear I would not be competent enough and could hinder the young master's education, a burden I cannot bear. In her desire for Jean Gurr to have a brighter future, old Madame Song reluctantly agreed. I consent. Please take great care of the matter regarding teacher, He Chun. With that, she gestured to Mama Chun beside her to bring forth the luminous pearl. Mama Chun understood and presented the gift box containing the pearl to Chun Junkai. Teacher Chun, this is a token prepared for you by the old madam. Chun Junkai accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, old madam. Old Madame Song watched with a pained expression as Chun Junkai pocketed the pearl, which she held dear. Nevertheless, she maintained a smile. I hope you will take great care in today's affairs and await good news. Of course, Chun Junkai said, playing along with Liu Yueru's act, before taking his leave from the Ho residence with the gift in hand. Chapter 29. The Dreamer's Delusion. After Chun Jun's departure, Old Lady Song gazed at Liu Yueru, who sat quietly to the side. A sense of foreboding creeping over her. Yueru, do you think this matter is prudent? She inquired. Grandmother, there is no doubt regarding He-chun Anne's erudition. All the esteemed scholars in the capital have already turned down the Marquis and Oppo's residence, and they shall not return, Liu Yueru replied in a measured tone. Moreover, a teacher's strictness toward a student is not inherently negative. As the saying goes, a jade must be carved to become a gem. Everyone dotes on Jing Yueru, and they fail to see his shortcomings. In her previous life, although Liu Yueru had cherished Jing Yueru, she had been exceedingly cautious, fearful that he would stray down an undesirable path. It was precisely this concern that had led to Jing Yueru harboring resentment towards her. A childish nature is neither good nor bad. It is shaped by the guidance of others. However, in this lifetime, she was determined not to exhaust herself in steering Jing Yueru towards the right direction. Listening to Liu Yueru, Yuan Qinglian felt that Jing Yueru was not her own child, which allowed her to agree to his mistreatment. Ultimately, Jing Yueru is still but a child. Being overly stringent may extinguish his interest in learning, leading to counterproductive results, Yuan Qinglian interjected. Liu Yueru's sharp gaze fell upon her. Does cousin Yuan have a superior suggestion for inviting a renowned teacher to tutor Jing Yueru? Yuan Qinglian pondered for a moment, then confidently remarked. Elder sister and Oppo's second brother possesses exceptional knowledge, connections, and character. He would indeed be an excellent choice. And then, Liu Yueru inquired with an air of nonchalance. If he agrees, it would enhance the Marquis's residence significantly. This would elevate our standing in the capital, ease Jing Yueru's path, and allow elder sister to frequently see family. Such a favorable arrangement is surely worth pursuing, Yuan Qinglian asserted. Liu Yueru laughed lightly. Cousin Yuan, you seem to have lingered in the Marquis's residence for too long. Your judgment appears clouded. My second brother is the supervisor of the Imperial Academy and is currently a disciple of the esteemed Liu Yueru. He must travel to the capital to accompany the crown prince in his studies and attend morning court sessions. Are you suggesting he abandon all this simply because he is my second brother? Must he make such enormous sacrifices for me? Henceforth, refrain from uttering such fanciful notions. If such talk were to circulate, it would surely become a source of ridicule in the capital. Liu Yueru spoke candidly, leaving Yuan Qinglian taken aback by the unexpected humiliation from the usually gentle Liu Yueru. Her face shifted through shades of green and red, reflecting her profound discomfort. Liu Yueru continued, the Liu family has already provided ample support to the Marquis and Oppo's residence. One cannot be insatiable, lest they invite calamity. I hope cousin Yuan will refrain from sharing such absurd ideas that only serve to mislead us. The implication in Liu Yueru's words was unmistakable. Old Lady Song recognized that Yuan Qinglian's remarks were indeed inappropriate, revealing a narrow-mindedness that paled in comparison to Liu Yueru, the matriarch of the household. Enough. Your presence is no longer required here. You may withdraw, she stated with a hint of impatience. Yes, Yuan Qinglian replied reluctantly, performing a curtsy before departing. Observing the throng of people surrounding Old Lady Song, Yuan Qinglian felt acutely aware of her own insignificance, realizing that she had been living in a subservient manner, while Marquis and Oppo's residence afforded her no standing whatsoever. Now, Liu Yueru intended to seek additional concubines for Song Nanji, given the current state of the Marquis and Oppo's residence. It would undoubtedly be an effortless task to procure a few beautiful young women. When that time came, Song Nanji might become enamored with other women, leaving her forgotten in the Nanshi Hall. Yuan Qinglian clenched her fists, silently resolving that she must ensure her child rises above the rest. For only then would she have a true pillar of support. Chapter 30. Malice. Upon returning to Wenhua Pavilion, Liu Yueru found Yi Tao anxiously waiting outside the courtyard. As soon as she saw Mama Yin and Liu Yueru arrive, she hurried forward to inspect them, urgently inquiring, "Is the lady unhurt?" Liu Yueru allowed Yi Tao to scrutinize her, smiling as she reassured, in the current state of the Marquis and Oppo's residence, no one would dare to lay a hand on the head matron. After confirming that her mistress was unharmed, the weight on Yi Tao's heart finally lifted. On the way back, She had overheard several course maids mentioning that the young master had gotten into a scuffle and that the lady had gone to mediate. Thus, she feared that some fool might inadvertently harm her. With Mama Yin present, there is no cause for concern, Liu Yueru said, finding Yi Tao quite endearing. As events unfolded in a manner that pleased her, Liu Yueru and Appo's spirits lifted significantly. Turning her gaze back to Yi Tao, she inquired, "Did the food I asked you to bring please the young master?" Indeed, the little master was so touched that his eyes glistened with tears, praising the lady's culinary skills. Yi Tao replied, opening the basket to reveal the empty remnants of the food. Liu Yueru felt a warmth spread through her heart. In her previous life, Yangu and Appo's often expressed a desire to taste her cooking, yet he never had the chance. In this life, she resolved to dedicate time to herself and her child, allowing her to better accompany Yangu. As long as he enjoys it, I shall make more for him when time permits. Yi Tao added cheerfully. The lady seemed much more spirited this morning when she called for me, and it appears that her state of mind has greatly improved since visiting the young master. She wondered aloud if it was merely her imagination. Liu Yueru recalled her second brother's intention to summon an imperial physician from the palace to attend to Yangu, and she grasped Yi Tao and Appo's hand as they walked toward the bedroom. Once inside, she quietly asked, "Has my second brother engaged the imperial physician to examine Yangu and Appo's?" Yi Tao nodded, though her expression was clouded with worry. "He has seen him," but the physician merely echoed the others, stating that the young master is somewhat frail but not gravely ill. He advised that we provide him with proper care. Liu Yueru furrowed her brow and pressed, "What did the imperial physician say about the medicinal residue?" Yi Tao shook her head in confusion. There was no issue. He merely stated that the contents comprised nourishing herbs, with no harmful elements for the young master. Liu Yueru and Appo's brow knitted tighter. Could it be that her suspicions were misplaced? That Yangu and Appo's frailty stemmed from his premature birth? Did my brother mention anything else? Liu Yueru inquired, perplexed. No. He only reassured the lady not to worry about the young master. His clothing, food, and living arrangements are all managed by the second young master, and no one will interfere. Yi Tao replied, adressing her conscience. She then posed a question. If the young master and Appo's medicine poses no issue, why do the old madam and others keep a close watch on his medications? Suddenly, Liu Yueru recalled Yangu and Appo's, mentioning that old Madam Song would give him a green candy every day. She had never seen it and could only obtain it by having Yangu return. This notion struck her as a push into the flames. Based on her memories from the past life, Yangu would soon grow increasingly frail, beginning with bed rest, ultimately leading to a state where he lacked the strength even to eat. Liu Yueru vividly remembered the pitiful state in which Yangu and Appo's departed. Next time I visit, I shall inform my brother to inquire with the physician whether there are any herbs that, when consumed together, could produce toxins harmful to the body, Liu Yueru said, her complexion pale as she spoke. Yi Tao and Appo's eyes widened in realization. Do you mean to say that the seemingly innocuous tonics given to the young master could act as poison when combined with other foods, thereby harming his health? Liu Yueru nodded gently. Yi Tao gasped in shock. Such a nefarious scheme, executed so subtly that no one would suspect, leaving everyone to believe the young master is simply ill, rather than. She could not bring herself to finish the thought, unable to fathom why the Marquis's residence would harbor such deep-seated animosity toward the child. Chapter 31. Greetings, Liu Yueru, with a countenance as cold as frost, advised caution. This matter requires utmost prudence. We must not allow the discerning to perceive our intentions. We stand in daylight while our opponent lurks in shadows. A slight misstep could render all our efforts futile. Observing Yi Tao and Appo's bold and passionate nature, she expressed her concerns. If anyone inquires why the young master has yet to return, you shall say that the second young master deems his studies inadequate and refuses to allow him back to the... Understood, my lady, Yi Tao acknowledged, grasping Liu Yueru's intent. Furthermore, later on, you should quietly visit Yan Ji's chamber under the pretense of retrieving some of his belongings. and inspect the room for any anomalies, Liu Yueru added, her unease evident. Yi Tao wholeheartedly agreed, sharing the sentiment. She harbored little trust for the unscrupulous individuals within the, wishing fervently to relocate the young master and amp, Oppos, as quarters closer to the lady and amp, Oppos, as side, accompanied by a thorough cleansing of all items within his space. She yearned to eradicate any potential threats, dismissing any notion of interference from even the highest authorities. The more she contemplated, the more indignant she became. Liu Yueru, observing Yi Tao's impetuousness, sighed. The girl wore her emotions openly and was still rather youthful. "My lady, young Master Jin has come to pay his respects," called out Mama Yin from outside. Upon hearing the visitor and amp, Oppos, as arrival, Yi Tao noted that the eldest young master was often inconsistent in his greetings, and even if he chose to visit, it was usually well past noon. His unexpected appearance today surely bore ill intentions, as her expression reflected her discontent while she turned to open the door for Jin Ge. Upon opening the door, Jin Ge strode in, completely disregarding her presence, and headed straight for Liu Yueru and Oppos' chamber. "Young master," Yi Tao called out in haste. "Mother." Jin Ji's voice was soft and endearing. This was the first time since his rebirth that Jin Ge had come to Wenhua Pavilion to offer his respects. Clad in resplendent attire, Song Shi Jin's lively, dark eyes sparkled with mischief, endearing him to all. Thus, he was cherished and spoiled throughout the. However, Liu Yueru merely regarded him with a cool demeanor. Confused by her indifference, Song Shi Jin approached, tugging at Liu Yueru's garment with a plaintive tone. "Mother, I have come to pay my respects." Liu Yueru abruptly evaded his touch. At that moment, Mama Yin rushed in, exclaiming, "Impudent! Young master, this is the lady and amp, Oppos' chamber. How dare you enter without permission?" Startled and at a loss, Song Shi Jin turned to Liu Yueru, his expression brimming with grievance. In the past, when he had inadvertently entered his mother and amp, Oppos' chamber, she had gently reminded him of the decorum. "Mother," he gazed at Liu Yueru with pleading eyes. Liu Yueru coldly withdrew her gaze, stating, "Return to the etiquette nanny and have her teach you the proper manners once more. Should you fail to learn, you may as well retire to your home." "Yes," Mama Yin affirmed. Upon hearing this, Song Shi Jin felt too wrong to speak. Liu Yueru then inquired, "Has the etiquette nanny informed you when you should pay your respects and when you should not?" Dazed, Song Shi Jin realized that previously he came as he pleased, without regard for timing. "Have you?" Liu Yueru pressed, her tone frosty. Tears brimming in his eyes, Song Shi Jin nodded, "Yes. But the time is too early. I can scarcely rise, let alone come to pay respects to my mother. From now on, I implore you, young master, to adhere to the designated times for your salutations. The lady has many matters to attend to and cannot wait for you daily in the courtyard." Mama Yin admonished sternly. Song Shi Jin, intimidated, nodded repeatedly in acquiescence, forgetting even the advice given by Yuan Xinglian. After offering his respects, he fled in tears towards Nanshi Hall. Yi Tao watched as Song Shi Jin hurriedly retreated, experiencing an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Chapter 32. Reproach in the Nanatang. Inside the Nanatang, Song Shi Jin sobbed uncontrollably, refusing to respond to the inquiries of the old lady Song. Yuan Xinglian, hearing the commotion, rushed out to investigate and was taken aback. Her lively and cheerful Jin Ge seemed deeply distressed, shedding tears as if he had been wronged. "Where has the eldest young master returned from, to come back in such a state?" Yuan Xinglian inquired, feigning ignorance. "Indeed, who possesses such audacity to bully our Jin Ge?" The old lady Song echoed her discontent. A young servant who had been with Song Shi Jin hastily knelt down, stammering, "The eldest young master just went to Wen Waxuan to pay his respects to the lady. I was outside and unaware of what was said between them." By the time the eldest young master exited Wen Waxuan, he was already in tears. The servant remained kneeling, too frightened to rise. How outrageous! What harm could a child like Jin Ge possibly cause her? The old lady Song slammed her palm on the table in frustration. Yuan Xinglian, feeling immense pity, murmured, "I fear that Jin Ge may have asked the lady to take him to the Liu residence to see the second young master." But perhaps the lady was displeased and uttered something unkind. Although the eldest young master is usually lively, he is quite sensitive. If the lady spoke harshly to him, how could he endure it? Yuan Qinglian added, embellishing her thoughts. The old lady's song, holding the inconsolable Song Shijin, felt a pang of distress and gently urged, "My dear, please stop crying and tell your great-grandmother what transpired." Song Shijin nestled deeper into the old lady's embrace, unwilling to rise, as if bearing an immense grievance. The old lady, unable to contain her ire, exclaimed, "It is preposterous. Even if you does not favor the child, she should not belittle him to such an extent." Turning to the maid, Chun, beside her, she commanded, "Quickly, summon you, I wish to see how she will explain this to us." "Yes," Chun complied, promptly departing. She soon arrived at Wenhuaxuan, where Yin Mama, observing Chen's hurried demeanor, feigned familiarity and approached. "What brings you to Wenhuaxuan, Chen Mama?" Following the events of the morning, Chen Mama was somewhat more courteous to those in Liu Yu and Appo's courtyard. "It is the old lady and Appo's request for the lady to come to Nanatang. With mealtime approaching, could she not arrive a bit later?" Yin Mama remarked, indicating that their lady was not even afforded a proper meal. Chun Mama hesitated. "The old lady has pressing matters, and I am merely here to convey her message." Reluctantly, Yin Mama entered to invite Liu Yu. "Moments latte, Liu Iwa amarja, dressa proprietari." "Chun Mama," she greeted. "Madam," Chun Mama replied. On the return journey, Chun Mama recounted the tale of Song Shijin's relentless crying upon his return to Nanhatang. Liu Yu smiled faintly. What a spoiled child. When faced with difficulties, he resorts to tears and demands to be held. Quite the clever tactic for raising a useless child. Chun Mama, clear-headed, found it hard to believe that the lady would have said anything inappropriate to the eldest young master. When the group arrived at Nanhatang, Jinge had ceased his loud wailing, though he continued to sniffle. Upon seeing Liu Yu and Appo's figure, he instinctively hid behind the old lady's song, unwilling to meet her gaze. Without asking any questions, the old lady assumed that Liu Yu had scolded Song Shijin too harshly, causing him to react in fear. If you have any grievances with the Ho residents, please express them openly. There is no need to take it out on a child," the old lady admonished. Liu Yu looked puzzled. "I do not understand why my grandmother would say such a thing. Just moments ago, Jinge came to greet you and returned in tears. Can you genuinely assert that you are not venting your frustrations on a child?" The old lady's song firmly concluded. Chapter 33. Family Regulations. Liu Yueru lowered her gaze. Feeling despondent, aware of the favoritism within the Ho residence, she was disheartened to see even the usually meticulous old Madame Song behaving so inconsiderately. It became apparent that the true fool had always been her, used and discarded without a shred of compassion. "Indeed, sister, the child is still young. What is there that cannot be addressed with gentle guidance? Why must we wound the child's heart?" Yuan Qinglian's ill-timed voice interrupted. "How can one be patient?" Liu Yueru retorted in a tone devoid of warmth. She had never scolded Song Shijin. How could they expect her to demonstrate patience? In her previous life, she had devoted herself to nurturing Song Shijin's potential. And what was the outcome? Her children perished, and her beloved eldest son took his own life. While her husband insulted her, referring to her as a mere cast-off, having spent a lifetime sewing garments for others. Yuan Qinglian was momentarily at a loss for words in response to Liu Yueru and Appo's sudden retort. Regardless, one must not strike or scold children indiscriminately. She attempted to incite discord. Old Madame Song chimed in. "I have never witnessed Jean Gur display such timidity. What exactly have you done to punish the child?" Liu Yueru, maintaining her composure, turned to Song Shijin and asked, "Jinge and Appo's, has your mother punished you?" Hiding behind old Madame Song, Song Shijin felt guilty and could not speak. Yuan Qinglian, unable to bear the sight, interjected, "Jean Gur has already been frightened. If you press him like this, he will certainly not dare to speak the truth." Liu Yueru responded with a restrained fury. "If I recall correctly, Cousin Yuan has long reached the age to seek a suitable match. If you find yourself with too much idle time, I shall help you find a fitting partner tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Song Shijin could no longer maintain his composure. He had long known that Yuan Qinglian was his biological mother. Learning that Liu Yueru intended to marry his mother off to another, he could hardly bear the thought of their family being torn apart. He immediately ceased his tears and quietly spoke, "Mother did not punish me. It is Jin Heir who is in the wrong." Yuan Qinglian's face turned pale with indignation. When did her marital affairs become the concern of Liu Yueru, even if she were to be betrothed to someone else? It would be old Madame Song who had the final say. She shielded Song Shijin, saying, "Do not be afraid. The old madam will handle this. Just speak the truth." Liu Yueru had no intention of escalating the situation, but seeing Yuan Qinglian repeatedly provoke her, she gazed at her unceremoniously. "I have long heard rumors of the ambiguous relationship between cousin Yuan and her husband, and there are whispers among the servants suggesting that Jin Gur is the illegitimate son of cousin Yuan and her husband. Is your defense of Jin Gur not an admission of those rumors?" Yuan Qinglian's complexion drained of color. If this matter were to spread, the heir would be burdened with the scandal of a favored concubine and a disgraced wife. Old Madame Song was equally taken aback, and she shouted, "Who was the madman that uttered such absurdities? You heir, as the head of the household, you understand the gravity of this situation. How can you heed the baseless fabrications of others?" Old Madame Song and Appo's words were vague. "Grandmother, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. If one wishes to keep something hidden, one must refrain from wrongdoing." Liu Yueru did not linger on old Madame Song and Appo's explanations. Instead, she instructed Mama Yin to recount the events surrounding Song Shijin at Wenhua Pavilion in detail. After hearing the account, old Madame Song's expression turned grave. Liu Yueru continued, "Now that Jin Gur has completed his studies, he must no longer enter his mother's chambers. There are rules within the family. If everyone can disregard the regulations, or if they're only applied to certain individuals, what purpose do they serve?" Old Madame Song, realizing her previous hasty judgment had been influenced by Yuan Qinglian, acknowledged that discipline was indeed necessary. Faced with Liu Yueru, she recognized her own shortcomings. Furthermore, Jin Guindamp, Appo's, is no longer a helpless child. If he cannot rise to pay his respects on time, he need not come. Most of the time, during the day, it is the stewardess who reports matters to me. I have no leisure to attend to such things. Liu Yueru spoke with a cold detachment. Yuan Qinglian and Appo's expression turned ashen. If Liu Yueru ceased to allow Song Shijin to pay his respects, the narrative would shift to portray him as unfilial, unable to even perform the simplest act of respect. Chapter 34. No longer enduring, Madame Song felt that Liu Yu's words were rather harsh and advised. One must proceed gradually in all matters. There is no need for extreme measures or to speak in absolutes. Liu Yu straightened her back and, with a cold glint in her eyes, responded, "Grandmother, Yinge has been frail since childhood, yet you have never allowed him to arrive late for greetings. The same applies when he visits me. As for Jingu, as the legitimate great-grandson of the Marquis and Appo's family, do you not think this is reasonable?" Her voice was not loud, yet each word resonated clearly in the ears of those present. Liu Yu had effectively stripped away the last veil of pretense from Madame Song. Madame Song was left speechless, realizing her own hypocrisy. "My dear Yueru, that is not what I meant," she attempted to explain. However, the servants had witnessed everything, and Madame Song could not fabricate a reasonable defense. She had often said that her daughters-in-law should prioritize the marquisate in all matters, bearing the responsibility of raising virtuous children. Yet, she had just unjustly accused her granddaughter-in-law without discerning right from wrong, which was truly disheartening. Liu Yu, disregarding Madame Song and Appo's expression, spoke candidly. "Were it not for someone clarifying on my behalf today, such words would spread, casting me as a matriarch devoid of compassion, venting my frustrations upon my own eldest son." Liu Yu articulated her grievances without reservation. Madame Song felt her face flush with embarrassment, losing her dignity. Liu Yu chose to remain silent, standing quietly to the side. In her displeasure, Madame Song shot a glare at Yuan Qinglian. "Grandmother was merely hasty and misunderstood you." Yuan Qinglian, with a sulky demeanor, hung her head. In the past, Madame Song had acted decisively, never paying heed to Liu Yu's words. Now, she was being lectured by Liu Yu, and found herself blaming her instead. Sister, grandmother was simply anxious. Why must you speak so aggressively? Yuan Qinglian continued to sow discord. Although Madame Song usually indulged Yuan Qinglian, she was not foolish, recognizing that she was being used as a pawn. From now on, no one is to enter the Nanatang without my permission, Madame Song stated with a tone of tempered anger. Yuan Qinglian stood frozen, bewildered. She was merely trying to support Madame Song. At that moment, Mama Chen stepped forward and pulled Yuan Qinglian away, saying, "Cousin, the matriarch and Madame have matters to discuss." With that, she dragged Yuan Qinglian out of Nanatang. Madame Song then gently pushed Song Shijin forward, her tone warm. "Jingu, go and apologize to your mother, promising not to intrude upon her chamber again and to rise on time to pay your respects." Song Shijin, taken aback by Liu Yu and Amp, Oppo's sudden coldness, shrank his neck and timidly approached. "Go on. She is your mother and will not hold a grudge against you. Do not let her heart grow cold," Madame Song urged anxiously from behind. Cautiously, Song Shijin stood before Liu Yu and respectfully said, "Mother, I will never again be lazy or intrude upon your chamber. I will diligently learn from the etiquette elder." Liu Yu nodded gently, uttering no further words. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Liu Yu said softly, bowing before turning to exit Nanatang. As she reached the door, she unexpectedly encountered Song Nanji, who had just returned from outside. Liu Yu called out to him softly, "Husband," before departing. Song Nanji, puzzled by the unusual atmosphere in Nanatang, inquired, "What has transpired?" Chapter 35. Sowing discord. Madame Song's fury had yet to dissipate, and upon witnessing the disappointing Song Nanji, she frowned and said, "Go inquire with your good cousin." Meanwhile, Mama Chun discreetly signaled to Song Nanji to take his leave. Reluctantly, Song Nanji offered a few words of consolation before turning away towards the side chamber of Nanatang. In the dim light, the tearful Yuan Qinglian rushed into Song Nanji's embrace. "What troubles you?" he inquired, his brow furrowed at the unusual scene. Yuan Qinglian was aware that her dear Jingu had indeed erred and felt at a loss on how to shift the blame onto Liu Yueru. Overcome with grievances, she could only sob quietly. Recent events had not favored Song Nanji, and upon hearing Yuan Qinglian and Amp, Oppo's cries, his patience began to wane. "If you do not speak, I must take my leave," he said, a hint of irritation in his tone. Sensing his mood, Yuan Qinglian quickly stifled her tears and cautiously ventured. "Sister mentioned finding me a suitable husband when I brought Jingu back to the Marquis's residence. I expressed that I desired nothing more than to watch him grow from afar, content to have him accompany a worthy husband." As she fought back her tears, Yuan Qinglian scrutinized Song Nanji and Amp, Oppo's expression. Confounded, he pondered why Liu Yueru, who typically cared little for such matters, would suddenly bring them up. Mooner is usually preoccupied with household affairs and looking after the two boys. What could have prompted her to speak of finding you a husband? Has she perhaps overheard something she shouldn't and Amp? Oppo's. "T have?" he questioned. Yuan Qinglian recalled Liu Yueru and Amp, Oppo's words earlier that day in Nanatang and felt her countenance darken. Yet, she hesitated to share this with Song Nanji. He had been visiting her room less frequently of late, and should he learn of the rumors circulating outside, he might distance himself further to avoid suspicion. The thought of Liu Yueru planning to take another concubine for Song Nanji made Yuan Qinglian restless. Intentionally shedding her outer garments to approach him clad in her inner robes, she implored, "Husband, I shall recognize only you in this life. Please do not let me marry another. It would break Jingu's heart." Unable to withstand Yuan Qinglian's allure, Song Nanji drew her into his arms, assuring her, "You shall forever remain a member of the Marquis and Amp, Oppo's household." The atmosphere within the room became charged with intimacy. After a considerable pause, Song Nanji finally inquired, "Why was grandmother so irate today?" Yuan Qinglian deliberated momentarily before responding. It was because Jingu and Oppo's inadvertently entered Sister and Oppo's chamber while paying his respects, and Sister scolded him severely. Jingu and Amp, Oppo's, being spoiled since childhood, could hardly endure such reprimand, and he wept all the way back to Nanatang. Song Nanji felt that Liu Yueru and Appo's actions had not been unjust, but rather, it seemed that grandmother and Appo's ire was directed at Yuan Qinglian, not Mu and Appo's. He remarked, this matter warrants punishment. Yuan Qinglian, though displeased, dared not retort and quietly explained, Jin Gur was indeed at fault. Yet sister should not have uttered such harsh words about him not needing to pay his respects in the future. If this were to spread, others would only perceive Jin Gu and Appo's as lacking in manners and filial piety. Song Nanji and Appo's expression darkened instantly. Jin Gu and Appo's calls her mother every day. Yet her thoughts are so malicious. Yuan Qinglian nestled against him, flattering, sister already harbors grievances against Jin Gur. To treat him thus is already somewhat lenient. Husband, do not blame sister further, for this will only serve to further alienate her from Jin Gur. Song Nanji, rising to dress, declared, the Marquis and Appo's residence is not within her singular control. Yuan Qinglian observed him as he turned to leave, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Chapter 36. Financial strain in the Wenhua Pavilion. Yin Mama and Yi Tao were preparing the meal. Upon the sudden arrival of Song Nanji, both women were momentarily taken aback. Yin Mama was the first to regain her composure and inquired, is there something you need, young master, at this hour? It was rare for Song Nanji to visit the Wenhua Pavilion, let alone dine here. His gaze fell upon the modest spread on the table, 2 dishes and a soup, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, causing his brows to furrow involuntarily. The esteemed matriarch of the Marquis' household dined so simply. When he dined at Yuan Qinglian's, the table was always laden with an abundance of dishes, chicken, duck, fish, and a variety of hot and cold dishes. What he intended to question emerged in a softened tone. Is this the usual fare for the madam? Yi Tao, harboring an aversion towards Song Nanji, replied curtly, the madam has always been frugal, never indulging in extravagance. Yin Mama added, indeed, on a day like today, the madam has the luxury of savoring a warm meal. Her daily provisions are even less than what we servants receive. Song Nanji's expression shifted slightly. Have the kitchen prepare a few more dishes. I shall dine here. What? Yi Tao stared at him in disbelief, sensing ill intentions behind his words. Yin Mama hastily clarified, we do not have extra cooks here. Only the old madam and Miss Yuan are allotted that service. Song Nanji was momentarily taken aback. Surely, an extra cook would not cost much silver, and there was no need for such frugality. At that moment, Liu Yueru, having just reviewed the accounts, entered the room and overheard Song Nanji's remarks. A cold smile graced her lips. When has the Marquis' household ever been in a state of abundance? She replied lightly. My husband's monthly stipend is spent on his own affairs and in cultivating relationships with the influential. The household's sustenance relies on the income from our fields and shops. If we do not practice frugality, we may find ourselves unable to present gifts to those in high society. Liu Yueru regarded Song Nanji with a bemused expression. My husband never inquires about the household finances. He simply requests from me as needed, remaining oblivious to the household and Appo's challenges. Song Nanji's face flushed with embarrassment. Liu Yueru, since her marriage into the Marquis' family, had never taken a penny from the household. In the realm of societal engagements in the capital, the gifts exchanged were numerous and costly, a burden Liu Yueru bore alone. Her grandmother's daily needs were well taken care of, and Liu Yueru had never been stingy. Frequent visits to Yuan Qinglian's quarters had revealed to Song Nanji the significant expenses Liu Yueru incurred to provide for Yuan Qinglian's servants and allowances. Yet, Yuan Qinglian often remarked with envy on Liu Yueru's fortune in becoming the matriarch at such a young age. Compared to other courtyards, Liu Yueru's quarters indeed appeared stark. Observing Song Nanji lost in thought, Liu Yueru inquired, what brings you to Wenhua Pavilion, my husband? As she spoke, she seated herself with a sense of calm. Song Nanji, taking a seat nearby, slowly began, I heard from grandmother that you intend to betroth Qinglian to someone. Liu Yueru replied coolly, is that why you rushed here? Song Nanji fell silent. You seem quite concerned for your cousin, having mentioned it casually to grandmother. Yet you know of it so promptly. Do you perhaps have a suitable candidate in mind? Liu Yueru observed him steadily. Taken aback, Song Nanji stammered. Qinglian has always been by grandmother and aunt. Appo's sighed. She has grown accustomed to it. Hearing of her betrothal to another person has left her somewhat reluctant. Liu Yueru chuckled lightly. There is no need for concern, my husband. I merely mentioned it in passing. Whether or not my cousin marries is ultimately for grandmother to decide. However, I do not wish for outsiders to perceive you as one who favors concubines over a wife, hence my words. Liu Yueru spoke as if it were of no consequence. Song Nanji, perplexed, responded, I have not even taken concubine. How could I be accused of favoring one over my wife? Liu Yueru fixed him with a sharp gaze, her smile enigmatic. Chapter 37. Taking concubine. Song Nanji felt somewhat guilty under Liu Yueru's scrutinizing gaze. Liu Yueru instructed Mama Yin to prepare an additional set of chopsticks and bowls. Yi Tao, suppressing her emotions, remarked, the heir is unaware, but outside, people are saying that Miss Yuan Biao is the heir's concubine brought into the residence. And they even claim that young Master Jean is the offspring of you and the young lady, which has prompted the madam to take such measures to silence the gossip. Yi Tao stood up for Liu Yueru, continuing, the madam considers everything for the heir, working day and night, yet she receives no recognition. Upon hearing this, Song Nanji was alarmed. The implications of the matter were significant. If Liu Yueru and Appo's family were not of noble standing, even if the situation were to be exposed, he could extricate himself unscathed. However, the Liu family was not to be trifled with. Any member could be someone he could not afford to offend. In a fit of anger, Song Nanji exclaimed, who is the gossiping fool who cannot bear to see the whole residence prosper? If I find out who they are, I shall ensure their ruin. Yi Tao grumbled in dissatisfaction. There's no smoke without fire. Liu Yueru, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, quickly interjected, Yi Tao, the tea is cooled. Please fetch a new pot. After Yi Tao left, she slowly spoke, I wish to add a few concubines to my husband and Appo's household. Song Nanji, preoccupied with his intention to elevate Yuan Qilian and Appo's status, firmly refused, I cannot agree to this. Currently, Jingu and Appo's is at a crucial stage of being selected for companionship studies. Bringing in concubines could invite unnecessary troubles and be counterproductive. Yi Tao and Appo's earlier words echoed in his mind. Indeed, there was no smoke without fire. The rumors had already spread, and news traveled swiftly in the capital, soon reaching the ears of the influential. Liu Yueru quietly analyzed the situation. Regardless of Song Nanji's agreement, she continued, why not use the pretext of taking concubines to silence the gossip? With concubines in the household, even if my husband feels overwhelmed, he could send them to the side courtyard, seeing them only a few times a year, thus avoiding any disturbance. As Liu Yueru spoke with a calm demeanor, Song Nanji and Appo's gaze remained fixed upon her. Confused, Liu Yueru inquired, why do you look at me so? In other households, when a husband wishes to take concubines, the main wife is typically displeased. Yet you are different. It seems you are eager to arrange for your husband to take concubines. You may be the first in the capital to do so, Song Nanji remarked. He felt increasingly perplexed by Liu Yueru, as if everything were slipping from his control. Veering off course, Liu Yueru lowered her lashes, gazing at the teacup before her. The whole residence is sparsely populated to endure through the centuries. It is essential for the family line to flourish and thrive for future generations. Acknowledging Liu Yueru and Appo's superior understanding in household management, Song Nanji nodded in agreement. You may arrange it as you see fit. As he rose to leave the Wenhua pavilion without partaking in the meal, he reminded her, take care of your health. I shall allocate next month's allowance to the household. Liu Yueru exchanged glances with Mama Yin. The latter, somewhat pleased, declared, this is indeed good news. A woman's marriage binds her life to her husband and Appo's family. The fortunes of the whole residence are intertwined with the madam and Appo's well-being. Seeing the heir show a hint of awareness and consideration for his wife brought joy to Mama Yin. Should I prepare a few more dishes for the madam? She asked cheerfully. As long as there is enough to eat, Liu Yueru replied lightly, casting a teasing glance at Mama Yin. Mama Yin, beaming, stood by to assist Liu Yueru with her meal. Meanwhile, Liu Yueru quietly contemplated the path ahead, feeling no stirrings of gratitude for Song Nanji's slight change in attitude. Mama Yin, please inquire among the stewardesses to see which families have eligible young women. I wish to select a few for my husband as concubines, Liu Yueru suddenly declared. Madam, just now the air seemed to intend to draw closer to you. Why not wait a little longer? Mama Yan kautioned. Liu Yueru smiled. It is better to act swiftly. I have my reasons. Chapter 38. A joyful countenance. The following day, Chun Jun Kai arrived early at the Ho residence, seeking an audience with Liu Yueru. When Butler Liu approached the Wenhuxuan, Yi Tao was attending to Liu Yueru's grooming. What is it? Liu Yueru inquired, noticing the commotion outside. Madam, it is Butler Liu, who says that Teacher Chun has come to see you, replied Mama He, understanding the purpose of the visit. Liu Yueru responded gently, I see. Please ask Teacher Chun to wait in the reception hall for a moment, and prepare some refreshments to receive him properly. Butler Liu complied and withdrew. When he brought Chun Jun Kai to the reception hall, Liu Yueru, having finished her preparations, hurried over. Teacher Chun, Liu Yueru called out. Chun Jun Kai observed Liu Yueru rise modestly, performing a bow. There is no need for such formalities, Liu Yueru said with a smile. She gestured for Chun Jun Kai to take a seat, and then inquired, have you managed to invite Teacher He? Chun Jun Kai nodded in approval, but wore a slight frown. I have indeed invited him, but He Chunin wishes to meet the child first to see if there is a connection before he agrees to come. Being a scholar, he had his own principles, which Liu Yueru understood. I am uncertain when Teacher He will be available. I can take the child to pay him a visit. Today I happen to be free. I came early to see if the madam has time, Chun Jun Kai mentioned. Although Liu Yueru was the mistress of the Ho residence, she still needed the approval of the elder, Old Madam Song, before going out. I must consult with Old Madam first, Liu Yueru replied. She signaled to Butler Liu to summon Old Madam Song. At that moment, Mama He approached and said, Madam, the eldest young master is here to pay his respects at Wenhuxuan. Liu Yueru nodded. Let him come over. Yes, Mama He answered and withdrew. Before long, Old Madam Song arrived at the reception hall, her heart filled with joy at the prospect of her great-grandson meeting a distinguished teacher. What did Teacher He say? Old Madam Song asked eagerly. Facing Old Madam Song, Chun Jun Kai maintained a neutral expression and replied, Teacher He wishes to meet the child first. If he finds an affinity, he will agree to teach him at the Ho residence. Old Madam Song nodded, as she had already been informed by the servants about Liu Yueru and Amp, Oppo's request. Thinking of Song Shijin, who had not yet had his breakfast, she said, have a meal brought in shortly. After Yueru has eaten, you can take a few people with you to visit Teacher He. Understood, Liu Yueru said calmly. Teacher He valued the child and Oppo's temperament greatly, and under Chun Jun Kai and Oppo's guidance, Song Shijin was well-mannered. With just a little reminder from her, it should not be difficult to persuade Teacher He to come to the Ho residence. Lost in thought, she heard Song Shijin and Oppo's voice. Shijin pays respects to great-grandmother, mother, and Teacher Chun. Everyone nodded gently in acknowledgement. Old Madam Song felt a pang of sympathy for Song Shijin, who had risen too early, as his clothes were somewhat wrinkled and his face not yet washed. She beckoned him closer, saying, Today, your mother will take you to Teacher He's home. Remember to be obedient. Having learned from Liu Yueru and Oppo's lesson the previous day, Song Shijin dared not act unruly before her. He could only nod obediently. Jina Understands. After receiving Old Madam Song's approval, Liu Yueru arranged for Teacher Chun to dine in a side room, while she took Song Shijin back to Wenhuxuan. She crouched down gently to adjust Song Shijin and Oppo's attire, saying, Teacher He is a person who pays attention to detail. When you meet him, remember to speak little and stand quietly to the side. If he asks anything, just answer truthfully. Song Shijin silently absorbed Liu Yueru and Oppo's words, observing her amiable demeanor. He found her far from the harshness described by his biological mother. Instead, Liu Yueru frequently imparted wisdom on how to conduct oneself in the world. In that moment, Song Shijin began to question his birth mother and Oppos. S. Approach. Chapter 39. Speaking on behalf of the matriarch, seeing that Song Shijin remained unresponsive, Liu Yueru rose and asked indifferently, "Did you take note of your mother's words just now?" Song Shijin nodded earnestly, responding obediently, "I remember, mother." Liu Yueru gave a slight nod, cautioning him to heed his mother's advice, stating that whether they could invite Master He to the Marquis residence would depend on his own efforts. A sense of pride washed over Song Shijin. He had always conducted himself according to the arrangements made by his great-grandmother, mother, and father. Now, with his mother emphasizing that the ability to invite a distinguished teacher rested upon his own shoulders, he felt a surge of importance and appreciation from her. A smile blossomed on his round face as he confidently assured her, "Mother, do not worry. I shall be prudent and strive to earn Master He's approval." Liu Yueru refrained from further conversation, observing that the dishes had been arranged on the table. After calling for Song Shijin to wash his hands and partake in the meal, she fell silent. As he sat quietly, bowing his head over the dishes before him, he dared not indulge as he would in the presence of his biological mother. Yet, his fondness for meat caused him to fixate on the untouched braised pork before Liu Yueru, swallowing hard at the sight. This dish had been specially prepared by her. She exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Tao. Although Yi Tao was displeased, she complied and brought the enticing plate of braised pork to Song Shijin's side. "Mother!" Song Shijin exclaimed in a flustered manner, glancing at Liu Yueru. Suddenly recalling the teachings of propriety regarding the silence during meals, he obediently sealed his lips. Mama Yin suppressed a laugh, observing the normally lively Song Shijin, and remarked, "Young master, please eat. This was specially ordered by the madam from the kitchen. But be mindful that consuming such heavy fare in the morning may not be good for your stomach, so do not overindulge." Song Shijin nodded, gazing at the braised pork before him, feeling an indescribable warmth in his heart. As he looked at Liu Yueru again, his perception shifted. Though she appeared aloof and reticent, she genuinely cared for him. After their breakfast, Song Shijin was summoned to the Nanatang, where the old Madam Song earnestly reminded him of various matters and inquired if he had been bullied at Wenhua Pavilion. "My mother treats me very well. I have committed to memory all her admonitions," Song Shijin explained. His words were overheard by Yuan Qinglian, who entered to serve tea. A wave of shock coursed through her. After enduring the hardships of pregnancy and raising him, her son had only just returned to the residence and was already assisting Liu Yueru in her praises. With a discontented expression, she approached the old Madam Song and Song Shijin, placing down the tea and snacks. Upon seeing his biological mother, Song Shijin felt a twinge of guilt and fell silent. His biological mother forbade him from getting too close to his legitimate mother, and especially from speaking favorably of her. The old Madam Song, perceiving the child's inner turmoil, shielded him, saying, "Your legitimate mother is the matriarch of the Marquis household, meticulous and astute in navigating courtly relations. These are qualities you must learn. Recognizing her merits is indeed a testament to her efforts." The old Madam and Oppos' words rendered Yuan Qinglian speechless. Ultimately, she was merely a concubine in the Marquis residence, lacking the stature that Liu Yueru possessed. This realization solidified Yuan Qinglian's resolve to seek recognition from Song Nanji. Meanwhile, Song Shijin, like a child caught in wrongdoing, lowered his head, avoiding Yuan Qinglian and damp, Oppos' gaze. Yuan Qinglian often proclaimed that it was her tireless efforts that nurtured him to adulthood, and now, as the legitimate eldest son of the Marquis residence, it was her doing. Yet, if his mother opposed it, all her endeavors would be in vain. Enough! Jinge should be on his way now. The old Madam Song intended to dismiss Yuan Qinglian. In recent days, she had increasingly recognized the indispensable role Liu Yueru played in managing the household, and her enthusiasm towards Yuan Qinglian had waned. Chapter 40. With hidden intentions, Song Shijin silently followed the old matriarch of the Song family out of the Nanatang. As they passed by Yuan Qinglian, she dared only to cast a furtive glance at her biological mother. However, upon witnessing the fierce glint in her mother's eyes, she quickly averted her gaze, almost fleeing to keep up with the old matriarch. Yuan Qinglian stood rooted in place, trembling with rage, feeling increasingly discontented within her. At that moment, Liu Yueru was making her way to the gate to meet with Master Chun. Yi Tao, unable to comprehend, asked, "Madam, you clearly harbor no fondness for the eldest son. Why then treat him with such kindness?" The image of the plate of braised pork that Song Shijin had devoured that morning caused her heart to ache. Liu Yueru replied in a calm tone, "Neither good nor bad. I merely treat him in the manner he prefers. This life, devoid of concern for his studies, devoid of the need to discipline his habits, and free from the anxiety of him being misled, was certainly much easier." Song Shijin was like a spring. The more he was forced into things he disliked, the stronger his rebellious spirit became. Yet, if he was met with a reprimand followed by a reward, he would obediently heed that person's words. In her previous life, Yuan Qinglian had exploited this weakness, but in this life, she chose to relinquish control, knowing that others would be more anxious than she. Yi Tao, bewildered, thought, what does neither good nor bad mean? All she observed was that the madam still treated the eldest son with kindness. Liu Yueru, noticing her confusion, chuckled softly in time. "You shall understand my intentions." These convoluted strategies were lost on the servant. As long as no one bullied the madam or caused her distress, she cared little for anything else. Yi Tao stated bluntly that she was indifferent to others. Liu Yueru smiled softly, reflecting on her past and present, feeling a warmth in her heart for the two companions who treated her as family. Upon reaching the inner gate of the estate, the old matriarch had already gathered with Song Shijin and Chen Junkai. She instructed the servants to load the gifts onto the carriage. As Master Chun was male, 2 carriages were arranged, accompanied by attending servants and the housekeeper, creating an impressive spectacle. Along the way, Liu Yueru intentionally spread news that they were going to invite Master He Chun in. Once they successfully brought He Chun into who would care about the farcical incidents caused by the heir? The absurdities he had committed would be overshadowed by this event. Thus, the matter of Yin Gu and Amp, Oppos, her studying would remain unaffected. She could also publicly assert that both young masters were receiving education from both Master Chun and Master He. With the support of her second brother, as long as his health improved, a bright future awaited them. Song Shijin shared a carriage with Liu Yueru. Observing his mother lost in thought, he presumed she was worried about him. "Mother, I will be more attentive," Song Shijin whispered. Liu Yueru was pulled back from her reverie by his sudden voice. Gazing at the child she had once cherished deeply, she was reminded of the tragic fate he had inflicted upon her. Her expression hardened, and she spoke in a detached tone. "Do your utmost and leave the rest to fate. Sometimes, success depends on your connection with Master He." "Yes." Song Shijin longed to grow closer to Liu Yueru, yet understood her naturally aloof demeanor, so he refrained from being too intrusive. Liu Yueru caught a glimpse of his expression and found it rather ironic. In the past, she had showered him with affection, yet he had regarded her as an adversary. Now, in her indifferent demeanor, deliberately maintaining distance, he was instead seeking ways to draw nearer to her. Such is human nature. The more elusive something is, the more it is cherished. "Madam, ahead is a narrow mountain path, a bit bumpy. Please hold on tight," reminded Mama Yin, standing by the carriage curtain. "I understand," Liu Yueru replied softly, instinctively reaching out to embrace Song Shijin. Yet, recalling something suddenly, she quickly withdrew her hand, opting instead to grasp the side handle. Chapter 41. The first meeting with teacher, he after traversing the mountain path for the span of half a stick of incense. The group paused not far from a thatched cottage. He Chunin, having lived in seclusion for many years, relished his solitude. Such a grand entourage might indeed displease him. Liu Yueru instructed the others to halt and, accompanied by Song Shijin, alighted from the carriage. After tidying her disheveled hair from the bumpy journey, she proceeded with Song Shijin and her devoted attendant, Yin Mama, following Chen Junkai as they walked forward. Upon reaching the cottage, they found the door firmly locked. Chen Junkai called out into the mountains, "Brother He." His voice echoed through the valley. Soon, a scholarly gentleman emerged from the woods, dressed in simple, unadorned garments, a freshly caught fish in his hand. He Chun and Amp, Oppos, and, accustomed to a life of tranquility amidst nature, exuded an air of casual languor, embodying the serenity of time well spent. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chun Junkai approached with a warm smile. Today, brother, he is fortunate. He Chunin, silent and contemplative, gazed past Chun Junkai, his eyes briefly alighting on Liu Yueru before quickly retracting. Noticing this, Liu Yueru graciously smiled and nodded at the man. Song Shijin quietly observed He Chun and Amp, Oppos, who seemed far less austere than the rumors suggested. Instead, his demeanor was quite agreeable, though he bore a hint of the aloofness characteristic of his mother. He Chun and Oppos, and tossed the fish into a nearby water jar, opened the thatched door, and gestured for Liu Yueru and the others to enter. The humble abode lacked fine tea, but He Chun and Oppos, and poured some for his guests and indicated for them to sit. Yin Mama glanced at the rather rudimentary chairs, contemplating fetching cushions from the carriage, but Liu Yueru stopped her, gracefully taking a seat and sipping the tea poured by He Chun and Oppos, and without any sign of disdain. A few days ago, I mentioned my student, the legitimate son of the Marquis, Song Shijin. I have brought him today to see if he is fated to learn from you, Chun Junkai remarked, gently pushing Song Shijin forward to face He Chunin. With bright, intelligent eyes, Song Shijin appeared sharp and astute. Following Liu Yueru's guidance, he respectfully bowed to He Chunin and stood upright, allowing He Chun and Oppos, and to scrutinize him. Observing Liu Yueru's dignified presence and the inherent integrity of Song Shijin, He Chun and Oppos, and S. heart was enlightened. He is indeed a talent worthy of cultivation, He Chunin remarked lightly. Liu Yueru felt a surge of joy. Thanks to your guidance, Elder He. The Marquis's household will forever cherish this kindness. I have certain conditions for teaching of the Marquis's residence, He Chunin stated plainly. Liu Yueru nodded. Elder He, please speak candidly. He Chunin, preferring straightforwardness, continued. Firstly, I value tranquility. I request a serene courtyard with a garden for growing vegetables. And I do not require any servants to be assigned to me. That is easily arranged, Liu Yueru replied. Seeing her agreement, He Chun and Oppos, and proceeded, secondly, I have no tolerance for deceitful behavior. Should a child exhibit such traits, I will not hesitate to impose punishment. If one cannot endure hardship, they should abandon such notions early on. Studying is, after all, a rigorous endeavor. Only through enduring hardship can one rise above. I trust that Jean Eyre possesses this determination. After He Chunin finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Song Shijin for confirmation. Feeling respected, Song Shijin's spirits soared, and he confidently declared, I will not disappoint my teacher and Oppos' expectations. Encouraged by this earnest response, He Chun and Oppos, and resolved, you shall return today. I will come to the Marquis and Oppos' residence to impart my teachings tomorrow. Very well. We shall seek a suitable courtyard for Elder He upon our return, Liu Yueru said as she stood, instructing Yin Mama to place the gifts down. Additionally, she left a booklet containing an invitation and details regarding He Chun and Oppos' remuneration and conditions for teaching. With these arrangements made, Liu Yueru and her party finally departed from He Chun and Oppos' thatch cottage. Chapter 42. Yuan Qinglian and Oppos' descent into madness in the side courtyard of Nanshitong. Yunju hurriedly rushed into Yuan Qinglian and Oppos' room. Cousin, something terrible has happened, she exclaimed, almost losing her balance as she entered. Yuan Qinglian, already troubled, snapped irritably. I am perfectly fine. Do not come here to hurl curses at me. Yunju steadied herself, panting cautiously, confused by the sudden harshness of her usually gentle cousin, who often referred to her as a sister. She knelt and replied, I spoke thoughtlessly in my haste. What is the matter? Yuan Qinglian asked, her temper barely contained. It is the matrons in the front courtyard discussing the Madam and Oppos' intention to find a concubine for the heir. Mama Yin has even instructed the other matrons to inquire which families have suitable young women. It is said that the madam intends to select a concubine for the heir in the coming days. Yunju whispered, sharing the news she had overheard. What? Yuan Qinglian exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table as she stood up. Is this matter being handled solely by the madam, or is the heir aware and complicit? She inquired, clinging to a shred of hope. Yunju lowered her head, hesitating to answer. Yuan Qinglian, sensing the truth, pressed her, speak. Is it the heir and amp? Amp? Oppose? As consent? Yes. The madam only proceeded with the heir and oppose. As approval. Yunju stammered. Yuan Qinglian collapsed back in her seat, her face as pale as a sheet. Seeing her distress, Yunju rushed forward to support her. Cousin, are you all right? Get out. All of you just leave. Yuan Qinglian, in a frenzy of despair and anger, shoved Yunju aside and flung the tea dregs from the table at her. Yunju gasped, tears streaming down her face from the pain. Yet, Yuan Qinglian, in a fit of rage, seized her collar and shook her, crying out, Do you also find me pitiable? A discarded woman, unworthy of even your regard? Yunju was terrified by Yuan Qinglian's frantic demeanor, having never encountered such a situation while serving the heir. Desperately shaking her head, she pleaded, Cousin, I do not. You misunderstand me. What does it mean that the heir has agreed to take a concubine? What am I to him now? Yuan Qinglian, clinging to the last vestiges of hope, interrogated Yunju. Yunju, on the verge of fainting from fear, trembled uncontrollably, observing the commotion. The maidens from the outer courtyard hurried to summon the heir. When Song Nanji arrived, he found Yuan Qinglian sitting among the scattered fragments, her spirit dejected, evoking deep sympathy. Yunju, cornered and trembling, dared to rise only when the heir beckoned her to approach. Once the servants had left, Song Nanji gently lifted her from the ground, soothingly asking, Why do you torment yourself so? Yuan Qinglian relentlessly struck him with her fists. Allowing her to vent her frustrations, Song Nanji embraced her once her anger subsided. Asking softly, Does it hurt? Yuan Qinglian, her beauty marred by tears, looked like a weeping pear blossom, making it difficult for Song Nanji to bear. Why did you agree to take a concubine? What place do I have in your heart now? She demanded, her eyes red with grief. Song Nanji elucidated Liu Yu's intentions to Yuan Qinglian, yet she remained unconvinced. Did you not often say that as the matriarch my sister has her ways? Why must you now sacrifice yourself for this? At a loss for how to explain the gravity of the situation, Song Nanji patiently reassured her, I promise you, even if I take a concubine, I will not touch her. She will merely be a new servant in the household, helping with menial tasks. Realizing that Song Nanji and Amp, Oppo's, concubinage was inevitable, Yuan Qinglian reluctantly conceded, Remember what you promised. If you cannot uphold it, I will take Jingu and Amp, Oppo's, and leave the Marquis' residence. And we shall live together, relying solely on each other. Chapter 43. A heavy heart Song Nanji remained silent, acutely aware that the position of the Marquis was precarious, and matters were far from as simple as they appeared. After suffering several setbacks recently, he found himself the subject of hushed ridicule from his peers during court sessions. Should the affair between them be revealed, it would solidify the accusation of favoring a concubine over a wife. Even if Liu Yueru endeavored to salvage the situation, she would ultimately be powerless against the whispers that would circulate. At present, the provisions and comforts provided to you by the Marquis adhere to the customs reserved for young ladies of the household, and you are still able to live well within these confines. Song Nanji finally spoke after a prolonged silence. Yuan Qinglian was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a heart full of grievance. Husband, I have never desired such things. I only wish for our family to be united. Even the simplest fare would suffice for me. Faced with Yuan Qinglian and Amp, Oppo's, tears, Song Nanji felt a sudden surge of frustration. He recalled Liu Yueru and Amp, Oppo's, cold demeanor. Despite the difficulties faced by the Marquis, she persevered through the trials, always speaking of matters beneficial to his career and the state. Previously, he had deemed her existence dull and burdensome, but today he began to comprehend the depth of her intentions. Realizing how strained her circumstances were for his sake, he felt a pang of guilt. Do you understand? A life of deprivation is not easy to endure. Jingu is now the legitimate heir of the Marquis. Do not mention taking him away lightly, Song Nanji asserted firmly. Over the years, he had been tender and accommodating towards Yuan Qinglian. a demeanor she had only witnessed once before. Yuan Qinglian, taken aback, immediately softened. I fear that if you find a new love, you might forget both me and Jingu. Listening to her words only deepened Song Nanji's vexation. Take good care of yourself. I have matters to attend to and shall return another day, he said, rising and heading towards the Nanchi Hall. Yuan Qinglian gazed blankly at Song Nanji's retreating figure, uncertain of what she had said to provoke such a response. Upon arriving at the Nanchi Hall, Song Nanji found Liu Yueru returning with Song Shijin to visit the matriarch. Song Shijin, having gained the approval of Master He, could not conceal the joy on his face upon seeing the matriarch and Song Nanji. After bowing respectfully, he exclaimed, "Great-grandmother, father, Master He has agreed to teach at our residence. Excellent. I always said Jingu was exceptionally bright and charming. It is no surprise he has won the favor of such a teacher." The matriarch praised generously, neglecting to mention Liu Yueru and Appos as contribution. Feeling somewhat bashful, Song Shijin scratched his head and turned to Liu Yueru, saying, "It is thanks to Mother and everyone in Appos' guidance that I could successfully invite Master He to our home." Song Nanji looked at Liu Yueru, who stood quietly to one side with a weary expression, and remarked, "You have worked hard." Liu Yueru was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly. "It is my duty. With this matter settled, you need not worry about gossip during court sessions. This is indeed a momentous occasion." The matriarch, beaming with delight, spoke with newfound vigor. "I wonder if those people will dare to mock our marquis in the future, now that even a figure like Master He has come to impart his knowledge. Truly, our ancestors are watching over us, ensuring the prosperity of our household." Song Nanji felt a weight lifted from his heart. If Jingu successfully entered the palace as a companion reader, he too would have the opportunity to hold his head high before his colleagues. Liu Yueru observed their jubilant expressions with a sense of irony. In her excitement, the matriarch finally asked, "Did Master He have any excessive demands upon returning to the fold?" Liu Yueru recounted Master He and Appos' stipulations to the matriarch. "Is that all?" The matriarch replied, somewhat incredulous. "Yes, daughter-in-law shall take her leave now to prepare the Lanting Pavilion for Master He. It is tranquil there and has a vegetable garden." Liu Yueru, wishing to avoid lingering, made her excuse to depart. Song Nanji noted the time and promptly said, "There is nothing pressing today. I shall accompany you." Chapter 44. A comprehensive strategy. Liu Yueru turned back, perplexed, to glance at Song Nanji. "I can manage on my own," she asserted. Song Nanji, amused yet somewhat irritated by her wary demeanor, replied, "I am your husband. I shall go wherever I please." Without regard for Liu Yueru's consent, he strode ahead confidently. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Yuan Qinglian, who tightened her grip on the handkerchief she held. Yunju, still shaken, softly cautioned, "Cousin, I've heard that the eldest young master has invited teacher He." Yuan Qinglian composed herself and made her way to the matriarch, Song Laofurin. Yi Tao observed Song Nanji, who persistently trailed after her mistress, and muttered discontentedly, "I wonder what has gotten into the air," insisting on following the mistress around. Liu Yueru furrowed her brow in agreement. Mama Yin shot a disapproving glance at Yi Tao, warning her in hushed tones, "Mind your words. Do not speak nonsense here." Yi Tao, pouting, regarded Song Nanji with palpable hostility. "He doesn't come for good. The last time he clung to the mistress, it was to persuade her to take the eldest young master under her wing, securing him as the legitimate heir. The mistress is soft-hearted. Who knows what trouble the heir is brewing now? If she impulsively agrees again, it will only lead to her own distress." Yi Tao watched Song Nanji with vigilant eyes. Song Nanji, perceptive enough, noticed the prejudices and resentment emanating from both Yi Tao and Mama Yin. "I am not a ferocious beast that would cause harm to your mistress," he quipped, albeit with a hint of resignation. Yi Tao's gaze remained fixated on Liu Yueru, convinced that the heir was far more deceptive than any wild creature. "Only a few servants are needed to tidy up the courtyard. You should return home first," Liu Yueru suggested, feeling a sense of aversion towards Song Nanji as well, urging him once more. Realizing that he was unwelcome, Song Nanji relented. "I just remembered that I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Yi Tao immediately responded, "Safe travels. No need to see you off." It was only after Song Nanji's figure faded into the distance that Yi Tao remarked, "Mistress, if the heir brings up any unreasonable requests again, you must not acquiesce." Liu Yueru chuckled softly, recalling how naive she had once been. Seeing her demeanor, Yi Tao felt an urgent need to stress, "Mistress, I speak earnestly. You must not act foolishly again. You must consider the young master, even if not for yourself." Liu Yueru recognized Yi Tao's genuine concern and quelled her laughter, replying earnestly, "Rest assured, I shall not be foolish again." With Liu Yueru's assurance, Yi Tao finally felt at ease. "Ah, mistress, I truly admire your current disposition," Yi Tao exclaimed with delight. Mama Yin also felt genuine joy from the bottom of her heart. Suddenly, Liu Yueru recalled that she had instructed Yi Tao to search in Yin Gui'er's courtyard a few days prior. "Did you discover anything amiss during your visit?" she inquired gently. Yi Tao shook her head. "Only ordinary items, nothing particularly unusual." However, after some thought, she added that a coarse maidservant in the young master and Appo's courtyard had behaved oddly, watching her with intent whenever she approached the young master's room. She remained uncertain if it was merely her imagination. Nothing out of the ordinary? Liu Yueru's brow furrowed slightly. Yi Tao reiterated her observations about the maidservant. "Keep a close watch on that maid. Ascertain with whom she frequently associates, and discreetly inquire about her family," Liu Yueru instructed. Yi Tao nodded in agreement. Yet, Liu Yueru remained burdened with thoughts. It appeared they had executed their plans flawlessly. The medicinal concoction given to Yin Gui'er posed no issues. And no matter how thoroughly she investigated, she found nothing amiss. It seemed that they had indeed devised a foolproof strategy from the very beginning. Chapter 45. Lanting Pavilion. The Lanting Pavilion was swiftly tidied up by the servants. Liu Yueru furnished it with some elegant, understated furniture and replenished the necessary gardening tools to ensure that the esteemed teacher would find comfort in his residence. Liu Yueru specifically arranged for a small kitchen and essential dining and cooking utensils to be set up in the pavilion. The Lanting Pavilion comprised 3 rooms, one designated as a bedroom, a larger one transformed into a study equipped with 3 sets of desks and chairs along with study materials, and a last reserved for accommodating young gentlemen should they require overnight lodging due to disciplinary measures. On the teacher's writing desk, Liu Yueru placed several rulers of varying sizes. Once all arrangements were completed, she returned to Wenhua Pavilion, satisfied. Upon her return, Mama Yin promptly instructed the servants to prepare the meal, urging, "Madam, please eat something quickly." Liu Yueru washed her hands in the basin brought by Mama Yin, feeling somewhat hungry. After partaking in lunch, she lay down and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Not long after, a managing matron arrived at Wenhua Pavilion. Noticing her presence, Mama Yin quietly inquired, "Madam is just settled down. Might I ask if something has occurred within the household?" The managing matron glanced toward Liu Yueru and Appo's bedroom and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It is nothing urgent. It concerns the matter of the young master taking a concubine. Several suitable candidates have been identified, and I wish to inquire when the madam and the young master might meet them, so that the young ladies may prepare in advance." Mama Yin nodded in understanding. "I see. The madam has been busy outside and has only just returned. Please come back later regarding this matter." The managing matron had no choice but to acquiesce. "I shall take my leave for now. Please inform the madam when convenient, and I shall return later." With that, Mama Yin sent her away, hoping to avoid any further disturbances to Liu Yueru's afternoon nap, and took a seat beneath the large tree outside Wenhua Pavilion. As the gentle spring breeze blew and the sounds of insects filled the air, Liu Yueru awoke after a while, feeling refreshed after her long absence from afternoon slumber. She changed her attire and opened the door to find Mama Yin stationed at the entrance like a sentinel. Liu Yueru, Kuden, and Appo's helped but chuckle. "What are you doing there, Mama Yin?" Not wishing to cause Liu Yueru any concern, Mama Yin replied with a feigned innocence, "Madam, I was merely basking in the warmth." Liu Yueru chose not to press the matter further and teased, "I am curious to know what is so special about this place that it can keep you seated for so long." Hearing the commotion, Yi Tao brought a chair from inside and placed it beneath the tree. Once Liu Yueru sat down, She felt at ease and suddenly mused. If we were to set up a stone table here, enjoying snacks and sipping osmanthus tea, how delightful would that be? She glanced at a nearby rough branch and added, moreover, we should arrange for a swing. It would serve as a lovely retreat in the summer. Mama Yin diligently noted Liu Yueru's suggestions, promising to find someone to implement her ideas later. At that moment, the managing matron returned to Wenhua Pavilion. Madam, she greeted Liu Yueru with a formal bow. What brings you here, Mama? Liu Yueru inquired with humility. I have come regarding the selection of concubines for the young master. We have nearly finalized the candidates and wish to consult with you about when to arrange a meeting, the managing matron explained. Liu Yueru pondered the recent events and replied, I shall be visiting the estate tomorrow at dusk. It would be prudent for the young ladies to come there. This way, we can accomplish both tasks efficiently. The managing matron promptly agreed. Understood. I shall bring the suitable young ladies to the estate tomorrow. Grateful for the clarity of purpose, the managing matron departed. Madam, do you truly intend to find a concubine for the young master? Mama Yin asked, perplexed. She observed the young master's recent endeavors to draw closer to Liu Yueru and believed it to be a positive development, yet felt it curious that Liu Yueru would consider diverting him toward another. With an air of detachment, Liu Yueru smiled lightly. It is an inevitable matter for my husband to take a concubine, if I do not facilitate the selection of a few suitable candidates. I fear it may be rumored that I am incapable of accepting a concubine. It is better to take the initiative. Chapter 46. A fiery heart. Madam Yin observed that her mistress, Liu Yueru, had made up her mind and chose not to press the matter further. Yi Tao, however, found joy in the prospect of the heir marrying several concubines, thus keeping him too occupied to plot against his wife. Of course, these treasonous thoughts were too audacious for Yi Tao to voice. She could only silently wish that her mistress would find several suitable young ladies. The following day, He Chen arrived at the Marquis's residence in the company of Chun Jun Kai, as agreed. To underscore his respect for Master He, Song Nanji took the unprecedented step of requesting a leave of absence. Moreover, the old matriarch of the Song family made a special effort to greet them, even setting off firecrackers at the gate as a gesture of welcome. The news of their invitation to the illustrious He Chen and to serve as a private tutor spread quickly, drawing a crowd outside the Marquis's residence. The atmosphere was lively, with onlookers praising Liu Yueru for her managerial prowess and deeming it a blessing for the Marquis's household. Ignoring the chatter, Liu Yueru welcomed He Chen in, saying, After such a long journey, you must be weary. Indeed, He Chen replied with understated politeness. Liu Yueru led him directly to the Lan Ting Pavilion. As He Chen and Chun Jun Kai surveyed the elegant arrangement of the pavilion, their admiration for Liu Yueru deepened. It was remarkable for a woman to be so thoroughly competent in all matters. He Chen and oppose. As astonishment grew as he noticed the array of disciplinary implements on the table. Liu Yueru not only ensured that his basic needs were met, but also prepared the necessary tools to alleviate any psychological burden he might face. Madam, I am but a nameless junior, and yet you have gone to such lengths. I find the Lan Ting Pavilion to my liking, He Chen praised, his words rare and sincere. You flatter me. As long as Master He finds comfort here and educates our children well, our household will be eternally grateful. Liu Yueru replied humbly. After arranging the pavilion, she deemed it inappropriate to linger further and took her leave. The old matriarch of the Song family followed Liu Yueru out of the pavilion, her mind preoccupied with the various implements displayed. You heir, why do you set out so many implements? She inquired. Liu Yueru chuckled inwardly, realizing that the old matriarch was already concerned about her beloved great-grandson being bullied, even before He Chen and had settled in. With a calm demeanor, she replied, Master He has mentioned that as long as the students do not resort to cheating or trickery, no matter how many implements there are, they shall not touch the boy. Grandmother often says that Jingu heir is quite bright. I trust he will study diligently and fulfill his role as the legitimate heir of the Marquis's household. Liu Yueru recounted the matriarch's past words. The old matriarch fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet she was well aware of Jingu heir's lively nature and propensity for laziness. fearing that it would not be long before He Chun and Indapos implements would come into play. Reflecting on this, the old matriarch lamented, "Is there any way to persuade Master He to refrain from using the implements and adopt a different approach?" Liu Yueru smirked, resolutely rejecting the notion. "That is not permissible. Master He has made it clear that we cannot interfere with his educational methods. If grandmother wishes to spare Jingu heir from hardship, we could simply hire an ordinary tutor. He may teach as he pleases, even if that means rising late and studying at noon." Liu Yueru spoke without reservation, her candor causing the old matriarch's expression to darken. The matriarch had not anticipated such a lack of deference from Liu Yueru. Unperturbed by the matriarch's displeasure, Liu Yueru continued, "Grandmother, those who pursue knowledge value the importance of keeping one's word. Now that Master He has arrived, asking me to renegotiate terms would render even the most capable daughter-in-law powerless to retain a selfless and esteemed teacher. Grandmother was merely expressing a thought. It need not be taken to heart," the old matriarch retorted, feeling her pride wounded. Liu Yueru nodded in acknowledgement, performing a courteous bow before departing. "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." As the old matriarch watched Liu Yueru and Apos' indifferent demeanor, her frustration grew, her heart burdened with worry. Chapter 47. Failing to cherish Madame Chen approached and gently patted the old lady Song and Apos' back, soothingly remarking, "Madam, your words hold truth. It is indeed no small feat to invite teacher He, who prides himself on his integrity. Furthermore, this endeavor has salvaged the heir and Apos' unfavorable circumstances outside." In her heart, Madame Chun was astute. She had long been aware of He Chun and Apos' reputation. He was typically of a gentle disposition, yet he bore a sense of responsibility that rendered him unafraid of offending his patrons. Every student he had previously taught had risen to prominence. Old Lady Song sighed softly. "Very well. Who can blame Nanji for her lack of ambition, which has only emboldened her arrogance?" However, Madame Chun held a differing opinion. She believed that Liu Yueru's contributions to the marquisate were evident to all, yet both the old lady and the heir failed to appreciate them, resulting in the present indifference towards her. As a servant, she dared not speak ill of her masters. Suddenly, old Lady Song recalled something and turned to Madame Chun. "In a few days, it will be Jean Gur's birthday. Let us seize this opportunity to have you make the arrangements and invite Prince Jean as well." A shadow flickered in her eyes at the thought of Yen Gur, who was still recuperating at the Liu residence. She was acutely aware of the Liu family's intentions. Given Liu Yueru and Apos' recent attitude towards the marquisate, even without managing affairs directly, she understood that they sought to place Yen Gu and Apos' in the palace for companionship. Only by completely extinguishing Liu Yueru's ambitions could she pave the way wholeheartedly for Jean Gur. Madame Chun felt somewhat troubled. Organizing a banquet required extensive preparations, and with only 3 days remaining, she feared the lady might be overwhelmed. It may be somewhat challenging for the old lady to arrange this on such short notice, she expressed with concern. Old Lady Song, unperturbed by her lack of management, simply stated, "Tell her, she will undoubtedly manage it." Thus, Madame Chun had no choice but to comply and sought someone to inform Liu Yueru of the matter. Meanwhile, the steward prepared a carriage for Liu Yueru. The group set off early to the farmland, but instead of heading directly to the marquisate's estate, Liu Yueru visited several parcels of prime land included in her dowry. It was the spring season, and she intended to plant durable vegetables to store in the cellar for sale during the winter months when prices would be significantly higher. She shared her plans with Madame Yen, who, upon reaching the estate, communicated Liu Yueru's intentions to the foreman, who duly noted them. After arranging matters at her farmland, the group proceeded to the marquisate's estate. They arrived just as dusk began to settle. "The lady has arrived," Madame Yen reminded. Liu Yueru lifted a corner of the carriage curtain and observed a throng gathered outside the estate gate. The women, all elegantly adorned, appeared strikingly beautiful. Eager to escape servitude, their parents hoped they might be selected as concubines for the marquisate. Among the crowd, Liu Yueru spotted a young woman in a pale blue dress. She possessed a charming visage and lively eyes, which perfectly matched the heiress' preferences. Once they alighted from the carriage, Liu Yueru instructed Madame Yin, "Bring that young woman over." Following Liu Yueru's gaze, Madame Yin approached the girl in the pale blue dress and said, "This young lady has been summoned by the lady." The girl hesitated momentarily, but soon stepped forward from the crowd, graciously kneeling before Liu Yueru. "I pay my respects to the lady." Liu Yueru's eyes fell upon the young woman's slightly calloused middle finger, prompting her to inquire, "Please rise." The foreman approached promptly. "This is the youngest daughter of the Fong family, Fong Kuei." Liu Yueru then asked, "Does Miss Fong know how to read?" Fong Kuei humbly replied, "I am but a simple maid and know only a few characters." Liu Yueru, satisfied, exchanged a knowing glance with Madame Yin. Chapter 48. An unripe fruit is not sweet. Mother Yin understood the situation and took Fong Kuei to the side room to wait. Liu Yueru began to sift through the crowd, searching for a bright and flamboyant woman. She found one who seemed suitable. The housekeeper, upon hearing this, promptly approached and brought Zhao Weiyun, dressed in a water-red gown, before Liu Yueru. "This servant pays her respects to the lady," Zhao Weiyun said as she stepped forward to bow. Liu Yueru observed the rebellious spark in her eyes and felt a sense of satisfaction. This individual would undoubtedly assist her in the future. Although Liu Yueru initially intended to find a few more concubines, her search yielded no suitable candidates, leading her to abandon the quest. After inquiring about the estate situation from the steward, Liu Yueru gracefully entered the side room. Inside, two individuals awaited her arrival, and upon seeing her, they all bowed in greeting. No need for excessive formality. Liu Yueru gestured for them to rise. She settled into a nearby chair and inquired, "Did the housekeeper inform you why you were summoned to the estate today?" Zhao Weiyun, straightforward by nature, promptly replied, "It is regarding the young master's intention to take concubines." Fong Kuei, somewhat shy, stood to the side. "Indeed, although I have chosen you, I wish to ask if you are willing to return with me to serve as the young master and damp Oppos as concubines," Liu Yueru asked gently. The two women knelt and bowed their heads, expressing their gratitude. To enter the Marquis and Amp Oppos' residence as concubines is something we could scarcely dream of. Fong Kuei, overwhelmed with emotion, reddened and knelt, saying, "Thank you, lady, for your kindness. This servant shall serve you diligently in the future." "That is unnecessary. My expectations of you are modest. Just take good care of the young master and assist with the household affairs," Liu Yueru stated plainly. Zhao Weiyun discreetly observed Liu Yueru, perceiving her serene, dignified demeanor, devoid of the commanding presence typical of a matriarch. The maids and housekeepers nearby appeared amiable, leading Zhao Weiyun to believe that as long as they behaved, they could enjoy a comfortable life under the lady's guidance. "We shall serve with utmost dedication and follow your commands in all matters," they replied in unison. "Rise now, go inform your families, and prepare your belongings. We shall return to the residence together today," Liu Yueru concluded, saying no more. The two women bowed several times before departing. Mother Yin, with a hint of concern, remarked, "Lady, the women you have chosen are all quite beautiful. I fear the young master may." She left her thought unfinished. Liu Yueru replied with a gentle smile, "It matters not. The purpose is to take concubines for my husband. If they are not pleasing to his eye, how can the lineage of the Marquis prosper?" Mother Yin looked at Liu Yueru with a sense of helplessness, sensing that the lady seemed intent on pushing the young master away. She wished to say more, but Yi Tao interjected, "In my opinion, the lady should seek out more young women for the young master, providing him with some distractions, so he does not come to plot against us in the Wenhua Pavilion." Mother Yin, exasperated, poked Yi Tao's forehead, saying, "What do you know, you little rascal?" "Oh dear, Mother Yin, that hurts." "You show no concern for me at all." Yi Tao feigned indignation, causing a light-hearted commotion. Liu Yueru quietly watched the playful banter between Mother Yin and Yi Tao, her smile unwavering. When she saw Mother Yin about to pinch Yi Tao and Oppos' ear, she interjected, "All right, Yi Tao has a point. An unripe fruit is not sweet. The young master has no interest in me, so why should I force it? Life is peaceful now, and I find joy in that," Liu Yueru said slowly. Mother Yin sensed a tranquil aura emanating from Liu Yueru, feeling less fatigued than before, and thus refrained from further comments, simply advising, "As long as the lady is happy, that is what matters." Chapter 49. Concerns of Mother Yin. Liu Yueru comprehended Mother Yin and Oppos as apprehensions. A woman's marriage signifies her lifelong allegiance to her husband, and the prevailing influence of stringent feudal customs has rendered the situation even more dire. To date, no woman has successfully divorced her husband, save for those whose transgressions have been egregious enough to warrant dismissal. Once a woman departs from her marital home, even in the absence of any wrongdoing, she is invariably subjected to societal scorn, often leading to tragic conclusions. Mother Yin was primarily distressed that their family might drift further apart from the young master. However, Liu Yueru held a differing opinion, believing that the mutual respect shared was indeed fitting. Furthermore, within the Duke and Oppos' residence, she would undoubtedly require assistance. Yet, Mother Yin could not fathom. Lady Zhao Weiyin appeared far from easy to manage. Once selected, would she not present obstacles in the future? Liu Yueru waved her hand dismissively, asserting that it was precisely Lady Zhao's disposition that she valued. Such a person possesses lofty ambitions, and with proper guidance, she could indeed rise to the occasion. After a moment of contemplation, she added, Miss Fong is far more gentle and literate. I envision her managing the accounts. If the two of them can collaborate effectively, the Duke's household will surely be well organized. Mother Yin was taken aback, her surprise manifesting as she grasped Liu Yueru and Oppos' hand in a flustered manner. Madam, what are your intentions? Liu Yueru was momentarily startled, unprepared for such a reaction. Once Mother Yin regained her composure, she realized her breach of decorum and quickly released her grip, apologizing. I beg your pardon. I was overly anxious. Liu Yueru, dismissing the incident, reassured her, Mother Yin, you have watched me grow since my childhood. After my mother passed, I have regarded you as my own. Over the years, I have been immensely grateful for your and Yi Tao and Oppos' care. When we are alone, there is no need for excessive formality. Both Mother Yin and Yi Tao's eyes glistened with emotion, feeling fortunate to serve such a commendable young mistress. However, Mother Yin suddenly sensed that Liu Yueru was contemplating something monumental, a notion too grand for her to even entertain. Gazing into Liu Yueru and Oppos' resolute eyes, the myriad of words in her heart coalesced into a singular sentiment. Whatever path you choose, I shall stand by you. Very well, Liu Yueru nodded, sharing a smile with Mother Yin. Yi Tao, puzzled, observed the unusual expression on Mother Yin and Oppos' face and could not help but inquire, Madam, what secret language are you two speaking? Nothing of consequence, Mother Yin replied with a chuckle. Then I shan't pry, Yi Tao retorted, feigning indifference. Liu Yueru instructed Mother Yin to select a few more astute young maids from the estate. It was nearly time to return to the residence. Fong Kuei and Zhao Weiyin swiftly bid farewell to their families, gathering their belongings to head back to the estate. At that moment, Liu Yueru awaited by the roadside, having arranged for an additional carriage for the young master and Oppos' future concubines. Zhao Weiyin was the first to enter the carriage, followed closely by Fong Kuei. Zhao Weiyin, accustomed to mingling with older women, was somewhat informed about the affairs of the Duke's residence. She glanced at Fong Kuei, who sat silently across from her, and asked, What is your name? Fong Kuei slowly lifted her gaze, presenting an air of delicate charm, the kind that invokes a protective instinct. I am Fong Kuei. You may call me Wei Wei, she replied softly. Zhao Weiyin chuckled lightly. With your appearance, I fear you shall be thoroughly taken advantage of once you enter the Duke's residence. I am Zhao Weiyin. I believe I am your elder, so how about calling me Sister Wei? Instantly, Fong Kuei felt less intimidated, Sister Wei. In the future, we are all to serve under the madam. Attending to the young master is secondary, Zhao Weiyin remarked perceptively. Fong Kuei regarded her with confusion. Zhao Weiyin continued, Do not be deceived by the young master and Oppos' position as the male head of the household. It is the madam who oversees all matters. Furthermore, she hails from a scholarly family, and the steward is quite capable. Thus, if we wish for a prosperous life ahead, we must first align ourselves with the madam and Oppos' expectations. Do not misplace your trust. Fong Kuei nodded, her understanding still tentative. Chapter 50. Reaching consensus, she was perplexed as to why Zhao Weiyun chose to share these thoughts with her, inquiring, "Are you not afraid that I may vie for your favor?" Zhao Weiyun scoffed lightly. A concubine is merely a more agreeable term than a servant. In the end, if one finds themselves isolated within the Duke and Appo's residence, life would be no better than that of a commoner. The matter of favor is insignificant. A man's aspirations lie in grand pursuits, not within the confines of the inner chambers. Ultimately, household affairs are dictated by the matriarch. Should a concubine prove disobedient, she can simply be replaced. Zhao Weiyun spoke eloquently. Though she had not received formal education, she had often listened to the discourses of the women around her, thus naturally grasping the inherent laws governing the household. Fang Kawai concurred with Zhao Weiyun and Appo's sentiments. Moreover, the lady appeared to be striking in appearance, with a kind demeanor, suggesting she was not one to create difficulties for others. As long as they adhered to the rules, it was believed the lady would not impose hardships upon them. "Thank you for your reminder, Sister Wei." Fang Kawai expressed her gratitude toward Zhao Weiyun. The two reached a mutual understanding for peaceful coexistence. "We are inherently different in character. Let us not allow matters concerning the heir to disrupt our harmony henceforth," Zhao Weiyun said with satisfaction. Suddenly recalling something, she added, "I have also heard that the Duke and Appo's cousin has a rather remarkable background. We ought to remain cautious in her presence." Fang Kawai nodded emphatically. Having heard the rumors circulating about the Duke's residence, and was well aware of the situation. As they conversed, the carriage approached the gates of the Duke's residence. However, it was deemed inappropriate for the future concubine of the heir to enter through the main entrance. Liu Yueru instructed Mama Yin to steer the carriage towards the side entrance. Upon their return to the residence, Liu Yueru first settled them in a courtyard near Wenhua Pavilion. "For now, make yourselves comfortable. After you tidy up, I will take you to meet the old matriarch later," Liu Yueru instructed. She glanced at Zhao Weiyun and said, "The old matriarch prefers simplicity, so when you change, choose a plain outfit." "Understood, madam," Zhao Weiyun replied. Fang Kawai then inquired, "Madam, what should I be mindful of?" Liu Yueru smiled gently. "You're doing just fine as you are." Zhao Weiyun recognized that Liu Yueru intended to assist them, aiming to ensure they left a favorable impression on Elder Madame Song. "We shall heed your advice," Fang Kawai responded respectfully. "Once you have met the old matriarch, I will make arrangements to further organize your courtyard. For the time being, we shall accommodate you here," Liu Yueru advised. Being assigned to such a separate courtyard was already a significant improvement for them, far more comfortable than their previous arrangement of sharing a cramped space with several servants. Additionally, this courtyard was conveniently situated close to Liu Yueru, and Zhao Weiyun had no desire to relocate. The two obediently expressed their gratitude. "We thank you, madam." Liu Yueru nodded slightly, permitting them to begin their preparations. She summoned Mama Yin, instructing her, "Please find a tutor for etiquette. They should learn the courtesies of the Duke and Appo's residence to avoid causing offense or creating a spectacle." "Yes, madam," Mama Yin replied before departing to make arrangements. After a long day of errands, Liu Yueru returned to Wenhua Pavilion feeling somewhat fatigued. She reclined in a rocking chair within her chamber, saying, "Yi Tao, I shall rest for a while. Call for me if anything arises." Yi Tao, with concern, covered Liu Yueru with a light blanket, urging, "Please rest well. I will call you when dinner is ready." Liu Yueru closed her eyes and soon drifted into slumber. Yi Tao quietly exited the room. Upon hearing that Liu Yueru had returned, Mama Chen hurried to Wenhua Pavilion without delay. Just as Yi Tao secured Liu Yueru's door, she turned to find Mama Chen approaching with a beaming smile. "Mama Chen, why are you sneaking up behind me?" Yi Tao asked with irritation. Mama Chen pointed towards Liu Yueru and Appo's chamber and inquired, "The old servant has matters to discuss with the lady. Would you be so kind as to help me notify her?" Chapter 51. Preparing the banquet. Yi Tao disregarded Chun Mama's presence, grumbling, "The madam has been busy all day and has only just fallen asleep. Matters can wait until later." Chun Mama, however, wore a troubled expression. "If we delay any longer, it may be too late." "What is it?" Yi Tao, concerned that important matters might be overlooked, inquired. It is the old lady's wish for the madam to prepare a birthday banquet for young Master Jean in the coming days. And she also wants the madam to invite Prince Jean, Chen Mama said, growing increasingly uneasy. As she raised her gaze again, Yi Tao's countenance darkened. Her eyes, filled with fury, seemed ready to devour Chen Mama. Observing her distress, Chen Mama hastily retreated, cheerfully stating, "This matter will be left to you, Miss Yi. I shall take my leave now." With that, Chen Mama swiftly exited the Wenhua pavilion. Yi Tao struggled to calm her tumultuous emotions. Those wretches were treating the madam like a mere servant, demanding a banquet without prior notice. Were they not making things difficult? When Yin Mama returned and saw Yi Tao and Appo's reddened eyes, she gasped, "What has happened? They are being excessively tyrannical." Yi Tao exclaimed in frustration. "Calm down. What is the matter?" Yin Mama consoled her, then continued, "Where is madam?" "She is resting inside." Yi Tao lowered her voice. "Since madam is fine, why are you in tears? You're causing me to misinterpret." Yin Mama gently admonished. Yi Tao, recalling Chen Mama and Appo's words, felt a surge of anger. The old lady has ordered the madam to prepare the eldest young master and Appo's birthday banquet in just 2 days and to invite Prince Jean, who in the capital is not aware of how difficult it is to invite the prince. How can they act so presumptuously? And with the eldest young master's birthday approaching, there are no invitations prepared at all. How was the madam to manage this? Her frustration and urgency mounted. Yin Mama, upon hearing this, also wore a worried expression. However, having often assisted the madam with arrangements, she quickly suggested, "While the madam is still resting, let us draft a guest list for the banquet. When she awakens, we can add or remove names as necessary. Also, find the menus from the last banquet for her reference. Replace any out-of-season vegetables with similar options. Call for the steward to inquire which establishment can produce invitations quickly and is available." Yi Tao diligently noted Yin Mama and Appo's instructions before rushing out, wishing fervently for more hands to assist her. Meanwhile, Yin Mama busily compiled the guest list in her own quarters. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow, Zhao Weiyun and Feng Kewei, after refreshing themselves, arrived at Wenhua Pavilion. They noticed Yin Mama bustling about in the courtyard. Zhao Weiyun approached her. Yin Mama's handwriting was fluid and elegant, a testament to her refined upbringing. Feng Kewei could not help but exclaim, "Yin Mama writes beautifully. She truly embodies the grace of a scholarly family." Upon hearing the voices, Yin Mama looked up to see the 2 concubines. She promptly greeted them with warmth. Zhao Weiyun and Feng Kewei hurried to assist her in rising. Noticing the list before Yin Mama, they inquired in confusion, "Yin Mama, what is this list for? Is the household preparing a banquet?" Yin Mama, slightly surprised, glanced at Feng Kewei. "Do you understand such matters, Feng concubine?" Feng Kewei blushed slightly and smiled. "I help with such tasks at home, so I have some knowledge." Yin Mama nodded in approval, realizing why the madam had chosen Feng Kewei. At that moment, Liu Yueru was stirred awake by their conversation. After adjusting her attire, she stepped outside and paused upon seeing the list on the stone table. "Yin Mama, what are you doing?" With a soft sigh, Yin Mama replied, "The old lady mentioned needing a birthday banquet for the eldest young master, and fearing that the madam might be overwhelmed, I took the liberty of drafting this list of guests and menus based on what the madam had previously prepared." Chapter 52. The concubine Liu Yueru, upon hearing the news, furrowed her brows slightly, feeling that the timing of this notification was rather hasty. She approached to glance at the list penned by Mama Yin, noting that the usual guests were all present, though her gaze lingered on the name of the Jinhua. Liu Yueru then spoke softly, "Mama Yin, that has had little interaction with the Jin Wang in recent years. This may not be appropriate." Mama Yin appeared somewhat troubled. "This is the old madam's intention. We must still send the invitation. If the Jin Wang does not attend, it can be explained to the old madam." Liu Yueru nodded gently, appreciating Mama Yan's meticulous nature. "Then I shall trouble you, Mama Yin, and I will make a decision upon your return." Checking the time, she proceeded with Zhao Weiyun and Feng Kewei toward the Nanshi Hall. The servants greeted the old madam with respect, and upon reaching Nanshi Hall, Zhao Weiyun and Fang Kuwei knelt properly before the matriarch, Song Lao Madam. Zhao Weiyun, understanding the importance of decorum, behaved with utmost propriety in the presence of the old madam, who nodded in satisfaction. Rise. The two stood obediently to one side as Song Lao Madam turned to Liu Yueru. How did my message to Mama Chun fare? The granddaughter is aware. Yet the time was somewhat rushed. If grandmother has any upcoming banquets, it would be prudent to communicate sooner, Liu Yueru replied calmly. Song Lao Madam chuckled. My memory fails me. I should have informed you earlier, but I forgot amidst the matters concerning Jingu Air and Amp, Oppos, as studies. Today, teacher he is coming to the to instruct, both to celebrate Jingu Air's birthday and to take this opportunity to strengthen our connections. Liu Yueru listened quietly, and when the old madam fell silent, she spoke slowly. Precisely for this reason, ample preparation time is essential. The distinguished officials from the capital are different. They are often scholars and tend to be rather particular. This banquet is indeed challenging to organize, but the granddaughter shall do her utmost, Liu Yueru stated, laying her concerns bare. As for the guests and the menu, I shall adhere to tradition. Some who rarely visit will not receive invitations this time. She conveyed her thoughts to Song Lao Madam. The old madam nodded in agreement, but reminded her, do remember to send an invitation to the Jin Wang. This back and forth will help us become more familiar. Yes, Liu Yueru acquiesced. After a brief discussion with Song Lao Madam, Liu Yueru departed Nanshi Hall with her companions. Fang Kuwei, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, Madam, does the old madam find us satisfactory? Liu Yueru smiled. Satisfactory indeed, but you shall be busy with me for the next few days. The servants shall not refuse. Zhao Weiyun, ever restless, happily responded. Liu Yueru was quite pleased with their attitudes, appreciating those who were obedient and open-minded. The group swiftly returned to Huaxian, for there was much to prepare. Liu Yueru and her companions worked diligently until midnight, finally compiling a comprehensive list of necessary items. Exhausted, Liu Yueru let out a long sigh of relief. Mama Yin, noticing her fatigue, urged, You should rest, my lady. You too may retire as well. We must pay our respects to the old madam again tomorrow. Liu Yueru gently instructed the two, still waiting. They bowed and withdrew. Liu Yueru then briefed Mama Yin on various banquet details before washing up and retiring for the night. However, once in bed, she found herself restless. According to her memories from her past life, Jingu Air and Oppos' health had begun to decline after Jingu Air and Oppos' birthday. Consequently, she had been unable to attend to this affairs, gradually ceding some authority to Song Lao Madam, only to later discover that such power had ultimately fallen into the hands of Yuan Qinglian. Chapter 53. Wisdom. Liu Yueru sat up, her back resting against the headboard, quietly contemplating the intentions of the old matriarch Song. As the birthday banquet for Jingu and Oppos' approached, Jingu and Oppos' was certain to return to the Ho residence. Otherwise, he would become the subject of gossip. The banquet would be bustling with activities, and she could not keep a constant vigil over Yengur. Thoughts raced through her mind, and before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. The next day, Mama Yin approached and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Liu Yueru sleeping against the bed. She quickly moved forward and called out, Madam, how can you be asleep like this? Liu Yueru moved her stiff neck slightly, feeling both amused and exasperated. Mama Yin came closer and kneaded Liu Yueru's neck for a while before she finally felt relief. According to custom, they were to visit the South Shi Hall to pay respects to the old matriarch Song. However, today, Yuan Qinglian had already been attending to the old matriarch's needs early on. Upon seeing the two women Liu Yueru had brought, her eyes widened in surprise. Originally, she had presumed that Liu Yueru would be worried about her own prominence being overshadowed by a concubine, merely selecting a few passable women to accompany her. To her astonishment, the women behind Liu Yueru were not only beautiful, but each possessed their own unique charm. Liu Yueru had chosen well and understood Song Nanji sufficiently. Both ladies were indeed the type favored by Song Nanji. The thought of her own position being threatened left Yuan Qinglian's fingers clutching her handkerchief, turning pale. Zhao Weiyun, with her keen observation, dared to speak up. Once outside, she expressed her concerns regarding the South Shi Hall. "Madam, who is that woman standing next to the old matriarch?" "She is my husband's cousin," Liu Yueru replied coolly. Her gaze towards us was unfriendly. "I fear she harbors ill intentions towards the heir," Zhao Weiyun candidly remarked. Liu Yueru, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, what makes you say that?" "Madam, do not mind my prying, but ever since you brought me in, her eyes have been wandering over us. A person with no ill intent would not behave this way, and I eventually caught a glimpse of resentment in her eyes," Zhao Weiyun confessed without reserve. Given that she is able to serve closely beside the old matriarch, it seems her status is not ordinary. "Madam, you must exercise caution." Liu Yueru raised her gaze, quietly observing her. Her insight was indeed commendable, and she bore no malice. Zhao Weiyun felt a shiver run down her spine under Liu Yueru and Amp. Oppose, as scrutiny, and immediately knelt, saying, "I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me this time, madam." Liu Yueru smiled and helped Zhao Weiyun to her feet, stating, "You have done nothing wrong. I've stumbled upon a treasure." To have met Yuan Qing Lian and to discern the underlying tension so astutely was impressive. Liu Yueru suddenly regretted not having taken a concubine for the heir sooner, as it would have spared her from facing the challenges in the Ho residence alone. Fang Kuei, though not one to speak much, was diligent in her work. Liu Yueru also worried that in the future, the two women might vie for attention from the heir, ultimately allowing Yuan Qing Lian to profit from their rivalry. She began, "There are some words I wish to share, and you may decide for yourselves whether to heed them. We shall listen attentively to your guidance, madam." The two responded in unison, displaying remarkable understanding. "Do not place your hopes in anyone. Whether life is favorable or unfavorable, refrain from contention and cultivate a tranquil existence." Zhao Weiyun and Fang Kuei, both exceptionally astute, immediately grasped that Liu Yueru was imparting wisdom to them, understanding the deeper implications. "Madam has bestowed upon us a second life. We shall serve you diligently in the future. You shall be our rebirth, and we would not hesitate to toil for you." They hurriedly pledged their loyalty. Liu Yueru chuckled softly. "Always remember to harbor no malice, yet remain vigilant against others." "Yes," the two obediently acknowledged. Liu Yueru felt a sense of relief, hoping that in the days to come, Zhao Weiyun and Fang Kuei would lend her their support whenever needed. Chapter 54. The Mysterious Package. Recently, I have been diligently studying etiquette under the guidance of the etiquette matron. Once I have completed these tasks, I will introduce you to the young master, Liu Yueru instructed. "We understand," both replied in unison. Zhao Weiyun, however, felt indifferent about meeting the young master, as she enjoyed her time with the lady. After all, a woman and Amp, Oppo's existence is not solely to seek the favor of men. She admired Liu Yueru's carefree and enlightened demeanor, living for herself rather than to please others. "My lady, I have a humble request, if I may." Zhao Weiyun hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Liu Yueru, amused, gazed at her. "You are free to speak your mind here. What is it that you desire?" "I wish to reside in the side courtyard of Wenhua Pavilion in the future. I would prefer to be closer to you," Zhao Weiyun confessed, slightly shy. "That one and Amp, Oppo's, T-do," Liu Yueru replied sternly. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Zhao Weiyun and Amp, Oppo's face. "However, there is a separate courtyard adjacent to Wenhua Pavilion. Though it may be a bit secluded, it might be a bit of an inconvenience for you," Liu Yueru added, softening her tone. "That is fine. I cherish tranquility and would be happiest if I could be forgotten in a corner," Zhao Weiyun exclaimed with joy. "Very well, I shall remember that," Liu Yueru agreed. Fang Ku also wished not to part from Zhao Weiyun, as she had no one else to confide in within the Marquis and Amp, Oppo's residence. Thus, she requested to live in the same side courtyard. Liu Yueru, seeing Zhao Weiyun and Amp, Oppo's approval, reluctantly acquiesced. Fortunately, the courtyard was spacious with separate quarters, merely sharing a central courtyard, which was plausible for the young master and Amp, Oppo's as concubines. Liu Yueru dismissed the two, returning to Wenhua Pavilion to continue arranging the banquet. Fortunately, everything was documented, making the tasks much more manageable. The housekeepers were dispatched to procure the necessary items for the banquet, while the steward was tasked with decorating the Marquis's residence. Mama Yin had sent the guest list to the workshop early, and the invitations would be ready by afternoon. A few clever servants were left behind to distribute the invitations later. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Once the arrangements were made, Liu Yueru found herself with a moment's respite. My lady, Yi Tao rushed in, breathless. Liu Yueru furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is the matter?" There was a little maid lurking outside Wenhua Pavilion just now, and she left behind a package before fleeing. Yi Tao exclaimed, placing the abandoned package before Liu Yueru. "Did you see who it was?" Liu Yueru asked. "I couldn't and oppose. TC clearly, but based on her figure, I believe she resembled that peculiar maid from the young master and Oppo's quarters." Yi Tao responded earnestly. "What is inside?" Liu Yueru gazed thoughtfully at the package, pondering the cinder and Oppo's intentions. Yi Tao suddenly recalled something and hastily picked up the package. "I fear it might contain something harmful. I should burn it," she suggested. "Hold on," Liu Yueru interjected. She stepped forward to unfasten the package. "But my lady," Yi Tao protested with concern. "There's no need for alarm. When faced with soldiers, we shall counter with soldiers. When water flows, we shall cover it with earth. I wish to discern the sender's intentions, to ascertain whether they are friend or foe." Liu Yueru replied confidently. Reluctantly, Yi Tao pulled Liu Yueru aside and took the initiative to open the package. As they examined the contents, both exchanged bewildered glances, revealing their shared perplexity. "My lady, what is this?" Yi Tao invited, frowning. Liu Yueru shook her head. "Secure the package and send it to the Liu residence for my second brother to investigate." Chapter 55. Punished. Yi Tao carefully rewrapped the bundle that resembled dried grass, preparing to deliver it. She was about to rush out when Liu Yueru stopped her, presenting a new wrapping cloth. It was said that someone would be dispatched from the residence to fetch the young master back tomorrow. Liu Yueru then advised her to be swift in her return. Though Yi Tao felt uneasy about the young master returning to the Marquis and Oppo's residence, she refrained from voicing her concerns. Liu Yueru urged her again to hurry back. Yi Tao nodded heavily, already outside Wenhua Pavilion. Liu Yueru, somewhat fatigued, settled into a rocking chair in the courtyard. After returning from Nanqi Hall, Yuan Qinglian erupted in fury within her quarters. With a crash, she swept the teacups off the table, sending them clattering to the floor. Yin Zhu, trembling with trepidation, cautiously approached to attend her. "Useless thing, do you look down on me as well?" Yuan Qinglian suddenly struck Yin Zhu hard across the face. Stunned, Yin Zhu stood frozen, only to see Yuan Qinglian on her knees, her eyes ablaze with anger, pleading, "Cousin, please calm your anger. I am sincerely devoted to you." Yuan Qinglian disdainfully kicked Yin Zhu aside and retorted, "Stop your pretense. I am merely staying at the Marquis's residence. If you wish to leave, you are free to do so." Previously a servant of the old lady, Yin Zhu had been assigned to Yuan Qinglian's side, and being dismissed without cause would be a profound humiliation. Other households would consider it a breach of decorum, leading to a severe expulsion. Overwhelmed with fear, Yin Zhu knelt and repeatedly bowed her head in supplication. "Cousin, I truly harbor no ill intentions. I beg you to spare me and not cast me away." Seeing Yuan Qinglian's impassive expression, she crawled closer, bewildered by the drastic change in her once amiable cousin and Oppo's demeanor. After her outburst, Yuan Qinglian realized her folly and hurriedly assisted Yin Zhu to her feet, her face filled with regret. "Sister Yin Zhu, I am sorry. I did not mean to act so harshly." Yin Zhu, shaken by Yuan Qinglian and Oppo's volatile state, trembled and responded, It's nothing. As long as you do not dismiss me, I will do whatever you ask." Yuan Qinglian and Oppo's expression shifted sharply. "Then find out where the two concubines of the heir reside." Yin Zhu hesitated, but, seeing Yuan Qinglian's distressed state, steeled herself to comply. "I shall inquire immediately." With that, she hurriedly departed. At Wenhua Pavilion, Mama Yin rushed in, breathless. "Madam, something has happened at Lanting Pavilion." Upon hearing the name, Liu Yueru sat up abruptly, confusion etched on her face. "What occurred?" "It is young Master Jean who has been punished by teacher, Mama Yin explained. Liu Yueru, weary, rubbed her temples. It has only been a day of lessons. How could such a thing happen? I do not know the details, but I heard that the eldest young master was punished. The old lady is looking for teacher he, fearing something serious has transpired, which is why I hurried to inform you, Mama Yin replied. Liu Yueru rose decisively and strode toward Lanting Pavilion, with Mama Yin closely following. Upon their arrival, they found Jean Gur sobbing pitifully. The old lady song, with a troubled expression, addressed teacher he. What grave error did Jean Gu and Amp, oppose, or commit to warrant such punishment? Liu Yueru and Amp, oppose. Gaze fell upon Jean Gu and Amp, oppose, her reddened palm, and she instantly understood. Grandmother, she interjected, suddenly realizing why He Chingon had insisted on establishing ground rules beforehand. Chapter 56 Accountability. Madame Song appeared somewhat displeased as she observed Liu Yueru's sullen expression. Liu Yueru, maintaining her composure, addressed her grandmother. Grandmother, let us first tend to Jean Gur's wounds. I still have matters to discuss with teacher he. Madame Song's heart ached at the sight of Jean Gur's swollen hands. Without further ado, she escorted him back to Nanatang, surrounded by Madame Song and a throng of servants. Song sure Jean departed. Liu Yueru cast her gaze away, feeling a twinge of guilt as she spoke to He Chanin. It is indeed shameful that I could not fulfill our prior agreement. He Chanin was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Liu Yueru would confront him with the same fervor as Madame Song. However, her demeanor brought him a sense of relief. Jean Gur, known for his mischievousness, was aware of the challenges teacher he faced in educating children. And Liu Yueru sincerely pondered what transgressions might have provoked teacher he's ire. She had clearly witnessed the injury on Jean Gur's hand. Had he not committed a grave error, teacher he would not have resorted to such severity. Reflecting on this, He Chun and Oppo's expression remained stern. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Madam, this young lad is not merely mischievous. He turned towards the study, retrieving the assignment he had assigned to Jean Gu and Oppo's, the previous day, placing it on the stone table in the courtyard. Madam, please take a look. As Liu Yueru examined Jean Gu and Oppo's handwritten assignment, her brow furrowed deeper. Is this truly the work Jean Gu submitted? In a sudden act of deference, He Chanin knelt on the ground. Teacher, please rise. Such behavior is unbecoming, Liu Yueru exclaimed, her urgency evident. Mama Yin hurried to assist He Chanin, preventing him from remaining on his knees. Mr. He, please address your concerns without such formalities. Though He Chanin was lifted, he felt a deep sense of remorse facing Liu Yueru. I had intended to impart my knowledge yet upon my arrival, such incidents have transpired. I find myself ill-equipped for this responsibility. Liu Yueru replied. Today's events stem from Jean Gur's misbehavior. He should not treat his teacher with such disregard, nor should he deceive himself. I implore teacher he to grant him another opportunity I shall ensure he faces appropriate punishment upon our return. He Chun and had not contemplated leaving the at this juncture and merely stated, I hope the kin adhere to our prior agreements. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult for me to fulfill my role. Understood. I apologize for any discomfort caused to teacher he. Please take your time to rest. I will discuss matters regarding with my grandmother. Liu Yueru concluded, bowing slightly before departing. As she left, she instructed Mama Yin to collect Jean Gu and Oppo's assignment. Following this incident, He Chanin held Liu Yueru in even higher regard. Liu Yueru hurried to the entrance of Nanatang, where she overheard Yuan Qinglian expressing her outrage. That teacher he possesses an excessively fiery temper. Having just arrived, he has yet to impart any knowledge. Yet he has already treated Jean Gu and Oppo's in such a manner. Is he here to teach or to inflict punishment? Madame Song, coddling Jin Gu and Oppo's, was filled with concern. This is intolerable. It shows a blatant disregard for the people of Even if punishment is warranted, it need not be so severe. She often worried for Jean Gu, fearing he might fall. Yet He Chun-an's arrival had led to such a severe injury to her beloved great-grandson's hand. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Qinglian added fuel to the fire. Fortunately, Jean Gu and Oppo's is quite resilient. Otherwise, if that little hand were to be ruined, What could an academic like him offer in compensation? I suggest we find him a different tutor. Noticing a slight softening in Madame Song and Amp, Oppo's stance, she continued, I wonder if my sister is acting out of selfishness, wishing to send such a promising child into the hands of another for such torment. Madame Song, too, began to harbor doubts about Liu Yueru and Oppo's intentions. Otherwise, why would they have set such strict terms? Summon Yueru, Madame Song commanded. There and Oppo's. No need for that trouble. Liu Yueru replied calmly as she walked in from outside. Chapter 57. Questioning Yuan Qinglian cast a resentful glance at Liu Yueru. Yet a smirk of triumph lingered at the corners of her mouth. As anticipated, the moment Liu Yueru stepped through the door, old Madame Song admonished sharply, You and Oppo's, He Chun and Oppo's, and has grown accustomed to a carefree life in seclusion over the past few years, and has forgotten many rules. How could you indulge his reckless behavior? With a mixture of concern and indignation, old Madame Song lifted Jean Gur's hands, bandaged like a pig's trotter, and exclaimed, after just one day of discipline, He is already in this state. If this continues, he will grow bold and dare to commit any outrageous act. Will you also condone such behavior when it endangers Jean Gu and Oppo's life? Liu Yueru stood quietly to the side, her expression serene. Yet, old Madame Song and Oppo's conviction in Yuan Qinglian and Oppo's words grew stronger, leading to an increasing dissatisfaction with Liu Yueru. Grandmother knows that Jean Gu and Oppo's may not be to your liking, but you cannot use such matters to torment a child. With a cold laugh, Liu Yueru reflected on her unwavering dedication to the marquisate, only to find herself at the mercy of Yuan Qinglian and Oppo's manipulations. Is this how you view your granddaughter-in-law? She inquired calmly. Old Madame Song recognized the severity of her words, but felt they held truth. Under Yuan Qinglian and Oppo's constant influence, she had come to believe that Liu Yueru and Oppo's affection for her legitimate son was merely superficial, lacking genuine sincerity. No matter how much Liu Yueru invested in Jean Gu and Oppo's, old Madame Song maintained that it was her duty as the matriarch. With a heavy sigh, old Madame Song remarked, You and Oppo's, I understand that you resent being tasked with raising Jean Gu and Oppo's, as your legitimate heir, but now that he has called you and Oppo's, mother and Oppo's, for several years, why can you not warm to him? Disappointment coursed through Liu Yueru, and she chose not to engage further. Mama Yin, please bring Jean Gu and Oppo's homework, she commanded with icy detachment. Mama Yin placed a few scattered sheets of paper on the table where old Madame Song was seated. Perhaps grandmother should review Jean Gur's homework before passing judgment, Liu Yueru stated, her expression devoid of any emotion. Old Madame Song, perplexed, began to examine Jean Gu and Oppo's work. It was evident to any discerning eye that the handwriting was not Jean Gu and Oppo's. Suddenly, her countenance darkened. While she often felt sympathy for her great-grandson, she also harbored hopes that Jean Gu would excel academically and pursue a career in politics, unlike Song Nanji, who now relied on a woman for his meager standing in the capital. What is the meaning of this, Jean Gu? Old Madame Song's expression shifted to one of sternness as she glanced at Liu Yueru before fixing her gaze on Song Shijin, who hung his head in guilt. Yuan Qinglian, noticing the elegant script on the table, could not resist complimenting. Young Master Jean's handwriting is quite impressive. I wonder why, teacher, he is so enraged? Old Madame Song shot her a disdainful look, as if regarding a fool. A child like Jean Gu, who toys with his studies, deserves a light reprimand. If such behavior were to occur in the court, it would lead to a severe punishment for the entire family. Do you still believe, teacher, his punishment is unjust? Liu Yueru retorted coolly. She had thought Jean Gu and Oppo's had matured and learned to strive for excellence, but his actions were profoundly disappointing. Terrified, Song Shijin fell to his knees, pleading, Mother, I realize my mistake. It was my fault. I had no intention of behaving this way. I merely lost track of time while flying kites in the garden yesterday, and feared, teacher, reprimand. Song Shijin glanced at Yuan Qinglian, feeling a twinge of frustration. Were it not for his biological mother insisting he stay, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Mama Yin suddenly recalled passing through the garden and witnessing Yuan Qinglian teaching Jing Gu'er how to fly kites. I saw Miss Yuan playing with the young master yesterday, she remarked lightly. At that moment, old Madame Song grasped the underlying dynamics. If Qinglian has no other matters to attend to, she should come daily to tend to the flowers and plants in Nanxi Hall. Jing Gu'er must prioritize his studies and should not be disturbed further, old Madame Song declared, suppressing her ire. Chapter 58. Discontent. Yuan Qinglian's complexion turned pale. It was one thing for the young master to avoid her these days, but now old Madame Song was preventing her from seeing even her son. This felt like being confined within the confines of Nanxi Hall. Though unwilling to yield, she feigned submissiveness and replied, yes. She hurriedly departed after bowing to old Madame Song. Old Madame Song and Appo's dissatisfaction with Yuan Qinglian only grew. Liu Yueru, seemingly unperturbed by old Madame Song's mood, remarked coolly, today, if grandmother wrongfully accuses teacher, he without understanding the circumstances. I shall later send some gifts as a token from grandmother. She continued, if Jing Gu'er behaves in such a manner, any teacher would likely resign immediately. Teacher, he is willing to give him another chance, and I hope Jing Gu'er can truly appreciate it. Regarding Jing Gu'er's studies today, I hope grandmother will be at ease. Lest teacher, he feels disheartened, and it affects Jing Gu'er's academic pursuits. After Liu Yueru finished speaking, old Madame Song's expression darkened ominously. Jin, aware of his prior faults, did not dare to contradict and knelt obediently on the ground. Liu Yueru then added, in the future, the path you choose to walk is entirely your own decision. Education should be a pursuit filled with joy amidst hardship. If you truly do not wish to study, you may speak candidly. There are many paths beyond an official career. Absolutely not. Old Madame Song interjected sharply. My beloved grandson must pursue his studies. Only through diligent learning can he secure a brighter future. Frightened, Jin knelt and repeatedly bowed his head, fearing his mother would abandon him. Tears welled in his eyes as he pleaded, Mother, Jin and Appo's, understands his mistakes and will certainly study diligently from now on, forsaking all distractions. Very well. You shall seek teacher he and Appo's as forgiveness shortly, Liu Yueru said soothingly. Yes. Jin, intimidated by He Chun and Appo's, felt compelled to comply in order to avoid losing his mother's support. Although old Madame Song felt a pang of sympathy, she recognized her own shortcomings. My daughter-in-law has other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. After Liu Yueru had conveyed her thoughts, she hurried away. Old Madame Song sighed softly, gently lifting Jin off the ground. You must not engage in such trifling deceptions again. Jing Gu and Appo's nodded earnestly. Great-grandmother, I will not dare. In the future, if you wish to play, complete your assignments first and do not resort to asking others to do your homework for you. Teacher, he is a stern educator. Ultimately, you will be the one to suffer the consequences. Old Madame Song admonished with compassion. Jingia nodded avidi. Recalling what his birth mother had told him the day before, he was the legitimate eldest son of the Marquis household, and those teaching him would not dare to mistreat him. This led him to devise a counter-strategy, only to find it backfiring, causing his mother to scorn him and earning mockery from the servants. From now on, heed your mother and Appo's as counsel. Should you have any uncertainties, seek her guidance. She has been immersed in the literary world since childhood and possesses profound understanding, old Madame Song reiterated. Yuan Qinglian, at the end of the day, was merely an outsider with little education, lacking the grace to hold her own. Even the two concubines brought back by Liu Yueru surpassed her in merit. In contrast, Liu Yueru and Appo's virtues became increasingly apparent to old Madame Song. After absorbing old Madame Song and Appo's advice, Jing Gu and Appo's made his way toward Lanting Pavilion. Upon exiting the courtyard, he spotted Yuan Qinglian standing in a distant corner, intently watching him. Upon seeing him, she immediately smiled and waved. Feeling somewhat dejected and recalling his great-grandmother and Appo's admonitions, Jing Gu and Appo's lowered his head and walked straight out of Nanxi Hall. Yuan Qinglian, witnessing his demeanor, became thoroughly alarmed. Chapter 59. Submission. The Liu family of Nangsitang sent gifts to Lan Tingxuan, and shortly thereafter, Song Shijin arrived to apologize. In the end, He Chunin punished him to stand for an hour before allowing him to leave. After returning home, Song Nanji learned from the servants about the day's events. He sought out Liu Yueru in Wenhua Pavilion. "My husband, what is the matter?" Liu Yueru asked with a calm expression. Concerned that she might misunderstand, Song Nanji hurriedly explained. "I heard what grandmother said today. I merely came to tell you not to take it too seriously." Grandmother spoke out of turn, and her words do not reflect her true feelings. Liu Yueru remained indifferent, putting down the account book in her hands. Such words may be spoken within the household, and I can overlook them. Why would I hold grandmother accountable? But if such remarks were made in front of outsiders, how would they perceive me? Her tone carried a hint of coldness. "I apologize on behalf of my grandmother," Song Nanji suddenly said. Liu Yueru scoffed. "There is no need for that. I have not reached the point of being so petty." Suddenly recalling something, Song Nanji took out a money pouch and some silver notes, placing them into Liu Yueru's hands. "This is my salary for the month. I kept some for wine, and the rest is for you to use in the household." He felt somewhat embarrassed looking at his modest income. Liu Yueru stared at the silver in her hands, finding it somewhat amusing. In her previous life, she had guarded their dignity with great care, yet yielded not a trace of sincerity from them. Now that she no longer compromised her own integrity, it seemed to elevate their perception of her. "Then I shall thank you, my husband." Liu Yueru accepted the silver graciously, handing it to Mama Yin for safekeeping. Observing this scene, Song Nanji felt a joy that was difficult to articulate. Suddenly, Liu Yueru fixed her gaze upon him. Song Nanji stood frozen, captivated by the brilliance of her eyes. "Does my husband not resent teacher He for punishing Jingu and Appos?" Liu Yueru inquired. Retrieving his gaze, Song Nanji spoke in a husky voice. "It is indeed Jingu and Appos' fault. His actions were nothing short of disrespectful to teacher He and warranted a severe reprimand." Liu Yueru nodded slightly, appreciating that Song Nanji could discern right from wrong. "By the way, I have selected 2 concubines for my husband. If you wish to meet them, I can summon them now. If they please you, we can proceed with their formal acknowledgement, allowing them to join your household sooner." Song Nanji and Appos' expression darkened. "Do you so eagerly wish for me to take concubines, hastily pushing me towards others?" Liu Yueru, taken aback by his sudden ire, found it bewildering. This matter had been permitted by him, and she had said nothing erroneous. "I merely thought we would meet eventually. After all, Jean Guer's birthday banquet is approaching, and it would be good to recognize them in advance," Liu Yueru explained. Ignoring her, Song Nanji stormed off in a huff. Liu Yueru glanced helplessly at Mama Yin, who shook her head. The lady was still somewhat naive regarding matters between men and women. The air merely sought to draw closer to her. But his feelings had been doused with cold water. It was no wonder he was upset. Just as he departed, Zhao Weiyun and Fong Qian arrived at Wenhua Pavilion. Zhao Weiyun grumbled, "I wonder who it was walking so rudely, not even glancing at their path, and crashing into people without a word of apology." "Indeed," Fong Qian concurred. "That person who just left was none other than my husband." Mama Yin chuckled. "The heir just left? The person you encountered was likely him." "What?" Zhao Weiyun exclaimed in surprise. Initially filled with anticipation for the heir, after their brief encounter, she was now more convinced than ever to secure Liu Yueru as her ally. Chapter 60. Caution. The banquet was proceeding in an orderly fashion, with only a few minor mishaps that were easily managed by Madame Yin herself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Liu Zimo personally escorted Yengu and Appos, back to the Marquis and Appos' residence. Liu Yueru, accompanied by Madame Yin, awaited at the main entrance to greet them. Upon seeing Yengu, her eyes sparkled with delight. He appeared more radiant than during his stay at the Marquis's house. His once sallow and emaciated face now bore a hint of plumpness, looking considerably more vibrant. Liu Yueru joyfully approached and took Song Yin and Appos' hand. "Second brother," she said, glancing up at Liu Zimo, who gave a slight nod. "There are matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave for now. Once I have finished, I will personally come to escort Yengu and Appos' back." "Thank you, second brother," Liu Yueru replied gratefully. After watching Liu Zimo and Amp, Oppos, as carriage depart, she turned her attention to Song Yin with great care. She gently pinched the little one in Oppos, as shoulder and smiled. You and Oppos, V, gained weight. Mother, my second uncle treats me well every day. It's all about eating and sleeping. I even get up for morning exercises. I've learned a few sword techniques. My second uncle says they are for strengthening the body, Yin Yueru joyfully recounted. Observing his mother often burdened with responsibilities, he added, when I return, I will teach you, Mother, so you can strengthen your body alongside me. Liu Yueru looked at the chattering Song Yin and felt he had become much more cheerful than when he was at the Marquis and Oppos, his residence. Mother? Yin Yueru called softly when he noticed her silence. Liu Yueru snapped back to attention, tenderly adjusting his outer garment. Very well. Then we shall thank our little teacher Song. Song Yin beamed, a small dimple appearing on his cheek. She then led him back to her Wenhua pavilion, arranging for him to stay in the side courtyard. Mother, what are you doing? Song Yin asked, puzzled. Liu Yueru was applying rouge to his face to give him a slightly pallid appearance while quietly advising, Yinger, you must remember what Mother says next. Seeing her serious demeanor, Song Yin obediently nodded, sensing that there was a reason behind it. First, from now on, you must find a way to secretly stash away the sugar beans that grandmother gives you. Do not eat them. Second, when you are outside, learn to conceal your abilities, revealing them only when necessary. Third, in the future, pretend to drink any medicinal broth brought to you by anyone at the Marquis' residence. Fourth, while at the Marquis' residence, after washing up, always apply rouge to make your complexion appear a bit poorer. Song Yin looked at Liu Yueru, confused. Mother, my uncles see that I look much better and are pleased. Even grandmother and father often worry about my health. Now that I am better, why must we put on such an act? Liu Yueru gazed into his innocent black eyes, her heart aching. How could she explain to him that those who seemed to care for him at the Marquis' residence were, in truth, those who wished for his demise? Time will reveal all the answers you seek. Remember Mother's words and follow them well, she sighed softly. Song Yin extended his frail little hand to gently touch Liu Yueru and Oppos' face, understanding her unspoken concern. Mother, I will remember, he replied earnestly. In Ananhatang, upon hearing of Song Yin and Oppos' return, old Madame Song instructed Mama Chun beside her, the young master has returned. The medicinal broths from the previous doctors have not yet been consumed. Prepare them tonight and send them over. Mama Chun hesitated momentarily, then acquiesced to the command. Chapter 61. Jealousy Before Dinner. Liu Yueru dutifully accompanied Song Yin to the Nanshi Hall to pay respects to the matriarch, Old Lady Song. Upon arrival, Song Yin obediently greeted her. It had been a long time since they last met, and perhaps the matriarch had missed him dearly, prompting her to inquire, Come here and let me see if you have gained any weight. With a warm and gentle demeanor, Old Lady Song beckoned him closer. Yes, I too have missed you and everyone, Song Yin responded as he approached her. He was aware that although Old Lady Song was affectionate towards him, she maintained a certain distance. Thus, unlike Jinga, he would not impulsively leap into her embrace, but rather stood at a respectful distance, allowing her to observe him. After examining him for a moment, Old Lady Song noticed that while he had gained some weight, his face still bore a listless expression, which put her somewhat at ease. Why you still look so dispirited? Is your second uncle at Liu's estate making you study too hard? She inquired. Every day at Liu's, I do little more than eat and sleep. My second uncle believes that I should first strengthen my body before focusing on my studies. So the assignments given are quite minimal, Song Yin replied, adhering to his mother-esque guidance. He then lowered his head and added, It is merely that I am too frail. Despite the abundance of nourishing tonics in the household, I have been unable to absorb them, wasting so much silver. Old Lady Song nodded with satisfaction, feigning a serious tone. As long as your health improves, no amount of silver spent is too much. Such matters should not concern a child like you. Grandmother, today teacher he praised me, came the cheerful voice of Song Shijin from outside. Turning her head, Old Lady Song responded with delight. My dear great-grandson, come tell me why teacher he commended you. Upon entering Nanshi Hall, and seeing Song Ian so close to old lady Song. Song Shijin felt a pang of jealousy, especially since his mother was accompanying him. However, upon meeting Liu Yueru's gaze, he dutifully walked over and properly bowed to both old lady Song and Liu Yueru. Observing this, old lady Song chuckled. "Why do you act as though you've seen a cat when you encounter your mother?" She waved him over. "Come here to share your joyous news." Casting a glance at Liu Yueru, Song Shijin quickly rushed to old lady Song's side. "I submitted my homework. I wrote it all by myself. Teacher, he said my handwriting is excellent and even rewarded me with a brush," he declared proudly, brandishing the brush in front of Song Ian. Song Ian regarded him with a detached expression. While Song Shijin was adept at concealing his feelings, he found himself inexplicably irritated by Song Ian and Oppo's indifferent demeanor. Extending the brush toward Song Ian, Song Shijin said, "This is the first gift from a distinguished teacher to my elder brother. I present it to you, hoping that you two will write as beautifully as I do in the future." "I cannot accept this," Song Ian replied. "Since it is a reward from teacher to you, I must decline. Accepting it would only suggest that you did not cherish the gift chosen for you." With a hint of displeasure, he put the brush away. Then, recalling something, he suddenly said, "Mother, since my younger brother is of similar age, why not let him attend teacher He-S classes with me? This way, they can look out for each other." Liu Yueru maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware of Song Shijin's little schemes. Old lady Song firmly rejected the idea. "No, Yan's health is delicate, and teacher he is quite strict. The workload he assigns is too demanding for Yan's constitution." "Indeed, grandmother speaks wisely. Yan must exert himself further to catch up with your elder brother's studies." Liu Yueru added nonchalantly. Misinterpreting the situation, Song Shijin felt a surge of jealousy, believing that everyone favored Song Ian. Chapter 62. Lurking, Liu Yueru raised her teacup, taking a sip while silently noting the subtle changes in Song Shijin and Oppo's expression. It became evident that everything had a traceable origin. It was her past affection for Song Shijin that had blinded her to the young girl's hidden thoughts. Perhaps she had sensed them, but chose not to think ill of the child. "Grandmother, Yan Yueru and Oppo's health is growing increasingly frail. I wish to take care of him in the side courtyard of Wenhua Pavilion," Liu Yueru spoke as she set her cup down. Song old madam was reluctant, for this would make her own actions more conspicuous. She contemplated stopping the conversation, but was interrupted by Song Shijin and Oppo's playful protest. "I want to live in Wenhua Pavilion too." Song Shijin tugged at Song old madam's arm, adding, "Great-grandmother, my courtyard is far too large and desolate. I wish to stay with my brother in mother's side courtyard." After a moment's reflection, Song old madam realized that in the past, Liu Yueru had been occupied with numerous affairs. With a few trusted servants assigned, they could easily keep their activities under wraps. Unable to resist Song Shijin's pleas, she finally acquiesced with cheerful words. "Very well, you may go. In a few years, you want an Oppo's to be able to stay in your mother's side courtyard anymore." As she spoke, Song old madam cast a warning glance at Liu Yueru, fearing she might utter a refusal. She had anticipated needing to persuade Song old madam, but with Song Shijin's support, the process was considerably simplified. Liu Yueru readily agreed. "All right. Tomorrow is Jin Yueru and Oppo's birthday banquet. Has the Jin Wangfu indicated whether they will attend the Hofu?" Song old madam inquired. Liu Yueru shook her head. "The invitation has already been sent to Jin Wangfu. We shall know tomorrow." By this time, evening meal was approaching. Initially, Liu Yueru was to attend to Song old madam's dining before she could eat, but due to Song Ninji and Oppo's efforts over the years to facilitate private meetings with Yin Qinglian, Song old madam had relieved Liu Yueru of her duties. At this moment, Yuan Qinglian entered with the servants who were setting the table. Upon seeing Liu Yueru seated high, Yuan Qinglian and Oppo's demeanor was slightly unnatural, yet she maintained her decorum. Liu Yueru felt a deep respect for her. Yuan Qinglian resembled a scorpion poised to strike, lying in wait within the Hofu. Even under such circumstances, she managed to remain composed. "Excuse me, I shall take my leave," Liu Yueru said, rising to depart with Song Yin. Song Shijin felt a twinge of disappointment watching her mother and brother leave. Hearing that Jin Xiao Yi had received praise from teacher He, Yuan Qing Lian sought to endear herself to her son. You should eat well. Your great-grandmother has even arranged for some pork knuckle for you. Nourish yourself so that you may recover swiftly, she encouraged, observing the swelling in Song Shijin and Appo's hand had considerably diminished, alleviating her concern. Song Shijin had intended to accompany Liu Yueru back, but merely nodded in response to Yuan Qing Lian's words. After dinner, she excused herself early from Song, old madam. As she prepared to leave, Yuan Qing Lian, who had been waiting outside, intercepted her. With a warm smile, she beckoned Song Shijin closer and whispered, "Come here." Though slightly apprehensive, Song Shijin followed Yuan Qing Lian into her courtyard. Upon entering the room, Yuan Qing Lian spoke. Song Shijin felt a pang of resistance. The etiquette governess had always insisted that one must not enter their mother's chamber without cause, as it was a grave taboo and against propriety. "Mother, let us speak of matters here," Song Shijin finally managed to utter after a long pause. Yuan Qing Lian was momentarily taken aback. In the past, she had always obeyed her mother. Did she now resent her for acknowledging another as her mother? Yuan Qing Lian and Appo's eyes reddened as she replied, "Upon returning to the Hofu, I hope to build a good life with Song Nanji to ensure a brighter future for Jingu heir. Yet now, the heir treats me with indifference, and Jingu heir is beginning to distance himself from me. This is hard for me to bear." Chapter 63. The conspiracy in the past days. Although life was somewhat austere, the children were her own, and she could proudly call herself their mother. Song Nanji was also deeply cherished. Since returning to the Marquis's residence, she had to be exceedingly cautious, fearing that any misstep would cast a shadow on Song Nanji. Each day, she awaited his return with bated breath, and their fleeting encounters were hurried and hasty. Now, seeing her son act so furtively felt akin to being associated with a lowly rat. These thoughts overwhelmed Yuan Qinglian, and she could not help but cover her face and weep. "Mother," Song Shijin exclaimed, alarmed by her tears. "It's my fault. I should not have upset you. Please, do not cry." The more he tried to console Yuan Qinglian, the more her tears flowed uncontrollably. In these days, her grievances found no one to confide in. After a long while, Yuan Qinglian finally emerged from her sorrow. She scrutinized Song Shijin's face intently and, taking a step back, said, "Mother has no formal education or noble lineage to assist you. Now that you have been adopted under the lady's name, you must honor her as your mother. I will no longer be a burden to you." Yuan Qinglian spoke with genuine sorrow. Song Shijin and Appo's small face turned pale. "Mother, please do not leave me." He clung tightly to Yuan Qinglian, who had never been apart from him, and panic suddenly gripped him. Yuan Qinglian's affection was sincere. Although Song Shijin adored everything about the Marquis and Appo's residence, he did not wish to be separated from his mother, feeling her son's dependence on her. Yuan Qinglian's mood lightened slightly. "Silly child, how could I bear to leave you alone? It's merely that I fear the revelation of my identity might compel me to depart," she hinted. Song Shijin, still young and easily frightened by her words, anxiously asked, "What should we do?" "I'll go plead with grandmother and father to give you a rightful status. Then you can stay in the Marquis and Appo's residence forever." As he spoke, Song Shijin attempted to take Yuan Qinglian to see the old madam, but she stopped him, saying, "We cannot go now. The old madam will only think I have secretly influenced you to act in such a manner." Song Shijin was undeterred. He only wished for his mother to remain. Yuan Qinglian then whispered a few words into his ear. Song Shijin and Appo's eyes brightened, and he nodded repeatedly. "Understood. Leave this matter to me." Once their objective was achieved, Yuan Qinglian allowed Song Shijin to depart, feeling a sense of relief as she sat in the courtyard. When Song Shijin arrived at Wenhuxuan with his belongings and a servant, he was met by two unfamiliar faces. "Mother," he called out uncertainly while standing in the courtyard. Liu Yueru raised her gaze and glanced at him indifferently, saying, "This is Aunt Zhao, and that is Aunt Fong." Zhao Weiyun and Fong Kawai immediately rose to greet Song Shijin upon seeing him. After exchanging pleasantries with the two aunts, Song Shijin made his way to the side courtyard, his mind silently contemplating his mother's earlier words. The young master has taken his medicine. Red Bean announced in the courtyard. Song Yin pretended to practice his calligraphy while checking the time, saying nonchalantly, "Set it aside. I will drink it after finishing this page." Red Bean hesitated. The old madam said it should be drunk while it's hot. As she spoke, she retrieved a green candy from her handkerchief and smiled. The old madam knows you dislike bitterness and has prepared sweets. Song Shijin secretly eyed the attractive green candy in Red Bean and Appo's hand. He had never tasted such a treat. His great-grandmother had never offered him any. Suddenly feeling displeased, he thought, just as his mother had said, that the people of the Marquis' residence were superficially kind but insincere. "I want some too." Song Shijin dashed towards Red Bean, startling her. She quickly concealed the candy and stammered, "Master, what brings you here?" Chapter 64. The seizure. Song Shijin fixed his gaze intently on Hongdo. "If you do not share that which you have hidden away, I shall inform mother and grandmother that you have poisoned my younger brother," Song Shijin declared. Hongdo turned pale with fright and promptly knelt on the ground. Though she was aware that the elder Madame Song had given Song Yin nothing of quality, she had never been informed of the true nature of the substance. "I dare not. This is what the elder madam instructed me to give to the young master. It is merely a medicinal candy, not poison." Hongdo trembled as she explained, terrified that Song Shijin would report her to Liu Yueru. The candy in her hand was now clutched tightly, for the elder madam had strictly instructed her to keep this candy a secret, especially from Song Shijin. If the matter reached Liu Yueru, the elder madam would undoubtedly protect herself by accusing Hongdo of poisoning the young master, an egregious crime that could result in punishment for the entire family. She could surmise that Song Yin's feeble appearance belied the fact that he was, in truth, in good health. Glancing at the candy in her hand, it felt akin to a burning hot potato. Just as she weighed her options, Song Shijin approached her, extending his hand in demand for the candy. Hongdo was at a loss for words. She pondered that if she revealed the secret of the candy, her position in the Marquis and Appo's residence would be precarious. If she refused to give it to the eldest young master, she could expect to be reported to the lady of the house. In her state of confusion, Song Yin spoke up. "Sister Hongdo, I do not fear bitterness. You may give the candy to my elder brother. When you return, you can say that I consumed it." Song Shijin was incensed. All he desired was a single candy, yet Hongdo insisted on hoarding it for herself. Hongdo glanced at Song Shijin in alarm. Given what had just been said, why was she still defending her position? This matter was to remain a secret among the three of them. Without hesitation, Song Shijin snatched the candy from her grasp. The green candy, glistening and beautiful, was immediately placed into his mouth. The sweet and tart flavor, accompanied by a hint of floral aroma, melted upon his tongue, a delicacy he had never before tasted. "Why, young master, you must not consume that," Hongdo exclaimed, still in shock. Song Yin, meanwhile, regarded them with an expression of calm understanding. He suddenly comprehended why his mother was so anxious, forbidding him from partaking in the treats that Hongdo had brought. Song Shijin scoffed, "Why may I not eat? I am the eldest young master of the Marquis and Appo's residence. I shall eat as I please. It is not your place to dictate." Hongdo trembled with fear. Song Shijin muttered to himself, "Grandmother is biased, only allowing such delectable treats for my brother." Song Yin, unperturbed, leaned in to whisper in Song Shijin and Appo's ear, "If you wish for more in the future, I shall secretly hide them for you, ensuring that no one discovers our secret and that Hongdo will remain silent." Upon hearing this, Song Shijin's mood lightened. "You may leave now. Simply state that I consumed it. This way, grandmother will not punish you, and we shall guard your secret." He dismissed Hongdo, who nodded absent-mindedly, "Yes, I shall take my leave." With satisfaction, Song Shijin turned and returned to his chamber. Meanwhile, Song Yin examined the medicinal concoction on the table, securing it in a vessel before feigning a request for his mother to mend his clothing. Hiding the container within the fabric. "Mother, there is a tear in my garment. I would be grateful if you could sew it for me," Song Yin said. displaying a demeanor of humility and respect. Liu Yueru and Appo's hands quickly detected the foreign object. Very well, I shall have it ready for you. It is late. You should return and rest. Chapter 65. The banquet on the following day, that was adorned with vibrant decorations, red lanterns hanging everywhere, creating an atmosphere of festivity and exuberance. With the support of the family over the past few years, the guests attending the banquet were plentiful. Accompanied by, stood at the grand entrance to welcome the esteemed guests. Meanwhile, busied herself with the affairs of the household, anxious to avoid any errors. Observing the bustling scene from her elevated position, the venerable felt a swell of joy and remarked to the other matriarchs, "The performance is about to commence. Shall we adjourn to the rear garden?" Everyone complied politely and led the womenfolk to the garden while the menfolk followed to the front hall. Some guests were invited by, while others, having heard of this attendance, hoped to encounter fortune. As noon approached, the absence of the began to stir impatience among the attendees. "I heard that would grace us with his presence today. Where is he?" one inquired. "Indeed, my dear has secured a commendable wife and is now allied with the. He shall surely ascend to great heights. Remember us, his brethren, when that time comes." Another jested, flushed with praise, stood tall, casting a glance at, who was diligently attending to arrangements, her beauty radiant. However, the chatter of discontent persisted. Maintaining a cheerful demeanor, replied, "He is often beset with affairs. He must be delayed. Come, let us venture to the rear garden to drink and enjoy the play." With most guests now present, he ushered them along. The rear garden of the was spacious, with distinct seating for ladies and gentlemen, separated by 2 tables. The guests settled into their respective places. The women exchanged simple discussions on domestic affairs, while the men, filled with ambition, engaged in poetic exchanges. Just before the performance began, Annie arrived at the rear garden. Having just completed her tasks, approached with, and, "You may proceed first," she instructed her companions upon seeing the newcomers, and followed her gaze. One was a refined gentleman exuding warmth, while the other emanated a regal aura of confidence. Both possessed strikingly noble appearances. Greeted them with a bow, and, before she could inquire further, called out first. Was momentarily taken aback by his unusual assertiveness. Responded with a bright smile, "Ah, it has been quite some time." A blush crept onto Appo's face. "Where is the?" asked, noticing Appo's absence. "She is recuperating at home due to a chill," replied nonchalantly. "She ought to rest well. A chill can vary in severity," concurred. Meanwhile, approached with a flattering demeanor. "Forgive my lack of proper welcome. Please, make yourself comfortable." Then inquired of, "Would you like to accompany your aunt to find your brother?" And he moved beside, turning back to, "I shall return shortly," observing his rare inclination to socialize. Remarked too, "I appreciate your kindness." Nodded, guiding to a corner to seek out, while led thee into the men's seating area. Chapter 66. Snacks. The male guests, originally seated, rose in unison to welcome the newcomers, vacating the main seats for the 2 individuals, who then settled according to their seniority. Those who had merely come to the Duke's residence hoping for a stroke of luck were exceedingly delighted. They had not anticipated that 2 prominent figures from the capital would be invited to the Duke and Appo's house, leading them to regard Song Nanji with newfound respect. Everyone seized the opportunity to ingratiate themselves, toasting both Liu Zimo and Prince Jean. The prince sat stoically to one side, his gaze lightly resting on those who offered their toasts, causing them to retract their hands in response. "There's business to attend to. It is inappropriate to indulge in excessive drinking. Let us honor our toast with tea instead," Liu Zimo interjected, lifting his teacup to shield the prince. It was widely said that Prince Jean cherished his son above all, and since the arrival of the young heir, he abstained from alcohol entirely whenever he left the house. Today, the rumors proved true. Some, particularly those with a keen interest in the Duke's household, had already heard that Liu Yueru had invited He-chun and Appo's, and to the residence to tutor Song Jean, and they curiously inquired, on such a lively occasion, "Why is Master He absent?" Indeed, Master He was once a celebrated figure in the capital. "It seems a tad ungenerous of Brother Song to keep such a distinguished teacher from us," chimed in a colleague of Song Nanji, who was well acquainted with him. Song Nanji found himself in a difficult position. He had indeed sent someone to invite Hee-chan and Amp, Oppos, but the latter had declined, stating that he preferred to avoid the bustle of such gatherings. Pray, do not misunderstand, esteemed friends. Master, he merely dislikes crowds, hence his absence, Song Nanji clarified. The colleagues who had been jesting quieted down, deterred by the presence of Prince Jean and Liu Zimo, who remained composed in their seats. Nonetheless, the prince and Oppos' gaze seemed to linger on Xie Wenhua among the ladies present. At that moment, Xie Wenhua was curiously observing the lotus-colored pastries adorned with golden flowers, which Liu Yueru had personally crafted for Song Yin. Would you like to taste one? Liu Yueru teased. Xie Wenhua was already familiar with the array of unique pastries from the prince and Oppos' residence, yet those in Liu Yueru and Oppos' hands appeared particularly exquisite. Due to his mother's concern about him developing dental issues, he was allowed only the occasional piece. May I? Xie Wenhua asked shyly, his cheeks flushed. Of course. Liu Yueru replied, charmed by his demeanor. She had not anticipated such a delightful spirit to reside beneath that stoic visage. She pressed a box of pastries into Xie Wenhua and Amp, Oppos' arms, adding, take as many as you wish, if you like them. I shall prepare more for the royal residence in the future. Xie Wenhua, entranced, gazed at the box brimming with colorful delicacies and lifted one to his lips. The flavor was refreshing, imbued with a subtle hint of bamboo leaves, sweet yet not cloying, with delicate notes of osmanthus emerging upon savoring. His eyes brightened as he turned to Liu Yueru. Aunt, may I take this box home? It is a gift for you, Liu Yueru replied with a soft laugh. As she watched his round, adorable face, she mused that if only Song Yin were not so thin, he too would have possessed such charm. Lost in her thoughts, she momentarily conflated the images of Xie Wenhua and Song Yin. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Liu Yueru was startled by her own abrupt thoughts. Thank you, Aunt, Xie Wenhua said, cherishing the treats. After another glance at Song Yin, he reconsidered and opened the box of pastries again, offering half to Song Yin. Song Yin took a piece from his hand, saying, I can often indulge in these. Since mother has given them to you, you should keep them for yourself. Xie Wenhua, not particularly eloquent and unfamiliar with making friends, finally managed to say, thank you, after a long pause. Chapter 67. The secret Baisong Yin found Xie Wenhua to be both intriguing and sincere. Wishing to forge a friendship, he playfully beckoned with his index finger and whispered conspiratorially in Xie Wenhua and Oppos' ear, I shall take you to a delightful place. Xie Wenhua, puzzled yet intrigued by Song Yin and Amp, Oppos' mysterious demeanor, nodded with a hint of anticipation. Mother, may I go to the restroom? Song Yin stood up first. Xie Wenhua, flustered and unaccustomed to deceit, looked at Song Yin with helpless eyes. Mother, he wishes to use the restroom too. I shall accompany him, Song Yin said, gently taking Xie Wenhua and Amp, Oppos' hand. Noticing that he was still tightly clutching a box of snacks, Song Yin took it and handed it to Liu Yueru. Mother, please hold this for him. Xie Wenhua allowed Song Yin to lead him away. However, as they departed, they were spotted by Yuan Qinglian, who was lurking in the shadows. A smile gracing her lips, Song Yin guided Xie Wenhua along winding paths until, after a considerable time, Xie Wenhua inquired, how much longer? My father will worry if he cannot see me for too long. Just ahead, we shall arrive shortly, Song Yin reassured him. Do you like small animals? Song Yin asked. Xie Wenhua pondered for a moment before nodding. I do. I once had a cat, but my mother, fearing it would distract me from my studies, secretly had it killed. A shadow crossed his face. His relationship with his mother had grown increasingly distant, and he no longer confided in her. Song Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then you must keep your eyes wide open. Xie Wenhua's curiosity intensified, prompting him to quicken his pace. The two boys halted before a grand tree. Xie Wenhua gazed at Song Yin in confusion. You brought me to see this? Follow me, Song Yin said mysteriously, moving to the back of the tree and gently tapping on the trunk. Suddenly, a small opening appeared, eliciting a gasp of surprise and delight from Xie Wenhua. Come inside, Song Yin urged, crawling through the opening. Xie Wenhua, Regaining his senses, followed suit. Upon entering, they discovered a secret base nestled within a tree, where a fluffy white creature lay curled up. "What is this?" Xiao Wenhua asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Song Yin leaned toward the white fox with a grin. "Ali, we have come to visit you." As he stroked the fox and amp, Oppo's soft, snowy fur, he produced 2 chicken legs from an unknown source. He handed one to Xiao Wenhua. "Hold this and feed it to Ali." "This is a fox?" Xiao Wenhua stammered in astonishment. Yet Ali's bright, clear eyes gazed up gently, nuzzling against Song Yin's hand. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Wenhua took a small step toward Ali, asking softly, "Can I touch it too?" "Of course. Ali is my good friend, and since I brought you here, Ali will surely like you," Song Yin explained. With great care, Xiao Wenhua extended his hand towards Ali. Initially hesitant, the fox instinctively leaned forward, nudging its head into Xiao Wenhua and Oppo's palm. A wave of warmth and softness enveloped his hand. Xiao Wenhua beamed at Song Yin, exclaiming, "Ali had approached me." Song Yin shared in his joy, but a flicker of sadness crossed his eyes as he looked back at Ali. "I wish to find someone to help care for Ali," Song Yin suddenly stated. Xiao Wenhua paused, his hand still on Ali. "You don't want any more?" he asked, a note of indignation in his voice. "My mother intends to send me back to Lu Fu for recuperation after the banquet, and my health is not well. I fear I cannot provide for it," Song Yin murmured. Previously, he had noticed Xiao Wenhua and Oppo's fondness for small animals, believing that if he entrusted Ali to him, it would be well cared for and treated kindly by its new young master. Chapter 68. Provocation. Xiao Wenhua merely hung his head low, his brows furrowed in thought. Song Yin, perplexed, inquired, "Do you not like Ali?" "Not all. I adore it," Xiao Wenhua replied, his eyes sparkling with affection as he gazed at Ali, unable to conceal his fondness. "Then why do you not wish to take it home?" Song Yin looked at him with a mix of concern and anticipation. His small hand continued to caress Ali and damp Oppo's soft fur, soothing the creature. Xiao Wenhua bit his lip, haunted by the horrific memory of his mother's servant killing the cat he had raised. He later learned from the servants that he had visited the burial site, where he found the poor creature and amp Oppo's head battered beyond recognition. A shudder coursed through Xiao Wenhua and amp Oppo's body as he stammered, "If it comes with me, it will die. It cannot accompany me home." Noticing something amiss, Song Yin approached, imitating his mother and Oppo's comforting manner as he gently rubbed Xiao Wenhua and Oppo's back, murmuring, "Do not be afraid. We are all here." Ali also nestled close to Xiao Wenhua, providing warmth that brought him back from his reverie. "I must return," Xiao Wenhua said, his spirits dampened as he averted his gaze from Ali. Song Yin patted the fox and led Xiao Wenhua away from the hollow tree. Suddenly, Song Shijin appeared from nowhere. "What are you two doing here in secret?" he asked, hands on his hips in a self-important manner. Xiao Wenhua furrowed his brows and ignored Song Shijin, walking past him without a word. "Just taking a stroll," Song Yin replied nonchalantly, anxious that their little secret might be uncovered, and prepared to leave with Xiao Wenhua. As they walked a short distance, Song Shijin abruptly veered into another path. "Mother," he called softly. Yuan Qinglian emerged from the shadows, placing a finger to her lips in a gesture for silence. "I saw a fox inside that hollow tree." Song Shijin relayed his discovery to Yuan Qinglian. Yuan Qinglian was already aware that Song Yin had secretly kept a fox, but she had previously thought it would soon meet its demise and had thus paid it no mind. A sly smile crept onto her face. If Liu Yueru could not enjoy her peace, then neither would she. "In a moment, lead the heir over here, and remember to make it a grand affair," Yuan Qinglian instructed with a fierce glint in her eyes. Song Shijin expressed concern. "Will mother truly be safe?" Yuan Qinglian reassured him. "Do you wish for mother to remain in the Marquis and Oppo's residence forever?" Song Shijin nodded earnestly. "Then do as mother says," Yuan Qinglian urged. Song Shijin obediently nodded, and Yuan Qinglian whispered a few more words in his ear before they parted ways. Upon returning to the rear garden, Xiao Wenhua was absent-mindedly clutching a box of pastries as he headed towards the Jinwang. In a flurry, Song Shijin pretended not to see and bumped into him. With a crash, the pastry box fell to the ground, scattering the treats everywhere. Xia Wenhua fixed an intense stare on Song Shijin and then glanced at the dirty pastries on the ground, his eyes reddening. Just then, Song Yiyan happened upon this scene. "Why did you do this?" Song Yiyan confronted him. Noticing the attention of others was elsewhere, Song Shijin whispered something in his ear. Song Yiyan clenched his fists. Holding back his anger, "Do not speak nonsense. That fox is about to die." Song Shijin leaned in again to whisper to Song Yiyan. In a panic, Song Yiyan rushed to check. Yet, Song Shijin held onto his clothes, preventing him from leaving. The two began to tussle, and seeing that Song Yiyan was outmatched, Xia Wenhua joined in to assist him. When the commotion caught the attention of the others, Song Shijin finally released Song Yiyan. Without hesitation, Song Yiyan broke free and dashed towards the hollow tree where Ali was. Xia Wenhua, confused, followed suit. Concerned for Xia Wenhua, Jin Wang disregarded all decorum and rushed after him. "Let us go take a look." Liu Yueru followed closely behind. Chapter 69. The Snow Fox's fury. The atmosphere became chaotic as old Madame Song abruptly ordered the performers to cease their singing. She expressed her concern, stating, "Jin Gu's hand is still injured. How could Yin Gu engage in a brawl with his elder brother? Such disrespect. This fine banquet has been ruined by that scoundrel. What if the heir is harmed?" Old Madame Song was seething with anger. As she spoke, she was assisted by Mama Chun, following the direction of those departing, leading a group towards them. When Liu Yueru arrived, she beheld a snow-white fox glaring fiercely at Yuan Qinglian. Yuan Qinglian's delicate hands bore several claw marks, blood flowing profusely. Song Yiyan stepped forward, embracing the fox's neck. Exclaiming, "Stay calm," Xia Wenhua stood protectively beside Song Yiyan, while Song Shijin cautiously held a branch, positioning himself behind Yuan Qinglian. Upon seeing old Madame Song and Song Nanji and Appo's arrival, Yuan Qinglian immediately broke into tears, pleading, "Old Madame, you must advocate for Qinglian. What is going on? Wasn't it decided to expel this fox from the residence? How can it still be here, causing injury?" Old Madame Song trembled with rage. "Someone drag this fox out and beat it to death with sticks," she declared without hesitation. Xia Wenhua, upon hearing this, spread his arms to shield Song Yiyan and the fox, stating, "Who dares?" The stewardess, witnessing this, halted in her tracks, uncertain, glancing at old Madame Song. Liu Yueru instructed her attendants to step back, calmly commanding, "Summon the physician." Yao Tao. Liu Yueru called for a maid to fetch Song Yiyan and Xia Wenhua to clean their soiled faces. Song Yiyan, observing the fox and Appo's fierce demeanor, refused to leave. Xia Wenhua echoed his sentiments. "Do not worry. No one will harm it for the time being," Liu Yueru assured. After a moment of soothing, Song Yiyan managed to calm the snow fox, which returned to its tree hollow. Song Yiyan's eyes, filled with a mix of anger and guilt, turned toward Yuan Qinglian and Song Shijin and then back to Liu Yueru, revealing his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Yuan Qinglian was quickly bandaged. The physician stated, "The young lady has sustained some superficial injuries. It is not serious, merely some flesh wounds that may leave scars. What shall we do?" Yuan Qinglian instinctively glanced at Song Nanji amidst the crowd, covering her face and weeping. Yunju hurriedly interjected, "Cousin, you are not yet married. Women are often concerned with their beauty. If scars remain, then—" Old Madame Song felt an ominous premonition and hastily changed the subject, saying, "I had warned that keeping this beast around would lead to trouble." Liu Yueru smirked inwardly, realizing the truth behind the events. Why was the young lady, who should have been enjoying the play in the back garden, suddenly here? How fortuitous that she was injured by the snow fox, witnessed by so many. Liu Yueru deftly unraveled her little scheme with just a few words. Everyone present, being prominent figures in the inner court and government officials, understood Yuan Qinglian's motives after Liu Yueru's remarks. "I had no particular business, merely strolled over, and unexpectedly, that snow fox appeared and attacked me." Yuan Qinglian lamented, feeling wronged. Seeing Song Nanji in the crowd, ignoring her plea for help, her heart sank further. Old Madame Song shot Yuan Qinglian a disapproving glance and awkwardly addressed the crowd. The children were merely playing, How embarrassing. Let us prepare for the banquet and return. Old Madame Song instructed Liu Yueru to handle the matter. The crowd, well aware of the underlying implications, refrained from exposing the situation, as rumors had circulated about the young lady's relationship with the heir. It seemed she was intent on compelling the Marquis's residents to acknowledge her status in front of everyone. With that, the group followed old Madame Song as she departed, leaving only Xie Jingrui and Liu Zimo standing in place. Chapter 70 Negotiation. Xie Jingrui observed everything that had just transpired. Previously, while at the Liu residence, he had heard Liu Yueru mention that he had placed several children of similar age around Xie Wenhua. However, Xie Wenhua remained melancholic and indifferent. No matter what tactics those children employed, they could not penetrate his circle. "May I have a word with you?" Xie Jingrui inquired. Liu Yueru seemed to have anticipated his intent and nodded slightly. After instructing Yi Tao to look after Song Yin and the young prince, she followed Xie Jingrui to a more secluded area visible to others. "What do you intend to do about that snow fox?" Xie Jingrui asked directly. The snow fox had been kept in the Ho residence's backyard for quite some time, displaying a gentle temperament. But today it had harmed someone, suggesting there was more to the story. If a satisfactory explanation were not provided, grandmother might resort to extreme measures against it. Liu Yueru slowly articulated her thoughts. Xie Jingrui remained silent for a moment. The snow fox was inherently cautious. It must have been injured. If no one had provoked it, it would not have acted as it did, he mused. Liu Yueru understood the implication behind his words. "If you have yet to devise a plan for this matter, might I offer a suggestion?" Xie Jingrui and Appo's voice broke the silence again. Liu Yueru looked at him with curiosity. "What do you propose?" "Let us send the snow fox to our Jin Wangfu. This way, old Madame Song would have little to argue about, and the fox could be saved," Xie Jingrui suggested. He glanced towards the direction of Xie Wenhua and Song Yin and continued, "Your second son has formed an attachment to the snow fox. If they meet, he can bring it into the residence, providing companionship for Wenhua." Liu Yueru chuckled softly. "So, the Jin Wang's intentions lie beyond mere hospitality. It is a mutually beneficial solution. Why not pursue it?" Xie Jingrui openly acknowledged his ulterior motives. "Very well. The snow fox has grown, and with summer approaching, this place is indeed unsuitable for its care. I have been troubled about where to place it," Liu Yueru replied. The two swiftly reached a consensus. Upon returning to the children, Xie Jingrui was the first to inquire, "Does father wish to bring the snow fox back to our Wangfu? Is Hu and Appo's are willing to care for it?" Xie Wenhua was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. Song Yin nudged him, saying, "If you do not want Ali, it will be beaten to death by bad people in my absence." I am willing," Xie Wenhua hurriedly responded, his eyes sparkling with joy yet tinged with worry. "Mother does not approve of me keeping such creatures," he murmured. "Fear not. Father will provide it with a separate courtyard in another residence, and your mother will not interfere," Xie Jingrui reassured him. He was unaware of Liu Yuni and Appo's clandestine actions to ensure Xie Wenhua focused on his studies by discreetly eliminating the animals he had kept, thus oblivious to the reason behind Wenhua's concerns. Song Yin was equally delighted. With Ali destined for a good home, he felt a growing fondness for the Jin Wang, expressing his gratitude with a respectful bow. "Thank you, uncle." Xie Jingrui lifted him from the ground, noting his frail form with a twinge of compassion. "I hear your name is Song Yin?" he asked. Standing tall and composed, Song Yin replied, "Yes. I present this to you. Whenever you wish to visit Wangfu to see Ali, you may use this," Xie Jingrui said, placing a token in his hand. "This item is far too precious," Liu Yueru interjected upon recognizing it as a token for entry into Jin Wangfu. Xie Jingrui waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence. With this token, your comings and goings will be more convenient. You are welcome to visit Wangfu often and play with Huer." Seeing Liu Yueru and Appo's lack of objection, Song Yin respectfully accepted the token. Chapter 71. The token. The banquet commenced as the guests transitioned to the grand hall. The inner courtyard was reserved for the ladies, while the outer hall accommodated the gentlemen. Xie Jingrui escorted Xie Wenhua back to the outer hall. where Song Nanji welcomed them with a radiant smile. They took their seats at the honored table, with Song Nanji guiding Xie Jingrui to the main seat. Xie Jingrui raised his cup and declared, "Today I have a request." Upon hearing this, Song Nanji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he flatteringly replied, "We are all family. Prince Jin need not stand on ceremony. Speak freely of your desires." The snow fox in the back garden, Xie Jingrui, stated slowly, "Very well. I shall send someone to deliver it to the royal residence later. However, be cautious, for those snow foxes recognize their masters," Song Nanji said, joyfully beaming. This arrangement would connect his marquisate with the Jin Prince and Amp, Oppo's residence, allowing him to frequently visit under the pretext of the young master's fondness for the snow fox. "I can take it myself," Xie Wenhua interjected, denying Song Nanji any opportunity to respond. Song Nanji and Oppo's smile faltered, yet he could not voice his discontent. Meanwhile, in an Annexe hall, old Madame Song and Yuan Qinglian were present. The old matron slammed her palm on the table, her expression dark. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You are attempting to push Nanji into a fire pit," she admonished sternly. Yuan Qinglian shrank back in fear. "Do you realize the caliber of guests we have today? If you cause a scene, it would ruin Nanji's future. You are truly foolish." Old Madame Song scolded, her body trembling with anger. Yuan Qinglian had not considered the ramifications. Confined by old Madame Song, her opportunities with the young heir dwindled. Jingu no longer shared the same closeness with her, prompting her to resort to such desperate measures. Old Madame Song, now fully aware of the situation, recognized that the marquisate needed Liu Yueru and Oppo's support, especially with the recent addition of 2 concubines. The prospect of more illegitimate offspring in the future would naturally provide the marquisate with greater choices. "I have no such intentions," Yuan Qinglian softly defended herself. "Your injury today is manageable, but if you harm the heir of the royal residence, it would be a grave offense," old Madame Song interrupted, still haunted by the thought. Yuan Qinglian's face turned pale. She had assumed that after years of serving old Madame Song, she held some significance in her eyes. However, this conversation awakened her to the harsh reality that, in this ruthless world, one could be discarded at any moment if deemed of no use. Previously, Jingu and Amp, Oppo's attachment to her, and Song Nanji and Amp, Oppo's affection had afforded her some leniency from old Madame Song. "I understand my mistakes," Yuan Qinglian replied, her spirit crushed. What should have been a joyous occasion turned sour due to Yuan Qinglian and Oppo's outburst, leaving old Madame Song in no mood to celebrate. She signaled to Mama Chun beside her. "The old matron is tired. Miss Yuan, please take your leave." Mama Chun escorted Yuan Qinglian out, summoning several matrons to oversee her quarters, more to guard against further disturbances than to observe her. Upon Mama Chun's return, old Madame Song instructed, "Go and kill that snow fox. Drag it out and bury it." Regarding the lady, Mama Kin hesitated. As long as I am here, her words hold no weight." Old Madame Song retorted with displeasure. "Yes, I shall see to it at once," Mama Chun affirmed. Having concluded her tasks, old Madame Song felt fatigued and chose not to return to the front hall, allowing the guests to depart without waiting. After the banquet, the guests gradually dispersed. Song Yin coaxed Ali into the cage and sent it off with the royal carriage destined for the Jin Prince's residence. "Do visit the royal residence often," Xie Wenhua remarked to Song Yin. "Certainly," replied Song Yin, reluctantly gazing at Ali. "Take good care of it." After exchanging farewells, the royal carriage departed. Song Nanji smiled at Liu Yueru, saying, "In the future, we can often visit the Jin Prince's residence to see the snow fox." Liu Yueru cast a nonchalant glance at him and replied, "My husband, with so many affairs at home, I must take my leave now." She took Song Yin by the hand, leading him back to the Wenhua pavilion. Suddenly, a token fell from Song Yin and Oppo's person. Chapter 72. Taken for granted. Song Nanji instantly recognized the golden token of the Jin Wangfu. Swiftly, he picked it up from the ground, asking, "Where did you acquire this token, Yin?" Song Shijin, a bit displeased, took on the demeanor of an elder brother, stating, "It is a crime for a younger brother to steal from others, especially a token from the Jin Wangfu. Song Nanji also felt it improbable that the Jin Wang would bestow his token upon a child he scarcely knew, and his expression turned grave. He stepped forward and seized Song Yin from Liu Yu and Appo's grasp, insisting, "Come with me to the Jin Wangfu to apologize." Caught off guard, Song Yin, already frail, collided forcefully with the door. Bang! Liu Yu and Appo's heart tightened, her radiant face clouded with frost as she commanded sharply, "Stop." She disregarded the strange looks from others and hurried to Song Yin's side, helping him up from the ground. "Are you hurt?" Looking up at his mother with a pale face, Song Yin managed a pained smile. "I am fine, mother." Liu Yu and Appo's gaze fell upon the scraped skin on Song Yin and Appo's hand, her eyes reddening. "I will take you to apply medicine," she said, pulling his hand. As they passed by Song Nanji, she reclaimed the token from his grasp, her voice icy. This token was personally given to Yin by the Jin Wang. Song Nanji stood frozen. Song Shijin, equally incredulous, remarked, "How could the cold-hearted Jin Wang give a token to him?" "Father, I want one too," Song Shijin whined, oblivious to Song Nanji and Appo's dark expression as he tugged at his sleeve. Song Nanji, his face darkened, glanced at Song Shijin. He had painstakingly sought to cultivate a relationship between Song Shijin and the young master. Yet today, he had publicly fought with his brother. Such incidents would only lead to gossip about the improper conduct of the Marquis and Appo's household, suggesting that brothers turned against one another. Suppressing his anger, he pulled Song Shijin towards the Nanchi Hall. "Follow me." "Father, I can walk by myself," Song Shijin said, a bit frightened. Uncertain of how he had managed to provoke the usually indulgent father, he felt uneasy. "What is the meaning of this?" exclaimed the old Madam Song upon seeing Song Nanji dragging Song Shijin inside. Her heart immediately filled with concern, recalling how close the banquet came to being ruined today. Coupled with Liu Yu and Appo's cold gaze, Song Nanji felt an inexplicable anxiety swell within him. "Go fetch the cousin," he instructed. "Let us speak properly. Why are you so insistent on holding on to Jin and Appo's?" "His hand is still injured," the old Madam Song quickly interjected, trying to soothe the situation. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, Song Nanji was often careless with his strength, and the old madam feared he might harm his beloved grandson. Though he had played along with Yuan Qinglian and Appo's foolish antics at the banquet, he was still just a child. "I have already spoken to Qinglian about today's events, and I have punished her by forbidding her from leaving the courtyard recklessly. She must be more cautious in the future," the old madam explained. "I was trying to seize the opportunity to build a rapport with the young master, to grow closer, yet he listened to all the wrong advice," Song Nanji lamented, exasperated. "The young master of the Jin Wangfu is naturally aloof. You cannot blame Jin and Appo's, for that," the old madam continued to defend Song Shijin. Song Nanji, frustrated, replied, "Grandmother, the Jin Wang has gifted Yin a token from the Jin Wangfu." "What?" the old madam gasped, nearly dropping her teacup in shock. "How'd you come to know this?" she quickly questioned. "I witnessed it with my own eyes. The token is now in you and Appo's possession," Song Nanji lamented, regretting not having a proper conversation with Yin earlier, which would have spared him the embarrassment before Liu Yueru. "This matter is simple. Let Yueru bring it forth. Since the Jin Wang has given the token, it is evident he wishes to form a connection with our Marquis household," the old madam reassured herself, suggesting a hopeful perspective. Chapter 73. Interrogation. Song Nanji found himself at a loss for words, feeling a certain discomfort in addressing Liu Yueru after the recent misunderstanding regarding Song Yin. He understood the gravity of the situation. The old matriarch believed he was protecting Song Yin, and her expression darkened. Jin Gu is the legitimate heir of the Marquis. Perhaps the Prince of Jin mistook him for someone else when he presented the token to Yin. As Song Nanji pondered Liu Yueru's icy gaze, he fell silent. At that moment, Yuan Qinglian entered alongside Mama Chun, her eyes brimming with tears, gazing at Song Nanji with a look of profound grievance. Observing her pallid complexion, he inquired, "Are you aware of the penalties for adultery in the capital?" Yuan Qinglian froze, her lips turning white. "What do you mean? What does my cousin imply?" "If today's events were to be scrutinized, she would be left with no hope. Your fate would be of no consequence," Song Nanji replied succinctly. Yuan Qinglian swayed slightly, nearly losing her footing. What wrong had she committed? She merely sought to obtain a rightful name for herself. Father, it is all Jiner's fault. Please do not cast away mother. Suddenly, Song Shijin rushed to Song Nanji's side, fear evident in his eyes. The old matriarch, startled, quickly signaled Mama Chan to close the door. Jingu, do you remember what your great-grandmother told you? Do not call her and amp, oppose, mother and amp, oppose, in public. It would bring ruin upon the marquisate, she explained anxiously. Hearing Song Nanji's words frightened Song Shijin. The old matriarch hurriedly embraced him, soothing, your father may have spoken harshly, but your mother indeed made a mistake today. If we do not handle this well, our entire family could face dire consequences, which is why we are so upset. It was only then that Song Shijin began to regain his composure, having overheard others whispering about him and his mother, their gazes filled with suspicion. Even Song Nanji had been quite stern with him. He feared that Song Nanji truly intended to expel his mother. Great-grandmother, I thought, he stammered, stealing glances at Song Nanji. Enough. Speak of this outside. Do not frighten Jingu or any further. As for the token, I shall find a way to retrieve it from you and oppose. The old matriarch said, pulling Song Shijin close, her heart aching at his pale countenance as she tenderly caressed his face. Does your hand still hurt? She asked with a gentle smile. Song Shijin, possessing a measure of cleverness, understood that the person who cherished him most in the marquisate was the old matriarch, the one he could rely on. I have diligently used the medicine you sent, Jean and oppose, has seen great results. I hope it has not caused you too much worry. I noticed you did not join us for meals earlier. Are you unwell? Let me give you a massage. I am fine, the old matriarch replied, her eyes sparkling with warmth. The bond between the grandmother and grandson was undeniably affectionate. However, Mama Chan and Oppo's brow furrowed with concern. If Yuan Qinglian were to create further troubles, the old matriarch might not let her off so easily. If the eldest master were to learn of this, he would likely not forgive the old matriarch. The token, originally given to Yin by the Prince of Jin, now rested in Jingu and Oppo's hands. How would the prince perceive this? Even if it were obtained, it could not be utilized. Do not concern yourself with this matter, the old matriarch instructed. Now depart. It would not be prudent for others to witness this. She cast a cold glance at Yuan Qinglian. Song Nanji performed a respectful bow before exiting, with Yuan Qinglian trailing closely behind. Cousin, please allow me to explain. What is there to explain? Song Nanji clenched his fists, visibly displeased. I did not intend for this to spiral out of control, cousin. I truly did not mean for it to happen, Yuan Qinglian said, her tone softening as she sensed Song Nanji's displeasure. Her tearful, pitiful demeanor reminded Song Nanji of the arduous days he endured while wandering with Jingu and Oppo's. Fortunately, with Liu Yueru present today, no significant chaos had ensued. With a twinge of compassion, he declared, let this be the last time. Chapter 74. The bandits Yuan Qinglian let out a sigh of relief, wiping away the traces of tears on her face. Just now, upon hearing from her grandmother that the Prince of Jin had bestowed a token upon Yengu and Oppo's, she devised a clever plan that would allow them to obtain the token without asking Yengu directly, while also ensuring that the prince did not harbor any ill feelings towards Jingu and Oppo's. Song Nanji, who had been troubled by this matter, perked up at Yuan Qinglian and Oppo's suggestion and inquired, what is your plan? Yuan Qinglian replied with a flattering smile. We could have Yengu take Jingu along when he visits the prince's residence. This way, the two can interact more frequently, and over time, they will naturally become acquainted. This idea was indeed quite clever. It offended no one and would allow both herself and Jingu and Oppo's to become familiar faces at the prince and Oppo's residence. Seeing his delight, Yuan Qinglian seized the moment to invite him. Nanji, it has been a while since you visited my chamber. I shall prepare some of your favorite dishes. Will you come later to dine? However, Song Nanji was preoccupied with the serene visage of Liu Yueru, and he replied curtly, I have matters to attend to. There is no need to trouble yourself. With that, he departed from the Nanatang. In Wen Huaxuan, Liu Yueru was tending to Song Yian and Appo's wounds in the courtyard. The injury was minor, but Song Yian's frame was so emaciated that there was hardly any flesh beneath the skin. Liu Yueru maintained a calm demeanor as she observed the skeletal hand of Song Yian, but her eyes could not help but redden. Bear with it. It will heal soon. Liu Yueru spoke, her voice slightly hoarse. Mother, I am fine. It is merely a superficial wound, Song Yian reassured her. Liu Yueru did not respond to him, but calmly instructed Yi Tao, please prepare a few sets of clean clothes for the young master and gather his belongings. Madam, Shun and Appo's, the young master stay a few more days? Yito, aware of Liu Yueru's reluctance, ventured to ask. No, he should return to his second brother. She indicated for Yi Tao to proceed with her task. Yi Tao complied and entered Song Yian's side courtyard. Last night, Liu Yueru had sent medicinal broth to Liu Mansion, and her second brother informed her that the concoction contained an ingredient that could induce fatigue and loss of appetite. No wonder they had found nothing amiss in the dregs of the medicine. Those in the marquisate had ample means to poison Yin Gu and Appo's. Liu Yueru gazed at Song Yian for a moment. Take good care of yourself. Mother will await your return. She pressed the token into Song Yian and Appo's hand. Hold on to this. It is a gift from the Prince of Jin. Regardless of what others say, do not part with it. I understand, Mother. Please take care of yourself, and do not worry. Song Yian mimicked Liu Yueru's usual admonitions towards him. The bond between mother and son was tender. Yin Mama observed the scene with a heavy heart, realizing that the only one who genuinely cared for the madam in the marquisate was the young master. Yet the madam had to part with him. The heir truly is inconsiderate. Knowing the young master and Appo's frail condition, he still inflicted such harm. Yi Tao remarked discontentedly after gathering Song Yian's belongings. Yin Mama shot her a disapproving glance. Go chop some firewood. Indeed, one cannot even speak the truth anymore. Yi Tao continued to grumble, her heart aching for Song Yian. Who are you calling black-hearted? A voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. The group turned to see Yin Mama, and both Yin Mama and Yi Tao were startled by her presence. The two curtsied. We pay our respects to the old lady. Humph. The old lady of the Song family cast a cold glance at Yi Tao, causing her to nearly lose her composure. Go about your business, Liu Yueru said as she rose and acknowledged the old lady with a bow. Seated, the old lady wasted no time. I have heard that the Prince of Jin presented a token to the marquisate. Liu Yueru chuckled. What a den of robbers. Chapter 75. Partiality. It was indeed a gift, yet it was personally bestowed upon Yin Gu and Appo's, by the Prince of Jin, Liu Yueru emphasized. Regardless of to whom it was given, it symbolizes the Prince and Appo's intention to forge a connection with the Ho residents. Thus we ought to utilize it in the most appropriate manner, declared Old Madam Song with righteous conviction. Liu Yueru regarded Old Madam Song with a measured expression and inquired, Grandmother, what do you mean? Jin Gu and Appo's is the legitimate heir of the Ho family. He ought to receive these accolades first. Moreover, he is about to accompany the heir to the palace for the grandson and Appo's studies and as the head matriarch. You should know what to do, Old Madam Song asserted. In her previous life, Liu Yueru might have succumbed to her grandmother and Appo's authority and yielded the token to Jin Gu and Appo's. However, circumstances had changed. If grandmother has a course of action in mind, please express it directly. Your granddaughter finds it rather unclear. Liu Yueru feigned ignorance. Old Madam Song felt a pang of frustration. It was evident that Liu Yueru was opposing her. She had articulated her thoughts clearly, yet Liu Yueru still required further clarification. I believe you should recognize that Jin Gu and Appo's is in greater need of this token than Yin Gu and Appo's. Old Madam Song finally insisted, her face betraying her embarrassment. This token was given to Yin Gu by the prince. I wouldn't dare to take liberties with it, Liu Yueru replied, her expression tinged with guilt. You could simply state that Yin Gu and Appo's is unwell and allow Jin Gu and Appo's to take his place in entertaining the heir. I am certain the prince wouldn't mind. Old Madam Song suggested, her imagination running wild. Liu Yueru scoffed internally. Old Madame Song evidently lacked an understanding of the Prince of Jin. Though Liu Yueru had limited interactions, it was apparent from their conversations that he possessed little inclination to engage in matters of social obligation. Furthermore, he had no need to do so. His intention in presenting the token to Yin Gu and Oppos, was merely to facilitate a more amiable atmosphere for the heir, alleviating his loneliness. Grandmother, this matter concerns the prince and Oppos. As personal belongings, I cannot take it upon myself to make such a decision, Liu Yueru gently declined. Old Madame Song and Oppos' face flushed with indignation. This was the first time Liu Yueru had bested her in their exchanges. In the past, whenever she desired something, Liu Yueru would readily accommodate her, provided it was and Oppos' too excessive. Perhaps we should wait until Nanji visits the prince and Oppos' residence to inquire, Old Madame Song thought, feeling a sense of humiliation as she prepared to leave in a huff. Suddenly, Liu Yueru spoke again. Grandmother, why is it that, although both are great-grandsons of the Ho family, Yinggur is my biological child and your legitimate great-grandson, yet you always prioritize Jingur? Her gaze was intense as she continued. Could it be that the rumors circulating outside hold some truth? Old Madame Song was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Who dares to spread such slander? I shall have someone investigate, she exclaimed. Then, with a tone of earnestness, she counseled Liu Yueru. As the matriarch of the Ho family, you must be mindful of what to say and what to withhold. Yin Guandamp, Oppos, is unfortunate, if not for his frail constitution. I would not have permitted an illegitimate son to be regarded as a legitimate great-grandson. Do not misinterpret my intentions. I understand, grandmother, Liu Yueru replied, her demeanor unperturbed. Fearing further probing from Liu Yueru, Old Madame Song hastily departed from Wenhua Pavilion with the assistance of Mama Chun. Once they had left, Liu Yueru entrusted Song Yin to Liu Zimo, who was waiting outside, offering a few more words of caution before watching as he departed the Ho residence. As she made her way back through the courtyard, she spotted Song Nanji conversing animatedly with a tree, practicing her speech. Upon noticing Liu Yueru, their eyes met, and for a fleeting moment, Song Nanji was taken aback. Liu Yueru and Oppos' eyes were truly captivating, yet they were filled with disappointment and disdain towards herself, rendering her speechless despite her prolonged practice. Chapter 76. Disappointment. Liu Yueru walked past him with an impassive expression. Song Nanji anxiously called out, "You heir, I have something to discuss with you." Liu Yueru halted her steps, yet her gaze remained fixed ahead, ignoring him entirely. Step aside, she instructed Yin Mama, who promptly moved aside. Only then did Liu Yueru speak in a detached manner. Go ahead. I should not have acted that way today. Blaming Yin Gur without clarifying the situation first, he said. Noticing Liu Yueru's indifference, Song Nanji pressed on. Is his injury serious? Has a physician from the manor examined him? Thanks to your benevolence, a slight fracture has occurred. Indeed, the young lord has acted impulsively. He has already suffered once before when requesting a tutor, Liu Yueru replied, her tone devoid of overt reproach yet imbued with disappointment. Forgive me, Song Nanji attempted to explain, but faltered, unsure of how to begin. Husband. Liu Yueru interrupted him. If you wish to express something, be direct. Whether you desire to take a concubine or seek a divorce, I, Liu Yueru, am not a woman who lacks understanding. Her expression remained remarkably calm as she regarded him. Song Nanji clenched his fists. I have never contemplated divorce. Since you have wed me, I shall remain devoted to you for a lifetime. Liu Yueru's cold laughter echoed in response. Indeed, the bond between them has not reached a point where you would risk public scorn to cast me aside. After utilizing me, they would prefer me to perish within the Duke and Oppos' residence, merely to serve their interests. I've said what needed to be said. How things unfold is your concern, Liu Yueru concluded, turning to leave. Aware of her displeasure, Song Nanji opted not to provide further explanation. Time reveals a person and Oppos' true nature, he remarked as she departed. Yin Mama hurried to catch up, sighing softly. Their previously cordial relationship had reverted to its former state. Zhao Wei Yun and Fong Kowei, worried about Liu Yueru, awaited her at Wenhuaxian. Madam, they greeted as she returned with an expressionless face. You have returned. Liu Yueru instructed Yin Mama to hand over the account book to Feng Kuwei. Please take a look at the accounts and let me know if anything is unclear. Today is the 3rd. According to the rules, the housekeepers should report the accounts. But due to a banquet, they have left without presenting them. When Mama Zhang from the Rouge shop arrived, her expression was less than favorable, suggesting discrepancies in the accounts. Liu Yueru took the initiative to retrieve the Rouge shop and Oppo's ledger and handed it to Feng Kuwei. Start with this. Feng Kuwei was taken aback. This was indeed a task reserved for the head matriarch, and Liu Yueru and Oppo's sudden willingness to guide them was unexpected. Zhao Weiyun assumed Liu Yueru was affected by the events of the day. Madam, there is no need to be upset over today and Oppo's incident. She is merely an unrecognized individual. Did not the old lady refrain from making any promises to her? Feng Kuwei chimed in, feeling the accounts in her hands were akin to a hot potato. Yes, the Duke and Oppo's manner ultimately follows your lead, madam. Moreover, are you not concerned that I may speak of these accounts outside? Liu Yueru smiled. You are free to learn. I shall relish the leisure it brings me in the future. As for today and Oppo's events, let us refrain from further discussion. Simply act as if you are unaware. She then remembered she had yet to formalize their status. Yin Mama arranged for their names to be registered tomorrow. Ensure you both dress well, as I shall take you to meet the young lord. Liu Yueru and Oppo's gaze was intense as she looked at them. Zhao Weiyun and Feng Kuwei exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowing. Chapter 77. Accounts. Liu Yueru observed the expressions of the two women closely. Some matters must ultimately be determined by them. The recent events had left the heir with a less than favorable impression in their hearts. Yet, she still hoped for them to bear the heir and Oppo's illegitimate child soon. The maids understood that now that they had entered the Marquis and Oppo's residence as concubines, they ought to fulfill their duties appropriately. The two responded obediently. Liu Yueru motioned for them to sit on the embroidered stools nearby. You have seen the heir from a distance on several occasions. What are your thoughts about him? Zhao Weiyun, possessing keen observational skills, was the first to express her opinion. I believe the heir possesses a proud disposition. He tends to undervalue that which comes easily. Conversely, he treasures the unattainable. This may stem from his early exposure to the military, fostering a strong desire for conquest, making him yearn for what lies beyond his grasp. Liu Yueru pondered this. Was and Oppo's is precisely indicative of his attitude towards her. In her past life, she had gone to great lengths to please him, fearful of displeasing him in any minor way, always safeguarding his dignity, yet receiving not an ounce of respect in return. Now, her indifference and aloofness seemed to unsettle him, inciting a newfound concern for her thoughts. She was curious to see if, having fulfilled Yuan Qing Lian and Oppo's wish, they could harmonize in this life. Madam? Zhao Weiyun called gently. Liu Yueru returned to her senses and turned to Feng Kuwei, asking, What do you think? I also feel that the heir is rebellious and requires a delicate balance. Feng Kuwei replied with a smile. Liu Yueru chuckled. Do you know how to act in front of the heir? Both Zhao Weiyun and Feng Kuwei, inexperienced in matters of the heart, flushed at Liu Yueru and Oppo's question, shaking their heads in shyness. Tease him, keep your distance, and make it hard for him to decipher your intentions. Liu Yueru advised with a smile. Zhao Weiyun suddenly understood Liu Yueru and Oppo's meaning, while Feng Kuwei furrowed her brow in contemplation. Weiyun and Oppo's nature was inherently vibrant. Show your lively side to the heir, but do not overdo it. Kuwei, being gentle and reserved, bore a touch of coolness in her beauty, reminiscent of Liu Yueru herself, so a smoky blue or leaf green dress would suit her well. The two were pleased with their new garments, silently admiring their lady's meticulousness and thoughtfulness. They lamented that such a remarkable wife was wasted on the heir, who failed to appreciate her. Feng Kuwei diligently reviewed the accounts of the cosmetic shop and, upon reaching the end, pressed her delicate brows together. Madam, how could the cosmetic shop have such a significant deficit? Feng Kuwei asked in astonishment after multiple confirmations. What do you mean? Liu Yueru inquired, maintaining her composure. According to the normal accounts, the profits of the cosmetics shop are considerable. However, for some unknown reason, money vanishes every 3 to 5 days. By this calculation, nearly 200 taels of silver disappear from the shop each month. Fong Kuwei and Oppo's expression shifted dramatically. That amount could sustain her family's extravagant lifestyle for an entire year. Liu Yueru lowered her gaze, acknowledging Fong Kuwei's evident talent in account management, as she had pinpointed the issue with just a cursory glance. You should examine this as well, Liu Yueru said, handing her the remaining accounts. Chapter 78. Speculation. Upon glancing through the accounts, Fong Kuwei was taken aback. Each submitted ledger was impeccably presented, yet there were discrepancies on the day's goods were procured. What should have been a profitable venture barely yielded enough silver to sustain the shop's daily operations by month's end. Where had all the money gone? Madam. Fong Kuwei looked at Liu Yueru in a panic. It's all right. Speak freely if you have discovered anything, Liu Yueru replied with a calm smile. Fong Kuwei recounted her observations to Liu Yueru, confessing her lack of understanding and uncertainty about their validity. You are not mistaken, Liu Yueru responded, maintaining her composed demeanor. Zhao Weiyun, however, was increasingly restless. Such a significant shortfall demands thorough investigation. If left unchecked, it could become fodder for gossip. How can you remain so unperturbed, madam? The misappropriation of these funds must be orchestrated by trusted individuals within the household. Otherwise, it would not be so meticulously concealed, Zhao Weiyun asserted with piercing insight. Oh, how so? Liu Yueru inquired, intrigued. Those shops were once the esteemed property of the marquis. Even if the management has changed, it is improbable that all the staff beneath them were replaced. With you now overseeing these businesses, any attempt to divert funds can only point to the old matriarch as the most likely suspect, Zhao Weiyun concluded, hesitating to voice the implications fully. Yet Liu Yueru understood her insinuation. It was undeniable that her intellect was exceptional. Madam, what shall we do? Fong Kuwei expressed her concern for Liu Yueru. Let us return their tactics upon them, Liu Yueru replied with an air of nonchalance. Zhao Weiyun comprehended the situation. The entire household viewed the madam as a mere cash cow. Any misstep on her part could easily be leveraged to displace her from her position as the matriarch. If they treated her with such disregard, what worth did the concubines hold? Do you have a plan, madam? Zhao Weiyun asked, apprehensive for Liu Yueru. Since we are in this predicament, we shall embrace it. Tomorrow, the stewardess will undoubtedly make another visit, and the more commotion, the better, Liu Yueru remarked with a subtle smile that hinted at her intentions. Zhao Weiyun, momentarily dazed, felt her admiration for Liu Yueru deepen. Should you require my assistance, madam, do not hesitate to ask, Zhao Weiyun offered, eagerly anticipating Liu Yueru's strategy to turn the tables. I shall do the same. Fong Kuwei, regaining her composure from the shock, chimed in. Yito, with eyes ablaze, felt indignant on Liu Yueru's behalf. Those discrepancies have always been filled by Madam's dowry. They are fully aware that Madam's estates and shops are profitable and seek to extract money from her. Zhao Weiyun pondered thoughtfully, realizing why the old matriarch would take such risks. Yet, she could not fathom why the elderly lady, who already enjoyed the finest provisions from Liu Yueru, would desire so much more silver. Yitao, Liu Yueru gently interjected, halting her from continuing. With tears of frustration in her eyes, Yitao stood aside, feeling deeply troubled. She was not naive. She had heard Fong Yinyang's remarks about the old matriarch and Oppo's growing appetite. Previously, Madame's profitable shops had provided the marquis's household with some private funds, but now, it seemed, nothing was left for Madame. Others might believe that Madame was thriving in the marquis's residence, yet none knew the hardships she truly faced. Yitao could not restrain herself from defending Liu Yueru. At the banquet, when Miss Yuan had caused such a significant scandal, both the old matriarch and the heir had merely brushed it aside. Should Madame make even the slightest error, she feared it would be magnified beyond measure. Chapter 79. Reclaiming what rightfully belongs to her, Liu Yueru instructed Zhao Weiyun and Fong Ku to withdraw, offering solace to Yitao. Did I not mention that all I have invested will be returned to me in full? It is time to retrieve the ledgers I previously asked you to conceal. Liu Yueru spoke with a hint of resignation. In her past life, she had concealed these accounts for the marquisate, her dowry largely compensating the estate and fostering a reputation for the old matriarch, Lady Song, as a benevolent grandmother. This time, she was unwilling to continue such sacrifices. Yi Tao hesitated for a moment. Then a smile broke upon her face as she inquired, "Madam, do you intend to reclaim all the funds you previously contributed?" "Indeed," Liu Yueru replied with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yi Tao hurried back to Liu Yueru and Appo's study, gathering the ledgers hidden within a secret compartment. When Liu Yueru entered alongside Mama Yin, Yi Tao had neatly arranged the ledgers, though they were covered in years of dust. She gently brushed away the grime. "Madam, all the ledgers from these years are here." Yi Tao finally spoke after completing her task. Mama Yin surveyed the scene. Her brow furrowed with concern as she turned to Liu Yueru. "Madam, are you truly prepared to take this step?" For many years, while Lady Song had been embezzling funds, Liu Yueru had turned a blind eye for the sake of the marquisate's tranquility. After all, Lady Song was still an esteemed elder. If the truth were to be exposed, while the issue might be resolved, Liu Yueru and Appo's life within the marquisate would likely no longer be as tranquil as it once was. "Mama Yin, this is not a path I wish to tread. It is they who have compelled me to act thus," Liu Yueru declared resolutely. Once this step was taken, it was likely there would be no turning back. Mama Yin hoped Liu Yueru would reconsider. The peace the marquisate had experienced over the years had come at the cost of her own grievances, and now she no longer wished to endure such a life. As you heard, their appetites have grown insatiable. Rather than ultimately being unable to satisfy them and being branded a thief of the marquisate's wealth, it is wiser to extinguish their hopes now. Mama Yin sighed softly, fully aware of these dynamics. However, once a woman is married, she becomes intertwined with her husband and Appo's family. Their fortunes rise and fall together. "Since you have made your decision, I shall stand by you through any challenges that may arise," Mama Yin affirmed. Liu Yueru smiled. "With you by my side in this life, I feel my existence has not been in vain." Mama Yin pulled a chair for Liu Yueru while Yi Tao prepared the ink. "What you say, madam, is but the truth. We live to serve you. It is our fortune to have a master as kind as you," Mama Yin expressed with a worried tone. Liu Yueru reassured her, "There is no need for excessive concern on my behalf. It is merely those who have suffered injustices who are unwilling to continue enduring them. And such upheaval may well bring about positive change. Indeed, I shall respect your decisions in all matters, madam," Mama Yin replied, believing in Liu Yueru's capabilities, though lamenting that she had not encountered a worthy husband, leading her to fight for everything herself. She had cultivated a facade of icy indifference towards others. As the saying goes, kindness invites exploitation. Liu Yueru had been too benevolent towards those around her, as Yi Tao insightfully remarked. Mama Yin shot her a disapproving glance, recognizing her youthful naivety and the lack of thorough consideration in her thoughts. She hoped that Liu Yueru and Appo's decision had been made after deep contemplation. As she looked at Liu Yueru, Mama Yin sensed a shift in the winds surrounding the marquisate. Chapter 80. The Folly of Pride. The following day, Song Nanji returned to the residence rather early. Liu Yueru, accompanied by the two individuals she had already prepared, headed towards Xinjiaxuan. At this moment, Song Nanji was in his study, perusing the desk. Upon noticing the visitor, he hastily set down the book and rose with a smile to greet her. "What brings you here?" This marked Liu Yueru's first proactive entrance into Xinjiaxuan in recent days. Liu Yueru performed a courtesy and waved to signal the two individuals outside to enter. "I have brought Zhao Weiyun and Feng Kewai with me. I should have arranged this meeting earlier, but the affairs of the household have kept me preoccupied." Zhao Weiyun was adorned in a bright orange dress with a red sash accentuating her graceful figure, her cheerful demeanor catching Song Nanji and Appo's attention. Following closely was Feng Kewai, dressed in a soft blue gown, exuding an air of elegance and refinement, reminiscent of Liu Yueru and Appo's own charm. Song Nanji appeared momentarily taken aback. After acknowledging their presence with a bow, he collected himself and gestured for them to rise. Liu Yueru introduced, "This is concubine Zhao Zhao Weiyan. And this is concubine Fong. Fong Kawai. My lord, you must remember them well. Today, I have arranged for them to be included in the marquee and amp, oppos, as household register, and they will be settled in Yuhua Pavilion next to Wenhua Pavilion. If you wish to see them, you may go there. Liu Yueru spoke in a calm tone. Suddenly, Song Nanji and Oppos' expression darkened. You are so indifferent about this? Liu Yueru looked at him puzzled. These are your concubines, if you wish to see them. What is inappropriate about that? Song Nanji's face grew somber. No matter. You both may leave. In the future, do not come to the front courtyard without my permission. Understood, they replied in unison. Liu Yueru bowed and made her exit without lingering. Madam, does the young master not like us? Zhao Weiyan inquired once they were outside Xinjiaxuan. It and Oppos. Not that. His pride is at play. He desires something, yet pretends to be reluctant. In time, you'll understand, Liu Yueru replied with a faint smile. Fong Kawai felt that Song Nanji was somewhat intimidating and preferred not to provoke him. I shall continue to serve you, madam. Such matters are more suited to me. Liu Yueru found both of them endearing, one candid and the other charming. That cannot be, as the lady of the house. I cannot have a concubine serve me like a maid. What would others think? They might assume I am a jealous woman, unable to tolerate even a concubine. She jested. That would not be the case. Serving by your side is indeed a privilege. Fong Kawai expressed her envy towards Yi Tao and Mama Yen. It was evident that whenever the madam had something good, she always thought of her closest attendants, even ensuring they wore garments superior to those of ordinary maids. In the marquis and amp, Oppos' household, if you remain long without bearing him a son or daughter, you will be no different from servants. Thus, you must seize your opportunities, Liu Yueru advised. Zhao Weiyan and Fong Kawai understood the gravity of the situation. However, recalling the way Song Nanji looked at them earlier, they believed that with a little effort, having children would not be a daunting task. The thought made Zhao Weiyan blush involuntarily. The group returned to Wenhua Pavilion, chatting and laughing. Upon entering the courtyard, they encountered a matron of a different demeanor waiting. When she saw Liu Yueru, she hurriedly approached. This old servant pays her respects to the madam. Mama Lin, Liu Yueru said, stepping forward to assist her. Madam, this old servant feels unworthy to face you. Mama Lin knelt on the ground, refusing to rise. Having just taken over the rouge shop, the significant loss weighed heavily on her, and even selling herself would not suffice to compensate. Do not worry. Rise and speak of your troubles. I shall assist you in resolving them, Liu Yueru encouraged. Pulling her to her feet, Mama Lin, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, clearly had not slept the previous night. Madam, I truly have not taken any silver from the rouge shop, yet I cannot ascertain who is responsible. Please, you must address this matter on my behalf, Mama Lin implored, her words tumbling out in her urgency. Chapter 81 Reporting to the authorities. I have thoroughly examined the account books. I shall investigate this matter rigorously, Liu Yueru proclaimed. Lin Mama, as if having found her anchor, knelt heavily before Liu Yueru and bowed multiple times. Liu Yueru summoned Yin Mama to fetch the steward and Lin Mama to investigate the rouge shop. Meanwhile, upon hearing of the incident, old Madam Song hurried from Nachi Hall to Wenhua Pavilion. Child, who have you entrusted with the shop? Carelessly handing it over has led to a loss of 200 taels, a considerable sum indeed. Old Madam Song questioned sternly upon her arrival at Wenhua Pavilion. Grandmother, it is premature to assign blame before we ascertain the facts, Liu Yueru replied, her gaze slightly cold. Such a significant sum. Lin Mama would not dare to act so brazenly for petty gains, nor would she have the audacity to spread word of it. She is merely a steward. Unless prompted by someone behind the scenes, it is likely that another is involved, Liu Yueru asserted, her eyes fixed intently on old Madam Song. And what is your perspective on this matter, grandmother? She inquired calmly. Old Madam Song and amp, Oppos' expression darkened, and she replied, such matters, if they come to light, will reflect poorly on your stewarding abilities. Handing the shop over to subordinates for management has proven to be a misstep. During your direct oversight, such errors were unheard of. I suggest reclaiming the shop and managing it personally to ensure its proper handling. Liu Yueru chuckled lightly. In this day and age, It seems the Wang household is the only one still adhering to the tradition of hands-on management. Despite her adeptness, Liu Yueru found herself burdened with the entirety of the household and Appo's affairs, tirelessly occupied from dawn till dusk, with countless tasks awaiting her attention. From grand arrangements and banquets to the minutiae of needle and thread, she kept meticulous track of everything. Being the mistress of the household is no easy feat, as grandmother is well aware. Yet, having recently delegated this task to subordinates, a significant issue has arisen. In my view, the best course of action is to minimize the situation, dismiss the errant stewardess, and quell the matter, old Madame Song admonished. Chun Mama, standing by, felt a pang of anxiety for the old matriarch, realizing that if this investigation led back to old Madame Song, she too would face blame. Indeed, should this news circulate, it would tarnish the lady and Appo's reputation. Perhaps it would be better to let this slide, Chun Mama suggested. Absolutely not. This matter must be reported to the authorities. Liu Yueru insisted resolutely. Old Madame Song was taken aback, her hands pausing mid-motion. Report to the authorities? Chun Mama echoed in shock, instinctively nudging old Madame Song and Appo's arm. Only then did old Madame Song regain her composure. This is no trivial issue. Should the investigation lead back to her, her reputation would be irrevocably damaged. This is not such a grave matter. Let the missing silver come from my purse. There is no need to involve the authorities, as it would not reflect well. Old Madame Song feigned calmness as she spoke. That is unacceptable. This matter is of grave importance. Liu Yueru continued, disregarding old Madame Song and Appo's troubled expression. 200 taels is no trifling sum, and given that such discrepancies have previously occurred, failing to conduct a thorough investigation could risk future profits being siphoned away unnoticed. Liu Yueru stated coolly. Old Madame Song and Appo's body suddenly swayed, nearly losing her balance. Chun Mama, quick to react, steadied her old Madame. Old Madame Song patted Chun Mama's hand, her complexion far from favorable as she turned to Liu Yueru. Why have I not heard of this before? In the past, it was always the granddaughter-in-law who used her dowry to cover the gaps. Now that the deficit is so substantial, how can we hope to recover the previously vanished funds without involving the authorities? As Liu Yueru raised her hand, pretending to instruct Yi Tao to report to the authorities, old Madame Song gasped, swiftly interjecting, wait. Chapter 82. Selfishness. Liu Yu feigned ignorance and asked, what is the matter with grandmother? With the assistance of Chun Mama, old Madame Song managed to steady herself. This matter requires careful deliberation. Family scandals must not be aired. If we cannot clarify these accounts, we shall become a laughingstock in the capital, old Madame Song advised. What do you think, grandmother? Liu Yu inquired. Old Madame Song felt a lingering dread. The silver that had been illicitly taken was originally intended to pave the way for Jin Gu and Appo's in the future. She never anticipated that Liu Yu would resolutely seek to report the matter. Gritting her teeth, she asked, how much silver has gone missing in total? Liu Yu raised her hand. Yi Tao emerged from the study, bringing forth all the account books and placing them on the stone table. Upon seeing the thick volumes, old Madame Song and Appo's heart sank as she realized that Liu Yu had been fully aware of her clandestine dealings over the years, merely pretending to be oblivious. With a complex expression, old Madame Song gazed at her. Liu Yu then stated, the roux shop is short an average of 200 taels each month, and the tea shop is short 50 taels, amounting to 3,000 taels a year. Since I took over as housekeeper in the second year of my marriage to the Marquis, the total over these 6 years is approximately 20,000 taels, neither more nor less. The clarity of her calculations made old Madame Song's face burn with shame. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of anger. Having detected the issue from the outset, why had it not been brought to light sooner? Now, with such a substantial sum as 20,000 taels in question, it ultimately reflected poorly on her management as housekeeper. I never expected such greed from that person, Liu Yu hinted. Enough. Old Madame Song slammed her hand on the stone table. Let this matter be treated as if it never occurred. I shall replenish those 20,000 taels from my private treasury. Upon finishing her sentence, she trembled with rage. Since grandmother has made her decision, I shall abide by your wishes, Liu Yu replied calmly. Old Madam Song and Amp, Oppo's face darkened, her heart heavy with frustration and embarrassment. She shot Liu Yu a fierce glare, snorted coldly, and stormed off. Madam, Yin Mama observed the piercing gaze of old Madam Song with concern. However, Liu Yu smiled. Soon we'll have silver, and from now on, we can indulge ourselves. Yin Mama helplessly shook her head, echoing her sentiment. Then the old servant can also enjoy some of the comforts. Very well. Liu Yu responded with a radiant smile. By afternoon, Chun Mama arrived at Wenhua Pavilion with several large boxes of gold and silver. Yin Mama confirmed that nothing was missing before allowing Chun Mama to leave. Yi Tao gazed at the courtyard filled with treasures, her face beaming with joy. Madam, this is the first time I have seen so much silver. Liu Yu handed her a few ingots, sharing the fortune with her and Yin Mama. They both accepted the ingots with delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, madam. Please move all of this to the private treasury," Liu Yu instructed. Yin Mama recorded the quantities anew before summoning others to transport the items to the storeroom. As she observed the storeroom brimming with wealth, Yin Mama thought, even if the madam were to leave the marquis residence one day, she could still live quite well. Mother, at that moment, the voice of Jingur echoed through the courtyard. Having learned from past experiences, he dared not intrude upon Liu Yu's chambers again. Yin Mama turned to lock the storeroom door and asked, "Does the young master seek the madam?" Song Shijin nodded obediently, though his gaze wandered towards the storeroom. Yu Qinglian had just informed him that his great-grandmother had used her private funds to supplement his mother and Oppo's dowry in order to prevent family disgrace. His mother had also mentioned that the silver was prepared by his great-grandmother for himself. Liu Yu cast a faint glance at Jingu and Amp, Oppo's. You have seen your mother, Song Shijin said, retracting his gaze to bow respectfully. What is it? Liu Yu inquired. With remorse, Song Shijin confessed, I have come to apologize to my younger brother. Another time, he has already gone to the Liu residence. Mother, I know I was wrong. Song Shijin looked at her with pleading dark eyes. Liu Yu remained unmoved. Chapter 83. Private property, what is the error? Liu Yueru inquired with a calm demeanor. Song Shijin stammered for quite some time, unable to articulate a coherent response. If he could not express his thoughts, why feign an apology? Liu Yueru's tone remained indifferent. Song Shijin felt an apprehension towards his biological mother. He was merely sent by Yun Qinglian to gather information. Observing that his mother had accepted the private funds of his great-grandmother left him feeling discontented. Why did you take those silver coins from great-grandmother? He could not help but ask. Liu Yueru remained silent, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at him. Song Shijin continued. The servants claim that you are greedy, poorly managing the household while dragging down great-grandmother. And it is a great act of filial piety to accept her private funds. Upon finishing, he dared not meet her gaze again. What else have you heard? Liu Yueru asked with a serene composure. Song Shijin shook his head, stating, I believe it is inappropriate to accept great-grandmother and Oppo's silver. Noticing that his mother maintained her calm demeanor and showed no signs of anger, he felt a sense of relief. He added, regardless of the money, it belongs to the marquis. There is no need to invite gossip from others. Liu Yueru regarded him from a position of authority, contemplating the innocence of his youth. How could a child comprehend such complexities unless guided by a cunning hand? Who instructed you to speak to me in this manner? She questioned. Feeling guilty, Song Shijin lowered his head. No one. It is merely my own belief. Liu Yueru initially hesitated to explain, but, given the circulating rumors, she felt compelled to raise her voice. I had intended to report this matter to the authorities for a thorough investigation. But your great-grandmother insisted on using her private funds to fill the gap in my dowry. Since you claim it is all the marquis and Oppo's, what difference does it make to transfer those funds from your great-grandmother and Oppo's as treasury to mine? Additionally, according to the laws of the capital, a husband cannot utilize his wife and Oppo's as dowry. Thus, what is wrong with reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me? Song Shijin stood in stunned silence, unprepared for the depth of his mother and Oppo's explanation. He did not fully grasp these matters. He simply accepted his mother's words as truth. Moreover, He had witnessed the transfer of gold and silver boxes earlier, overflowing and filling the courtyard. His great-grandmother adored him, and all the silver she possessed would eventually be his alone. Thus, he believed it was only natural for those coins to belong to him, and his mother's acceptance was a misstep. As he approached the age for schooling, he recognized the need to develop a discerning mind and not be swayed by others. Liu Yueru gently advised him in closing. Song Shijin had no retort, softly replying, "I understand." Remaining near his mother, Liu Yueru chose not to engage further, feeling uncomfortable. After a brief period, she hastily excused herself and departed. Under the cover of night, he stealthily made his way to his mother's chamber. "Mother, is it true that a husband's family cannot utilize a wife's dowry?" Song Shijin asked, settling beside Yuan Qinglian. Yuan Qinglian, perplexed, chose not to mislead her son, replying directly, "There are explicit laws in the capital regarding this matter." Song Shijin pondered the words Liu Yueru had spoken to him, confused as to why his mother would encourage him to confront Liu Yueru, leading to misunderstandings. "Why did you urge me to speak such things to her?" he questioned with a hint of indignation. Yuan Qinglian was taken aback. Embracing Song Shijin, her eyes glistening with tears, she said, "Your great-grandmother cherishes you above all, and she has fallen ill over this matter. I only wish for you to persuade your mother to return the silver to the old lady, to bring her joy and hasten her recovery. I do not intend to place you in a precarious position. It is merely that in the marquisate I hold no status, and your mother does not regard me, so my words carry little weight." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Chapter 84. Skillful Song Shijin felt a surge of panic and lowered his head, filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, mother. I should not have misunderstood your intentions." Yuan Qinglian tenderly embraced him, saying, "This is not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it is me for not having the ability to unite us three, mother and sons, in a righteous manner." Song Shijin tightened his grip around Yuan Qinglian and Appo's neck. It had been a long time since they had shared their hearts in conversation. Suddenly, she pulled him away, gently wiping the tears from his face with her hands. "My son, you must study diligently, for only then will I have the opportunity to stand proudly by your side in the future." "I will," Song Shijin resolved with determination. Yuan Qinglian said resolutely, "In the future, you should visit me less often. It would not be good for others to see." After saying this, she escorted him out of her room. Ever since Liu Yueru accepted the silver sent by the old lady Song, numerous rumors had circulated within the marquisate. However, aside from these whispers, the marquisate had enjoyed a period of tranquility. Liu Yueru was quite content, living a comfortable life. She utilized the silver to have Mama Yin procure a decent residence near her estate, though it was discreetly arranged and known to no one. In the courtyard, Liu Yueru was pruning the flowering branches when Yi Tao approached her with a beaming smile. "Madam, just now, the second young master sent word that the young master's health is steadily improving." Liu Yueru set down her shears, her eyes brightening. Without the need for those harmful medicinal concoctions, Yengu and Appo's, will soon be able to play like a normal child. She recalled how Song Yin had been pestering her to take him hunting in the mountains, but regrettably, her skills had dulled from lack of practice. "Tell Yengu and Appo's, that once he gains another 10 pounds, I shall take him hunting," Liu Yueru said with a smile. Yi Tao produced a slingshot from behind her and presented it to Liu Yueru. "Madam, look at this. Where did this slingshot come from?" Liu Yueru inquired with curiosity. She accepted it with a smile, examining its exquisite craftsmanship, the size just right, and adorned with beautiful fabric. "It is truly well made," she praised. Yi Tao beamed with pride. "I think so too. It looks splendid and is quite suitable for you, madam." Liu Yueru held the slingshot in her hands, reminiscing about her childhood when she and her brothers would mischievously play with slingshots. Once, she had accidentally broken a vase that their father cherished, resulting in her brothers being punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, while she faced no consequence. Recalling these memories brought warmth to Liu Yueru and Appo's heart. "Did your second brother make this?" she exclaimed in surprise. Yi Tao mysteriously shook her head. Given that her eldest brother was a man of martial prowess, he would not possess the patience to create such items, and even if he did, it would not be with such meticulous attention to detail. Suddenly, Liu Yueru had a realization. Is it Yin Guan Dapos? Indeed, it is a special gift from the young master to you. He heard from the second young master that you used to play with slingshots in your childhood, so he took the time to craft one for you during his studies. Yi Tao replied, her excitement palpable, as if it were a gift for herself. Liu Yueru was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that Yin Ger had sufficiently recovered to craft such items. Today is uneventful. Why not visit the Liu residence? She suggested suddenly, her spirits lifted. What? Yi Tao was momentarily stunned, though the joy on her face was unmistakable. I shall prepare the carriage at once. After regaining her composure, she hurriedly dashed out. As she exited, she collided with Mama Yin, who scolded her with a flurry of words. What is the rush? Yi Tao stuck her tongue out at Mama Yin, cheekily replying, I am pleased to do as I wish. You are becoming increasingly unruly. Mama Yin chuckled, shaking her head with a hint of reprimand. Chapter 85. Maidenhood. When Liu Yueru sought counsel from old Madame Song, the latter appeared to be in a rather disheartened state, permitting Liu to act at her own discretion, given that the Liu residence was in close proximity to her newly acquired abode. Liu Yueru decided to extend her stay at the Liu household for a few days. Although old Madame Song expressed her displeasure, she subsequently relented, suggesting that Jean Gur accompany them. Liu Yueru promptly arranged for someone to assist him in taking a brief leave from his studies. Desiring to avoid further conversation with old Madame Song, Liu Yueru readily acquiesced. Upon emerging with the well-prepared Song Shijin, she noticed Yi Tao's expression darken instantly. Madam, are you not returning home alone? How could you possibly bring along this troublesome child? Yi Tao managed to restrain her words, swallowing back her further remarks. Liu Yueru cast a fleeting glance at her, prompting Yi Tao to hold her tongue. During their journey to the Liu residence, Song Shijin exhibited a marked improvement in demeanor. Liu Yueru inquired about his academic pursuits, and he answered her queries with confidence, demonstrating the dedication instilled by teacher He. Upon their arrival, Song Yin awaited them at the entrance. Spotting the carriage from he approached eagerly, Mother. Liu Yueru dismounted with a smile, tenderly caressing his cherubic face, noting with affection that he appeared more robust than during their time at the no longer the frail, pallid child he once was. Had I known you would wait, I would have refrained from notifying you so early. Liu Yueru lamented with maternal concern. Song Shijin followed closely behind her. Observing the affectionate interaction between his stepmother and brother, he felt a pang of envy. Elder brother. Song Yin called out first to Song Shijin, who nodded slightly, remaining taciturn. Uncle is still in the garden awaiting us for a game of chess. Song Yin urged. Let us proceed, Liu Yueru instructed, allowing Song Yin to lead the way. However, as they passed through the front hall, Liu Yueru caught sight of a familiar figure engaged in conversation with Zhao Wanyan. Liu Yin and I, upon noticing their arrival, hastily wiped away the tears from her eyes and straightened her posture, adopting her usual proud demeanor. By right, Liu Yin and I should offer her respects to her elder sister upon her return home, but as a married woman of noble standing. Her status as a princess afforded her certain liberties. Liu Yueru approached and slightly bowed, inquiring, What a coincidence, I wish to return home as well. Liu Yin and I shot her a hostile glance, retorting, Sister, how could you find the time to enjoy leisure at the Liu residence amidst the bustling affairs of the what? Is it permissible for you to retreat into leisure while I am denied the same privilege? Liu Yueru replied coolly. Liu Yin's expression darkened. Had she not angered Xie Jingrui, she would not have wished to leave the Jin Wang Fu for even a day. Her gaze shifted to Song Yin and Amp, Oppo's increasingly handsome visage, intensifying her foreboding. I have matters to discuss with Mother. We shall converse about family matters later. Liu Yun and I said, somewhat defensively averting her gaze. Liu Yueru, puzzled, turned to regard her brother. You may play. I shall return shortly. Zhao Wanyan interjected with a smile, leading the children into the garden. Liu Yin and I, feeling a sense of trepidation, pulled Zhao Wanyan back to her chamber from her unmarried days. Mother, that child's face bears an ever-increasing resemblance to Huar. We must devise a plan to mar his appearance, Liu Yun and I stated darkly. Zhao Wan Yin placed a finger to her lips, signaling her to silence. Such words must not be uttered in public. Currently, that child resides in the Liu household, and your brothers are vigilant. There is no opportunity for action. This only served to aggravate Liu Yueru and I. If this were to be discovered, any ill rumor could jeopardize my position as a princess. How could that be? The world admires your harmonious relationship with the Jin Wang. You remain the sole legitimate wife, Zhao Wan Yin replied. Liu Yueru and I wore a troubled expression. Throughout her years in the royal residence, she had always resided in a separate courtyard from the prince. Were it not for Hua and Appos, she would find it difficult to even catch a glimpse of Jin Wang. Why has there been no sign of life from you these past years? Zhao Wan Yin inquired. Puzzled, Liu Yueru and I bit her lip before confiding in Zhao Wan Yin. Jing Rui has not laid a hand on me even once in the royal residence. Chapter 86. The Power of Maternal Lineage. What? Zhao Wan Yin exclaimed, her expression darkening. After all my efforts to secure your marriage into the Jin Wangfu, you have yet to consummate your union with the prince. Before she could finish her sentence, Liu Yunqi placed a finger to her lips. Mother. Zhao Wan Yin fell silent, instructing the servants to leave and securely close the door. She looked at Liu Yunqi with a mixture of frustration and disappointment. Could it be that the Jin Wang has taken a concubine elsewhere? How else could he have avoided being close to you all these years? Zhao Wan Yin suggested. Not at all. The prince spends most of his time in the Wangfu, aside from attending court. In the past, he had Hua by his side, and I thought he wished to avoid disturbing the child. Now that Hua and Appos has had her own quarters for many years, the prince has even arranged her courtyard next to his study, which has further limited our opportunities to meet, Liu Yunqi explained. Though her exterior appeared resplendent, she bore the silent torment of fearing that Xie Jingrui might discover something amiss regarding their child. Xie Wenhua bore a resemblance to Xie Jingrui in his eyes. Yet in all other aspects, he seemed to take after. What if the Jin Wang has sensed something? Zhao Wan Yin and Appos' grip on Liu Yunqi and Appos' hand tightened nervously. If the prince learns of this, it would be as if I faced 100 deaths. Liu Yunqi's countenance darkened as well. Given Xie Jingrui's temperament, should he uncover the truth about the child, his reaction would likely not be one of calm. That won't happen. Jingrui is very fond of Wenhua, she reassured her mother. Were it not for the advantages of maternal lineage, she would not have reached her current position, bolstered by the merits of her son, Xie Wenhua. Zhao Wan Yin, also anxious, grasped Liu Yunqi's hand. You must find a way to bear more children for the prince soon. Only then will your position as Jin Wangfei be secure. Even if this matter comes to light in the future, having children by your side will make the prince consider your bond. Liu Yunqi harbored the same desire. Observing how Xie Jingrui doted on Xie Wenhua, she hoped that, in the future, their own children would receive even greater affection. However, Xie Jingrui always maintained a deliberate distance from her in the Wangfu, leaving her feeling powerless despite her myriad of ideas. Yin and Appos, Zhao Wan Yin nudged her. Liu Yunqi returned to the moment, her eyes cast down in resignation. Mother, seeing her daughter in Appos' plight, Zhao Wan Yin gently patted her hand. If the conventional methods fail, we shall find alternative means. Leave this matter to me. You must not worry. That is not permissible. Liu Yunqi's expression shifted sharply. Previously, many women in the Wangfu had sought to seduce the prince, one even resorting to administering aphrodisiacs. Ultimately, it was said that the prince cast her into the military camp, where she was subjected to the whims of the soldiers, leading to her tragic demise. Liu Yunqi and Appos' face paled at the thought. You are his Wangfei. Such matters are entirely natural, and the prince would not blame you, Zhao Wan Yin continued. She reflected on her own past, recalling how she had employed certain tactics to gain entry into the Liu family and be recognized as the secondary wife. I dare not. The prince is not as easygoing as he seems, Liu Yunqi replied. Under no circumstances should you resort to those drugs, Zhao Wan Yin conceded. If he comes in the future, I shall not bring Hua and Appos' along to avoid any complications, Liu Yunqi stated. This avoidance is not a solution. You will inevitably encounter him in the capital. Think it over carefully, and if all else fails, heed your mother and Appos' advice, Zhao Wanyan said, her heart aching as she gazed at her haggard daughter. It seemed that youth had rendered her somewhat lacking in resolve. Chapter 87. Quarrel. After conversing with her mother, Liu Yueru did not linger in the Liu residence for long and took a carriage back to her own home. In the back garden, Liu Yueru, having played a game of chess with her two children, followed Liu Zimo to a quiet corner for a discussion. Has the package that second brother received been investigated for its contents? She inquired. It merely contains common castor bean stalks and leaves. Nothing of concern, Liu Zimo replied. Yet, I find it rather peculiar. Who would clandestinely deliver such items to Wen Waxuan? Do they know something we do not? According to Yi Tao, when she left, the package was already placed outside Wen Waxuan, and she had only glimpsed a figure, unsure if it belonged to the maidservant in Yin Guandapo's room. Since it has been delivered, let us keep it for now. It may prove useful in the future, Liu Zimo suggested. Currently, Song Yiyin resided at the Liu estate, and her health was gradually improving. Watching the vibrant Liu Yueru, Liu Zimo could not help but feel a twinge of worry. Why does second brother gaze at me so? Liu Yueru asked with a smile. If it turns out that this matter is linked to the Marquis's residence, what will you do? Liu Zimo pondered for a moment before asking. Liu Yueru smiled faintly. It would be best if it were not the case. If it is, I would rather sever ties with my husband than endure such indignities. Liu Zimo was taken aback. Such rebellious words had never before escaped Liu Yueru's lips. She had always adhered to propriety. Yet, the notion of separation rolled off her tongue with an unsettling lightness. Do you truly feel this way? He asked. Indeed, I have always considered the Marquis and Oppo's residence in my actions. Yet if they cannot even accommodate a child, I shall be left with no choice but to resort to such measures. Liu Yueru and Oppo's gaze was resolute. Liu Zimo understood his sister and Oppo's character well. Once she made a decision, it would be challenging to alter. Although there had been no successful separations in the capital, if the Marquis and Oppo's residence truly behaved so tyrannically, he would not permit Liu Yueru and his nephew to remain there to suffer. Let's hope this is merely a misunderstanding, Liu Zimo sighed. His sister, possessing both beauty and intellect, was far too admirable for someone like Song Nanji. Were it not for their engagement, Liu Yueru could have sought a more suitable match. Unfortunately, it was too late to dwell on what might have been. Liu Yueru maintained her calm demeanor, smiling softly. Yet, as she looked up at Liu Zimo, she asked, if I were to seek a separation, would second brother stand by my side? She awaited his response with a glimmer of hope. Liu Zimo, however, could only helplessly flick her forehead. What nonsense is this? As your elder brother, I would go to great lengths to support you in any endeavor. Liu Yueru winced, rubbing her forehead with a smile that radiated warmth. Thank you, second brother. I do not require you to go to such lengths. Your words alone are sufficient. Observing his sensible sister, Liu Zimo felt a surge of compassion. These formalities had harmed countless women. Suddenly, the sound of fallen chess pieces interrupted their conversation. Following their gaze, they saw Song Shijin, poised to hurl a piece at Song Yan. Stop! Liu Yueru commanded sharply. With anger flooding her eyes, Song Shijin reluctantly tossed the piece to the ground. Pick it up, Liu Yueru said with a tempered ire. Song Shijin clenched her fists, refusing to budge. Mother, Song Yin, seeing his mother and Oppo's fury, attempted to assist in retrieving the pieces. Liu Yueru, however, pulled him back, saying, whoever threw it must pick it up. Feeling aggrieved, Song Shijin protested. Mother, it was clearly a quarrel between the two of them. Why do you always favor my younger brother? Regardless of who was right or wrong, throwing things is unacceptable. What fault lies with the chess pieces that you must discard them? Liu Yueru questioned. Yi Tao, what transpired? She then inquired. Yi Tao, with a stern expression, explained, Madam. Young masters, it was the eldest young master who, realizing he was losing, wished to retract his move. The second young master insisted that one must abide by the rules of the game, to which the eldest young master retorted that he always played this way with the old madam. The second young master remarked that such behavior was unbecoming of a gentleman, and thus they quarreled, culminating in the eldest young master throwing a chess piece at the second young master. Liu Yueru looked upon Song Shijin with profound disappointment. Chapter 88. The incident with Song Shijin, do you acknowledge your wrongdoing? Liu Yueru demanded sternly. Song Shijin hung his head in silence. Very well. We shall proceed without your admission. Liu Yueru commanded several strong servants. Pointing at Song Shijin, she ordered, take him to the ancestral hall for punishment. He shall kneel there until he admits his fault. Song Shijin and Appo's face turned pale. He had always been timid, and he protested. I want an Appo's. Go. Mother, I realize my mistake. I will pick them up now. Liu Yueru signaled for the servants to release him. Though reluctant, Song Shijin obediently knelt on the ground, silently gathering the scattered chess pieces. Once he had collected them all, Liu Yueru solemnly inquired, what was your mistake? I should not have engaged with my younger brother in such a manner, nor should I have carelessly thrown the pieces, he muttered, his voice tinged with resentment. And what else? Liu Yueru pressed. Song Shijin looked up at his stepmother with an expression of grievance. Despite his submission, she showed no signs of leniency. He was bewildered as to where he had erred. In the past, while playing chess in the Marquis and Appo's residence, he had always played according to his own whims, and his great-grandmother had never reproached him. Instead, she praised his skill, commending him for his remarkable talent at such a young age. Yet, after playing against Song Yin, he had lost every time, and he could not accept being bested by a frail boy whom he deemed inferior. It was because he cheated. That is why I lost. Song Shijin bit his lip and asserted. Stubborn and unrepentant, take him to the ancestral hall for an hour of kneeling, Liu Yueru declared, turning away from him. The servant stepped forward to carry him away. Overcome with fear, Song Shijin cried out, struggling to return to the Marquis's residence. The Liu family upheld a strict code of conduct, and had they behaved as he did in their youth, they would have faced severe punishment from their father. The servants, indifferent to his struggles, felt that the punishment was rather lenient. For scholars, the game of Go represents a display of strategy and intellect, cherished as deeply as books are by literary individuals. As Song Shijin vented his frustration by throwing the pieces, the servants from the literary family looked down upon him. The force with which they dragged him only intensified. Indeed, the offspring of a concubine lacks the understanding of a lady. Song Shijin winced in pain. After watching him depart, Liu Yueru turned to her son, Song Yin, who cautiously addressed her. Mother, it was inappropriate for me to take this matter so seriously. Liu Yueru approached him and asked, he struck you. Why did you not evade? Song Yin hesitated, not wanting to escalate the situation. In the past, Song Shijin would vent his anger and then leave him be. Observing his silence, Liu Yueru sighed. Chess is akin to life. Once a move is made, there is no turning back. Regret in chess is improper. You have done nothing wrong. Should your elder brother bully you again, you must stand your ground. A single concession will lead to countless others. I do not wish to see you so meek. Song Yin was momentarily taken aback. Mother does not blame me. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. If it is not your fault, why should you bear the blame? Liu Yueru gently ruffled his hair. I shall heed your teachings, mother. Liu Yueru then produced a slingshot from her possession, remarking, this must have taken considerable time to make. She carefully took hold of Song Yin and Appo's hand, examining the various cuts and scrapes, her eyes filled with concern. I made it during my spare time. Do you like it, mother? He hid his hands behind him, looking at her with hopeful anticipation. I adore it, Liu Yueru replied, her delight evident as she toyed with the slingshot. Mother, in my childhood mischief, I cherished such boyish toys, Liu Zimo explained with a smile. If you like it, I shall make you something else, Song Yin said, a hint of shyness creeping into his demeanor. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, Second young master, it's terrible. Young Master Jean has escaped. Chapter 89. The drowning incident, where did he run off to? Liu Zimo's brows furrowed in concern. Weren't you instructed to bring him to the ancestral hall? How could he have escaped so easily? Liu Zimo berated the servants once more. The servant, kneeling on the ground, explained, we brought young Master Jean to the ancestral hall, but he suddenly clutched his stomach and cried out in pain. When we went to check on him, he slipped away. Quickly, send someone to close the gate. We cannot afford any mishaps if he escapes. Liu Zimo urged the servants, who promptly complied. Liu Yueru, accompanied by Song Yin, also began searching the estate. After all, it was she who brought him out, and it was during his punishment of kneeling in the ancestral hall that he fled. Liu Yueru's brow knitted in worry. "Mother, where could my brother possibly be?" Song Yin said anxiously, following her lead. The Liu residence was not like the marquise. Its courtyards and gardens were significantly larger. Even with the entire staff searching, by nightfall, they had yet to find any trace of Song Shijin. Liu Yueru began to feel a sense of foreboding and said to Mama Yin, "Please return and see if Jean has gone back to the Marquis and Appo's residence. Explain the circumstances to the old lady. If he has returned, let me know. Where could a child possibly go? Have the guards been asked? Have they seen a boy of half height slip out of the estate?" Liu Zimo inquired of the steward. The steward shook his head. "I have asked, and no one has seen him. Could it be that young Master Jean is hiding somewhere intentionally? Has everyone searched thoroughly within the estate?" Liu Zimo frowned. How could children raised in the same environment differ so greatly in temperament? How could he, after being punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, do something so foolish as to sneak away? "There is still one place we have not checked," the steward said, his expression troubled. Liu Zimo's expression changed. Since their mother left, their father had instructed the servants to seal off that area, preventing anyone from entering. The lady's courtyard has a well. It's dark now, and the path is treacherous. If Jean were to accidentally wander in, it could be disastrous, the steward suddenly recalled. Liu Zimo's face hardened. "Send more people to search. I will check the courtyard myself." "I will accompany you," Liu Yueru insisted, following closely behind him. Song Yin, hearing this, hurried to keep up. "I must go too." Thus, a group trailed Liu Zimo as they made their way to the green bamboo garden. Upon arrival, they found the courtyard gate slightly ajar. "This is not good." Liu Zimo's heart sank. He hurried into the courtyard, with Liu Yueru closely following, calling out, "Jean." A sudden splash echoed from the direction of the well, followed by the sounds of someone struggling in the water. "Help!" a familiar voice called out. Liu Zimo rushed to the well and Appo's edge and saw a smaller figure sinking. Without a moment to spare, he thrust the lantern into Liu Yueru and Appo's hands. "Quickly, call for help. I'm going down to rescue him." Liu Yueru's face paled as she watched Liu Zimo leap into the well. In her previous life, her second brother had perished while saving someone from drowning, and she feared that history might repeat itself. "Help! Someone is drowning." Liu Yueru cried out in desperation. Seeing that Liu Zimo had yet to resurface, she dashed out of the courtyard, hastily grabbing several nearby servants, urging, "Quick, save him." Her body trembled with fear as she anxiously watched over the well. "Uncle, quickly come up," she called out towards the well. Upon hearing that the second young master had jumped into the well, the servants quickly tossed down several new ropes. A few smaller servants descended into the well. When they reached the bottom, they were taken aback. The drowning person was fighting for his life with considerable strength, and Liu Zimo found himself tightly grasped by Song Shijin, who was clinging to his neck. Liu Zimo struggled to lift him while also battling against the grip tightening around his throat, causing his face to turn slightly purple from the lack of air. Chapter 90. Stain's second young master, please ascend first. The servants extended their hands towards Liu Zimo, attempting to pull him and Song Shijin up together. With great difficulty, Liu Zimo reached out to the hands that were offered, and it took considerable effort from several individuals to extricate both from the well. Although Liu Zimo practiced swordsmanship and maintained his physical fitness, he was ultimately a scholar and lacked the strength of the servants. After placing Song Shijin aside, he gasped for breath, coughing violently. Liu Yueru glanced at the still-breathing Song Shijin on the ground and instructed the house physician to attend to him. She then, with a heavy heart, removed her cloak and draped it over Liu Zimo and Appo's shoulders. "Second brother, how could you act so foolishly? If there is ever a matter, simply call for the servants. What would I do if something were to happen to you? How could I face our parents?" Once Liu Zimo regained his composure, he looked up and smiled to reassure Liu Yueru. "I am not foolish. I simply did not want you to be the subject of gossip. Being a legitimate mother is not easy. One must tread carefully. If something were to happen to Jean Gu and Appo's, today, it would leave a stain on your life. Seeing her eyes redden with concern, Liu Zimo hurriedly comforted her. But look, I'm fine. Why worry? There's still a long journey ahead of me. He implored her. Promise me, do not act so recklessly in the future and jump into the water to save others. Liu Yueru looked at the well with trepidation. This well was the very one from which their mother had departed, and her devoted maid had committed suicide by jumping in. Thus, entry to this well had been forbidden within the household. Had it not been for Jean Gur's accidental intrusion, they would seldom have approached it. Cough, cough, cough. Jean Gu and Amp, Oppos, awoke, coughing a few times, and upon seeing Liu Yueru and Amp, Oppos, pale complexion, he burst into tears. I want to go home. I do not want to be here. He cried out in distress. Liu Yueru, seething with anger, stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to his face. How dare you cry? She scolded coldly. Taken aback by the sudden blow, Song Shijin froze, momentarily forgetting his tears. Yet, the biting cold of the night wind made him shiver. After a moment, he regained his senses and glared at Liu Yueru, exclaiming, I want my mother. I do not want you. You are not my mother. As he cried, Liu Yueru, her expression dark, approached him and stated, I am indeed not your mother, but your birth mother is already deceased. No, she is not dead. She, Jingi und Apos, At that moment, Song Nanji hurried into the courtyard, interrupting Song Shijin and Apos' words. Seeing the two, Song Nanji covered his face, his eyes red, and ran behind him. He clutched tightly to his sleeve, watching Liu Yueru and Liu Zimo with fear. When Song Nanji removed Song Shijin and Amp, Oppos' hands, he noticed the boy and Amp, Oppos' pale face was swollen, with clear handprint marks. His expression darkened instantly. What is going on here? With someone to support him, Song Shijin let out a wail, seeming frightened as he clung to Song Nanji, pointing a finger at Liu Yueru. Father, it was Mother who hit me. Jeaner, I miss Mother. She never hits me, he lamented, burying his head in Song Nanji's embrace. Heartbroken, Song Nanji lifted Song Shijin into his arms and reproached Liu Yueru. Jean Gu and Oppos is still so young. How could you treat him so harshly? Liu Yueru, equally furious, retorted, You dare to accuse me without understanding the situation? Do you not have a shred of trust in me? No matter what Jean Gu has done, you cannot strike him so severely, Song Nanji declared with conviction. He looked at the drenched Song Shijin with deep concern and continued. Jean Gu and Oppos has always been well-behaved and sensible. Had you not cornered him, he would not have run out and fallen into the water. As the mistress of the Marquis and Oppos' household and Jean Gu and Oppos' legitimate mother, you should have offered him comfort instead of resorting to such humiliation. Chapter 91. The dispute. Liu Yueru smiled coldly, her gaze fixed on the man before her, the one for whom she had toiled and wholeheartedly devoted her life. Liu Zimo, clenching his fists, stepped forward, having painstakingly defended his sister's reputation, only to be reproached by Song Nanji. Over the years, Liu Yueru had treated Song Shijin with sincerity, only to elicit ingratitude from him. Liu Zimo indignantly defended Liu Yueru. It and Oppos as truly a disgrace for someone as foolish and shameless as him to tarnish my sister and Oppos' name. Second brother, Liu Yueru interjected, shaking her head at Liu Zimo. What Jean Gu and Oppos suffers today is a consequence of his own actions. I conduct myself with integrity and fear no slander, nor should my husband utter words that tarnish my reputation. Liu Yueru remained unyielding. Song Nanji scoffed. Even if Jean Gu and Oppos is in the wrong, it is not for you to punish him in the ancestral hall of the Liu family. He is the legitimate son of the Marquis, and any punishment should be ours to administer. Liu Yueru suddenly stepped before Song Nanji, her bloodshot eyes coldly piercing him as she spoke. Had Jean Gu not foolishly jumped into the well and been promptly rescued by second brother, he would not be alive to speak such nonsense now. I see clearly, Liu Yueru. You are hoping for Jean Gu's demise so that Yin Gu can ascend as the legitimate heir. Song Nanji's accusations grew increasingly outrageous. Liu Yueru laughed. Unsettled by her reaction, Song Nanji declared, "Even if Jin Guer were absent, Yin Guer could never become my legitimate son. You are not welcome here. Leave." Liu Yueru had no desire to debate further. Song Nanji advanced, gripping her arm with increasing ferocity. "You would do well to behave yourself and refrain from any further misconduct, or I shall not let you off easily." With a frigid demeanor, Liu Yueru shook off Song Nanji and Appo's hand. "Firstly, my husband, without seeking the truth and blindly believing a child and Appo's words, has unjustly accused me. Secondly, second brother saved Jingu and Appo's. A life-saving grace is akin to a second birth, yet my husband offers no words of gratitude and remains unreasonable. Thirdly, the fault lies with the child, yet my husband places all blame on others, which is utterly unfair. Fourthly, Jin Guer, being the son of a concubine, can only be regarded as a bastard son upon returning to the Marquis's estate, regardless of propriety. I have shown him compassion, accepting him as my legitimate son. Yet he dares to defy his mother today. Even this alone is enough for him to suffer. Moreover, had my husband and grandmother not earnestly recognized Jin Gu and Appo's, Yin Gu and Appo's, would rightfully be my legitimate son. Why, then, must my husband utter such hurtful words that disrupt familial harmony? Liu Yueru and Appo's pointed inquiries left Song Nanji momentarily speechless, his face darkening. Liu Yueru glanced at Liu Zmo with concern, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Had second brother faced life-threatening danger while rescuing someone today, the Liu family would never have blamed Jin Gu and Appo's, for these misdeeds, nor would they have uttered such hurtful words. May I ask, husband, what have you and Appo's, and the Liu family become in your eyes? Unreasonable, Song Nanji conceded, recognizing his fault. Father, Jin air is so cold. Suddenly cried Song Shijin, trembling weakly in Song Nanji's embrace. Do not worry, father will take you home right away, Song Nanji replied, his heart aching as he prepared to leave. At that moment, Liu Zhongtang arrived with a contingent of men. Song Nanji, his expression dark, carried Song Shijin, greeting Liu Zhongtang before turning to depart. In the carriage, Song Nanji reflected on Liu Yueru's words. Seething with anger at having been publicly humiliated by a woman, with a grim countenance, he asked Song Shijin, what on earth transpired at the Liu residence? How did you end up in the water? Chapter 92, Slander in a Fleeting Moment. Song Shijin caught sight of the less than pleasant expression on Song Nanji and Appo's face. Fearing punishment upon returning home, he spun a fabrication. I was playing chess with my younger brother. When he couldn't end Appo's T-win, he went a mother in tears. Mother thought I was bullying him, so she punished me by making me kneel in the ancestral hall. Song Shijin was genuinely frightened, tears streaming down his cheeks as he recounted, "There's so many ancestral tablets in the hall, and it terrifies me." I sneaked away. He had initially intended to escape back to the Marquis's residence, but every exit was blocked. Afraid of being taken back to kneel in the ancestral hall, he inadvertently ran into an unguarded courtyard. The courtyard was vast and desolate, filled with the mournful cries of night owls, which only heightened his fear. It was shrouded in darkness, and, as he sought a way out, someone unexpectedly pushed him from behind. Song Shijin sobbed uncontrollably. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to find my way back. He wept as he threw himself once more into Song Nanji and Appo's embrace, lamenting, I thought I would never see father, mother, or grandmother again. Song Nanji and Appo's expression darkened as he pieced together the events, furrowing his brow as he asked, Did you see who pushed you? Rising from his father's arms, Song Shijin shook his head in confusion. I remember playing with my brother at Liu's residence. I promise I want an Appo's play chess with him again. If I do that, will mother like me more and stop being so harsh? Song Nanji and Appo's countenance grew even more severe. He had never anticipated that the seemingly meek Song Yin could resort to such despicable actions. Moreover, he was taken aback by Liu Yu and Appo's duplicitous nature. She appeared amiable in public, yet secretly incited Song Yin to harm Song Shijin. Stay away from Song Yin in the future, Song Nanji warned, his tone sharp. Reflecting on the recent events at Liu's residence, he felt a pang of fear. If this matter were to leak, all the efforts he and the Marquis and Appo's residence had invested over the years would be in vain. Furthermore, with the recent interest from Prince Jean in forging ties with the Marquis and Appo's residence, he could not allow anyone to jeopardize his plans. Suddenly, he turned to Song Shijin with a serious expression, cautioning him, "Keep your mother's identity a secret. Do not disclose that Yuan Qinglian is your mother to anyone. Otherwise, if the truth comes to light, you will be relegated to a mere illegitimate son, and your mother will be scorned, reduced to a lowly concubine. At that time, I will be unable to protect either of you." Given Liu and Appo's current influence, the stigma of favoring a concubine over a wife would plunge the Marquis and Appo's residence into turmoil. Terrified, Song Shijin and Appo's face turned pale. He had not comprehended the gravity of the situation. Had his father not arrived in time to intervene, he felt a lingering dread. His mother had assured him that one day the Marquis's residence would belong to him, that his mother's rightful place was as the mistress. He did not wish to be an illegitimate son, nor did he want his mother to become a concubine. His mother had told him that as long as he studied diligently, the Marquis's residence would thrive alongside him, and he could easily deal with Song Yin at that time. Besides, those servants were merely bullies who flourished under the powerful. He must not allow himself to be overshadowed by Song Yin or trampled upon by anyone. "I understand, father. I will be cautious in my words and actions from now on," Song Shijin promptly promised. The spring water was chilly, and his body, still damp, had been exposed to the cold wind for quite some time. At that moment, Song Shijin curled up, shivering uncontrollably. Song Nanji reached out to touch his forehead, which burned with fever. Heart aching, he drew Song Shijin into his embrace and ordered the carriage to hasten their return to the residence. Chapter 93. Fury. The carriage sped back to the Marquis and Appo's residence, and Song Nanji hurriedly lifted Song Shijin from the vehicle, racing towards his quarters. Quickly summoned the physician. He instructed the attendants nearby. Upon learning that Song Nanji had returned with Song Shijin, the old matriarch rushed to his courtyard, alarmed by the news of Song Shijin's fainting. When she arrived, she found him still damp, his clothes unchanged. A wave of concern washed over her as she scolded. "What happened? You've only been gone for less than half a day, and you return in such a state." Song Nanji and Appo's expression was equally grim. "Grandmother, perhaps it is best if you ask yourself." The old matriarch understood and cast a dissatisfied glance at the nearby maidservants, continuing her reprimand. "Are you all dead? Can't you see that Jean and Appo's is soaked? Hurry, bring him clean clothes to change into." After the trembling servants assisted Song Shijin in changing, the old matriarch sat beside his bed, gently taking his small hand in hers. How could a healthy boy return from a simple outing so battered? Why didn't you take better care of yourself? Great-grandmother. Song Shijin weakly opened his eyes to gaze at her. She patted the back of his hand soothingly. "Do not worry, great-grandmother will seek justice for you." At that moment, Song Shijin and Appo's feverish face was flushed, and in a dazed state, he began to cry. "Great-grandmother. Someone push me. Woo, I'm scared. I don't want to kneel in the ancestral hall. No, please don't, mother, don't hit me." His cries continued, his body curling up in a pitiful manner, trembling uncontrollably. The old matriarch, consumed by rage, commanded, "Quickly summon your mistress back." Meanwhile, Liu Zimo looked at the troubled Liu Yueru and reassured her. "Sister, the physician has just examined him, and there is no serious harm. He merely needs to drink some warming medicinal broth to dispel the cold. I noticed your husband's complexion was not good. You should return to the Marquis's residence and check on him." Liu Yueru, her expression neutral, remained silent. Suddenly, a flustered servant from the Liu residence rushed in. "Miss, the Marquis and Appo's residence has sent someone. They insist you must return at once." "Mother, I will accompany you back," interjected Song Yin, standing nearby. The servant quietly reminded. "The old matriarch says the young master is a descendant of the Marquis. It is quite inappropriate for him to stay long at the Liu residence. Miss, please take the young master back with you." Liu Yu and Oppose, nodded slightly, saluting Liu Zimo, and instructed, "Brother, take good care of yourself. Once I am finished, I will come to see you." With that, she departed the Liu residence alongside Song Yin. The Marquis and Oppose's carriage waited at the entrance, and the attendants swiftly made their way back to the Marquis's residence with Liu Yueru and Song Yin. It was not long before they arrived. Liu Yueru inquired of a servant and learned that the old matriarch was in Song Nanji's courtyard. She and Song Yin hurried over. As they entered the courtyard, a figure suddenly lunged towards Song Yin. The old matriarch's eyes blazed with fury as she raised her hand to strike his face. Quick as lightning, Liu Yu and Amp, Oppose, pulled Song Yin behind her. The old matriarch collided with Liu Yu and Amp, Oppose, losing her balance and staggering back several steps before falling to the ground. Mama Chun and several others rushed forward in alarm to assist her. Yuan Qinglian, astonished, pointed at Liu Yu and Oppose and exclaimed, "Sister, how could you push the old matriarch?" Song Nanji emerged from the house, and upon seeing the old matriarch being helped up by Mama Chun, immediately pointed at Liu Yueru and berated, "You unfilial woman, now you dare to strike your own grandmother." Yi Tao, exasperated, explained, "Madam did not. The old matriarch charged forward to strike the young master. Madam merely protected him by pulling him behind her. It was the old matriarch who collided with Madam and fell." Chapter 94. Belief. A sharp crack echoed as Mama Chun delivered a resounding slap to Yi Tao and Oppose's face. Yi Tao stood in stunned silence, clutching her reddened cheek. "When did a petty servant like you gain the audacity to interject in the affairs of the old lady?" Mama Qin reprimanded sternly. With a swift motion, Liu Yueru retaliated, striking Mama Chun back across the face. Mama Chun stared at Liu Yueru in disbelief. "My maidservant is not under your jurisdiction," Liu Yueru retorted coldly. Mama Chun turned to the elderly Lady Song beside her, straightening her posture as she declared, "I'm the personal maid of the old lady. One must regard the monk, if not the Buddha. What punishment should the servants of Yi Tao and Amp, Oppose's household receive for their insubordination?" Liu Yueru inquired, her face darkening. "Dragged out and beaten to death," Yi Tao asserted, lowering her hand, her aura unwavering. "This is outrageous," Lady Song exclaimed, furiously pointing at Liu Yueru and her companions. Liu Yueru maintained a composed demeanor and respectfully bowed to Lady Song. She then inquired, "Might I ask, grandmother, why you suddenly laid hands on Yin Guandamp? Oppose. What crime has he committed? We seek a reasonable explanation." Lady Song's expression hardened as she scoffed. "Do you still have the gall to question me? Was it not Yin Guer who pushed Jin Guer into the well today at Liu's residence?" Liu Yueru chuckled lightly. "Is that truly how grandmother perceives Jin Guer? He has always been an honest and trustworthy child. I cannot believe he would fabricate such a tale." At that moment, Song Nanji approached to confront. On our way back, Jin Guandamp, Amp, Oppose, claimed he was merely playing with Yin Guandamp, Amp, Oppose, and did not know who had pushed him when he fell. If it was not Yin Guandamp, Amp, Oppose, then who could it possibly be? So, grandmother and my husband possess no solid evidence, yet have hastily branded Yin Guer with the charge of attempted murder based solely on a child's word? Liu Yueru regarded them with growing incredulity. "The facts are laid bare before us. What further evidence is required?" Lady Song insisted firmly. Ignoring her, Liu Yueru took Song Yin and turned towards their quarters. "What more do you intend to do? Jin Guer has suffered greatly because of you," Lady Song questioned, her temper flaring. "I merely wish to hear how he has been misleading grandmother and my husband." Liu Yueru and Amp, Oppose, gaze turned icy. Inside the room, Song Shijin, who had been eavesdropping, quickly shut his eyes, feigning sleep upon seeing Liu Yueru and Song Yin enter. "You are truly unrepentant. If Yin Guer pushed him, then one should admit it openly and accept the rightful punishment. Thus, the family can move on. As the head matron and Jin Guer and Oppose's biological mother, how can you favor Yin Guer and still command respect within the Marquis? How can you earn the loyalty of the servants?" Lady Song escalated the issue to a matter of her authority. The emperor and commoners alike are subject to the same laws. If grandmother can provide evidence of Yin Guer pushing Jin Guer into the water, then I shall yield to any punishment you deem fit without complaint. Liu Yueru cast a disappointed glance at the assembly before continuing. However, if I can prove that Yinge did not push Jinge, then I request that grandmother and my husband publicly apologize to Yinge at the upcoming Hundred Flowers banquet. The expressions of Lady Song and Song Nanji darkened severely. To apologize to Yinge and Amp, Oppose, or at the banquet would be to publicly acknowledge their wrongful accusations, revealing their bias towards Jinge and Amp, Oppose. If Jinge and Amp, Oppose, were to lie, it would tarnish his reputation as well. I do not agree. Lady Song immediately rejected the notion with displeasure. Chapter 95. Dispatch, did you not previously assert with utmost certainty that it was Yinge who pushed Jinge into the well? Why do you now retract your statement? Is it possible that grandmother fears Jinge might be lying? Liu Yueru and Oppose. S. piercing gaze fell upon the matriarch, Song Lao Furin. Song Nanji coldly interjected. Jinge fell into the water at Liu's residence. Everyone knows that the Liu family favors Yinge. The servants will undoubtedly rush to defend him. Liu Yueru impassively averted her gaze, deeming the situation utterly hopeless. She approached Song Shijin and Oppo's bedside and coldly declared, "We can only await the officials to adjudicate and restore Yinge's innocence." As soon as Liu Yueru's words fell, the steward arrived with a group of officials. The lead officer inquired in a deep tone, "Who reported this matter?" "It was I, and I appreciate your presence here, esteemed officer." Liu Yueru spoke respectfully. Meanwhile, Song Shijin, feigning unconsciousness on the sickbed, was engulfed in panic, tightly shutting her eyes to evade capture by the officials. "What is the matter?" The lead officer observed the crowded room, his brows furrowed in concern. Song Lao Furin and Song Ninji, seeing Liu Yueru's resolute demeanor, quickly put on 4 smiles, saying, "It is merely trivial household affairs, nothing of great consequence." As she spoke, Song Lao Furin signaled to Mama Chun to provide some money for the officials to drink. The family held considerable status in the capital, and the officers, preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble, accepted the silver from Song Lao Furin, intending to depart. However, Liu Yueru intercepted them, stating, "Esteemed officers, can attempted murder be considered a trivial matter?" Upon hearing this, the lead officer and Oppo's expression shifted dramatically. He promptly retrieved the silver from his pocket and returned it to Mama Chun, his face now stern. "We conduct our duties with integrity. You are attempting to bribe official personnel, which is a crime." Song Lao Furin, feeling her dignity compromised, wore an unsightly expression but still forced a smile for the sake of Jinge, insisting, "That is not the case. It is merely the children's folly." She shot a glare at Liu Yueru and continued, "Must you always escalate matters?" Liu Yueru disregarded the matriarch's rebuke, recounting the events that had transpired at Liu's residence to the officers. She implored the officials for their discernment, explaining, "Although this concerns 2 children of our household, one my legitimate son and the other my second son, if the latter indeed pushed the former into the water, it constitutes attempted murder. Conversely, if the legitimate son falsely accuses the second son, it is a serious crime of fratricide in the capital. I hope the officers will see the matter with clarity." Liu Yueru remained impartial, offering no favor to either party. Yet, Song Lao Furin could sense the gravity of the situation. "Take them back to the county office. We shall convene for an inquiry tomorrow," the officer stated, recognizing Liu Yueru's determination. The Liu family was well known and respected in the capital, and even if they wished to act with partiality, they had to tread carefully. Upon hearing this, Song Lao Furin positioned herself in front of Song Shijin's bed, pleading, "Esteemed officers, please delay. My great-grandson is still unconscious and ill. I beseech you to be merciful and return tomorrow." The lead officer hesitated, glancing at the bedridden Song Shijin, fearful that if the youth were to perish in custody, they too would face dire consequences. Song Ian observed the slight movement of Song Shijin and Amp, Oppo's eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips. He produced a cricket from his sleeve, which promptly leaped onto Song Shijin and Amp, Oppo's face. Song Shijin exclaimed loudly, springing up from the bed and retreating to the corner. All eyes in the room converged upon him. Chapter 96. Meticulous thoughts, the constable bowed to the elderly matriarch of the Song family, preparing to escort Song Shijin and Song Yian back to the magistrate's office. Yuan Qinglian, unable to contain her anxiety, interjected, "Sir, the child is still young. It is only natural for him to frolic and play. It is late at night. Taking him to the jail, where the young master is accustomed to a life of comfort, could lead to unforeseen consequences. What if a rat or insect bites him and he falls ill? Who would bear that responsibility?" The constable, however, remained unimpressed by Yuan Qinglian and Appo's plea and advanced to seize Song Shijin. Panic washed over Song Shijin, his complexion turning pale. Clinging desperately to the edge of the bed, he cried out, "Great-grandmother, father, I do not wish to go to the cell. I understand my mistake." Liu Yueru seized the opportunity, stating, "In ancient times, there was a saying that those who confess willingly receive leniency, while those who resist face harsh consequences. If you confess now, you may mitigate your punishment and suffer less physical pain." Having never encountered such a situation, Song Shijin, in a daze, knelt on the bed and confessed, "It is my fault. I accidentally fell into the well and nearly drowned. It was my second uncle who discovered me in time and saved me." Song Nanji was taken aback. Just moments ago, his son had not spoken in such a manner. The elderly matriarch perceived that Liu Yueru's words had frightened Song Shijin into compliance. She quickly reassured him, "Do not be afraid. Great-grandmother and your father are here. Just speak the truth." Song Shijin glanced nervously at Song Nanji, whispering, "What I just said is true. Father misunderstood my words and misinterpreted what happened with my brother and second uncle." Song Nanji's face turned ashen, a surge of anger bubbling within him. It was truly unpleasant to feel betrayed. "Nonsense!" he exclaimed. The elderly matriarch was equally stunned. "Just a moment ago, you told great-grandmother that someone pushed." She hesitated, unwilling to continue. Rising with a forced smile, she apologized to the constables. "I sincerely apologize for this child and Appo's confusion. It is merely a misunderstanding. I beg your pardon." Madame Chun produced more silver from her bag and pressed it into the hands of the leading constable. Liu Yueru stood aside, her expression calm and indifferent, choosing not to speak further. The constables, understanding the situation, took their leave with the bribe. Once the outsiders had departed, Song Nanji raised his hand as if to strike Song Shijin. "Stop!" The elderly matriarch reprimanded sharply, causing him to halt. With a tense expression, he retained his anger, declaring, "This child has truly misbehaved and ought to be taken by the constables to learn a lesson." Yuan Qinglian, distressed, shielded Song Shijin. The child fell into the water by accident. Perhaps he was frightened and momentarily lost his composure, leading to misunderstandings with his cousin. How can we blame him for this? The elderly matriarch and Appo's gaze fell upon Liu Yueru. Her bright, clear eyes were tranquil as water, yet carried an unprecedented hint of sarcasm that unsettled the matriarch. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke slowly. You were aware of this matter from the outset. If you had clarified it with us, there would have been no need to involve the authorities. Those people wield swords without discretion. What if they harmed Jingu and Appo's?" Liu Yueru found the situation laughable. "I have been explaining all along, yet it was grandmother and my husband who insisted that Young pushed Jingu and Appo's into the well. Now you blame me for not clarifying from the beginning." The elderly matriarch, growing impatient, retorted, "Jingu was feverish and confused. We mistakenly accused you in our haste. However, as his biological mother, you should possess the grace to resolve this without needing to send Jingu and Appo's to jail." Liu Yueru scoffed. To maintain such a meticulous scheme of manipulation while feverish is no small feat. Chapter 97. Being schemed against the expression on the old lady's Song and Appo's face darkened ominously as she realized that she too had fallen prey to Song Shijin and Appo's machinations. Had it not been for Song Shijin and Appo's earlier misleading words, she would not have. Her descendants possessed integrity, unlike Song Shijin, who spoke such outrageous nonsense. It was baffling how Yuan Qinglian had guided her children to become so unruly. At that moment, Yuan Qinglian felt a surge of discomfort. She had not anticipated that Liu Yuetong could so deftly sow discord between Jingu and Appo's and the old lady Song and Appo's expectations, maligning Song Shijin as a rebellious child. Was it not Liu Yueru who bore the initial fault today? If Liu Yueru had not punished Song Shijin with kneeling in the ancestral hall, these subsequent events would not have transpired, and her Jingu and Appo's would not have fallen ill. Yuan Qinglian stepped forward to explain, Jingu and Appo's has always been timid. Had it not been for my sister punishing him over trivial matters, he would not have been frightened into running away. The incident by the well cannot be solely blamed on Jingu. Ultimately, this matter reflects poorly on Liu Yueru and Appo's lack of magnanimity and her failure to show any compassion towards Song Shijin. The servants outside, reveling in the drama, exchanged glances and muttered under their breath. Since when had an outsider been permitted to instruct their mistress? That woman, seemingly oblivious to her status, acted as though she were the lady of the house. Though the old lady Song disapproved of Yuan Qinglian's interference, she could not deny that Yuan and Appo's words resonated with her own thoughts. Liu Yueru and Appo's gaze fell coolly upon Yuan Qinglian, tinged with a hint of scrutiny. It appeared that cousin Yuan was quite concerned for Jingu, always protecting him first. It was curious that cousin Yuan knew Jingu was timid from childhood, given their limited interactions. Yuan Qinglian and Appo's complexion paled as she stammered, I have heard the old lady mention it before. She nervously pinched the handkerchief in her grasp, unable to meet the old lady Song and Appo's sighs. With a stern expression, the old lady Song admonished, when did matters of the marquisate become your concern? Her piercing gaze swept over Yuan Qinglian, causing her to lower her head in fear, biting her lip. What had Liu Yueru become so articulate? The old lady Song then turned her attention to Liu Yueru and remarked, Yuan and Appo's words do hold some truth. What grave error could a child like Jingu and Appo's commit? What reason did you have to punish him with kneeling at the Liu ancestral hall? Grandmother has never inquired what wrong Jingu and Appo's has done, consistently stating that he is still a child. When my second brother was Jingu and Appo's Appo's age, he was already in the palace as the prince and Appo's companion, capable of advising his father on various matters. If grandmother deems it trivial for a child to oppose their biological mother, then Yueru has nothing more to say. She glanced at the old lady Song, whose expression was less than favorable, and continued, I have yet to impose any punishment on Jingu and Appo's Yet both grandmother and my husband come to me in anger, and even my cousin expresses dissatisfaction. The old lady Song, aware of her own shortcomings, softened her expression and hastily clarified, that was not our intention. Liu Yueru disregarded the reactions of others and continued, both children belong to the marquisate. Grandmother and my husband have always shown concern solely for Jingu, never once inquiring about whether Jingu might be hurt, nor have they shown any care for his needs or comforts. If age is a factor, then Jingu is even younger than Jingu. Since grandmother and my husband seem to disregard Jingu, I shall send him to Liu Manor to be raised by my second brother. Chapter 98. When your mother has passed away, the venerable matriarch of the Song family hurriedly interjected, you and Appo's what is the necessity of this? Every child possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. Jingu, being rather spoiled from a young age, should be indulged. Liu Yueru smiled, remarking on the peculiar notion of nurturing indulgence as a virtue. A child like Jingu and Appo's who resorts to deceit and treachery, fabricates lies, schemes against his family, and harms his siblings. Such a child possesses not a single redeeming quality in my eyes. Had he behaved in such a manner in the past, I would have long since disciplined him with a rod until he amended his ways, lest he bring calamity upon the marquisate and I be blamed for his misbehavior. Yet now, merely punishing him to kneel at the ancestral hall has incited such dissatisfaction among the onlookers. Even my maternal family bears the brunt of this disgrace. Perhaps it would be wiser for grandmother to seek a more competent educator for Jingu. Seeing the situation unfold, Song Nanji quickly offered a conciliatory smile. It was merely a misunderstanding. Once resolved, there is no need to dwell on it. It is not worth the trouble to let such matters disturb your peace of mind. Yuan Qinglian, hiding behind the matriarch, felt angered by Liu Yueru and Appo's disparagement of her son. However, neither the matriarch nor Song Nanji reproached her. Instead, they echoed Liu Yueru's sentiments. My husband desires that I establish clear rules for Jin Ge, Liu Yueru said earnestly. The matriarch was taken aback. Liu Yueru and Appo's words hinted that she might seize the opportunity of discipline to further torment Jin Ge and Appo's. You already have the burden of managing this marquise and worrying over Ge and Appo's health. Jin Ge and Appo's should be left to our own guidance. Liu Yueru nodded slightly. I shall abide by grandmother's decision. Since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave. Liu Yueru cast a fleeting glance at Song Shijin, who was lurking in the shadows before departing with Song Yian from Xingyu Pavilion. Once Liu Yueru's figure had vanished, Mama Chun closed the door. The matriarch and Appo's face turned solemn as she addressed the situation. Song Nanji and Appo's expression mirrored her discontent as she glared at Song Shijin. When the servants had all departed, leaving only the three of them, the matriarch exclaimed in anger, "Fool, you nearly exposed your identity just now. Who told you to prattle on aimlessly? If you and Appo's uncovers anything, our marquise will suffer due to your foolishness." Yuan Qinglian stood to the side, feeling utterly mortified, unable to voice her anger, knowing full well that the matriarch found some merit in her words. And those rebellious remarks against your biological mother. Could it be you who instigated this? Otherwise, how did Jin Ge and Appo's suddenly become so unruly? The matriarch pointed accusingly at Yuan Qinglian, nearly inciting her to collapse from frustration. Grandmother. Song Nanji stepped forward to support the matriarch. Seeing her great-grandmother enraged, Song Shijin cried out, "Great-grandmother, please do not be angry. It is all Jin Ge and Appo's fault, and my mother is in no way to blame." The matriarch, overwhelmed with fury, momentarily forgot that Jin Ge and Appo's was still present. With a heavy sigh, she admonished, "You must remember that your biological mother is indeed your mother. Never should you express such disrespect towards her, as that is an act of filial impiety." Song Shijin cast a sorrowful glance at Yuan Qinglian, caught in a dilemma. The matriarch urged once more, "Have you truly absorbed great-grandmother's words? If you understand, does it not mean that as long as you behave, great-grandmother and your father will not send your mother away?" Tears welled in Song Shijin and Appo's reddened eyes, ready to spill over. The matriarch, filled with compassion, reassured, "Who told you that your mother would be sent away?" Song Nanji, still shaken by the events of the day, when Song Shijin nearly revealed that Yun Qinglian was his mother to the Liu family, felt a chill of fear. The matriarch, upon hearing this, felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. She rubbed her temples and sternly advised Jin Ge and Appo's, "If you wish to become the master of the marquise in the future, you must learn the virtues of patience and concealment. Henceforth, you should regard your mother as if she has passed away." Chapter 99. Reprimand. Yuan Qinglian bit her pale lips until they bled, her tear-filled eyes gazing longingly at Song Nanji. Yet, Song Nanji deliberately averted his gaze from her. Today, Song Shijin had indeed gone too far, and he could hardly believe that she had no hand in this matter. The old matriarch shot a disapproving glare at Yuan Qinglian, admonishing her to involve herself less in the affairs of the marquise and to refrain from instilling inappropriate thoughts in Jin Ge and Appo's. Yuan Qinglian felt an unjust sting. When had she ever imparted misguided notions to Jin Ge and Appo's? It seemed all the blame lay upon her shoulders. She opened her mouth to defend herself, but was silenced by Song Nanji and Appo's icy glare. The household had become increasingly tumultuous of late, and the old matriarch, with a darkened expression, indirectly warned Song Shijin once more before leaning heavily on Mama Chun for support as she made her way back to Nanatang. Yuan Qinglian wished to stay longer, but Mama Chun reminded her that it was getting late and that she should return with the matriarch to avoid any ill rumors that could jeopardize the fortunes of the heir and the eldest son. further tarnishing the reputation of the marquisate. Reluctantly, Yuan Qinglian followed Mama Chen outside, casting one last glance at Song Nanji, who continued to ignore her, prompting her to depart with a heavy heart. Back at Wenhuxuan, Liu Yueru handed a vial of ointment to Yi Tao, instructing her to apply it. Yi Tao received the vial with a sense of gratitude, yet she could not suppress her indignation, exclaiming that the old matriarch was overly partial to the eldest son. It was clear that he was in the wrong, yet she remained silent, as if the young master were merely a child found on the street. Liu Yueru smiled faintly, responding serenely, "In time, the truth will reveal itself." She pondered what merits the eldest son possessed that endeared him to the matriarch. Did they truly prefer a child with a mischievous streak? Yi Tao found the thought increasingly perplexing. Moreover, Yuan Qinglian seemed quite taken with the eldest son. Could it be that she was truly Yi Tao gasped in realization? Liu Yueru maintained her gentle smile, neither confirming nor denying, but cautioned. Such words should not be spoken outside, lest they provide others with ammunition against you. Yi Tao instinctively touched her still stinging cheek, quickly silencing herself. After all these years serving the matriarch, she had never been subjected to such humiliation. Thankfully, the matriarch had sought justice for her today. Otherwise, she would have been the subject of ridicule among the servants come morning. You have endured much today. The old matriarch merely seeks to regain her authority through you, Liu Yueru said, compassionately observing the red handprint on Yi Tao and Appo's face. Mama Chun had truly struck her with considerable force, likely using all her strength. If there are grievances, let them be directed toward the servants. We fear not, Yi Tao declared, standing tall with a defiant air. In her previous life, she had shielded herself in such a manner, only for the old matriarch to strike Yi Tao nearly to death without her knowledge. Never act impulsively. You may wish to reason with others, but they may lack the decency to reciprocate, leaving you at a disadvantage, Liu Yueru advised, her concern evident. Having been granted a second chance at life, many aspects of her existence had shifted with her choices. She fervently hoped that those around her would find peace and prosperity. Within Shiyu Pavilion, Song Nanji's face darkened as his piercing gaze fell upon Song Shijin. "Why did you lie to father and grandmother today?" he demanded. Faced with his stern demeanor, Song Shijin lowered his head, too intimidated to respond. How pitiful it was to be so cowardly, unable to acknowledge his own actions. As you and Appo's had said, it was utterly foolish. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming urge to burst forth. "Speak." Song Nanji and Appo's brows furrowed further, and Song Shijin felt tears welling in his eyes from fear. Chapter 100. Seeking forgiveness. Song Shijin, naturally, dare not disclose to Song Nanji the words he had shared with Yuan Qinglian. Raising his gaze to meet the furious countenance of his father, he understood that any attempt at evasion would only further incite his father and Appo's anger. He rose from the bed, knelt to one side, and sincerely confessed, "I am aware of the great expectations you have from me and the immense effort you have invested in my upbringing. I recognize my wrongdoing today, and once I am in better health, I shall personally go to the ancestral hall to accept my punishment." His earnestness diffused much of Song Nanji's ire. Since returning to the estate, in order to prevent outsiders from sensing any discrepancies, Song Nanji had rarely interacted with his son alone. He wished to avoid sowing discord between them, for he valued their paternal bond. Throughout history, who has been without fault? Now that he acknowledged his mistakes, it was time to amend them. With a soft sigh, Song Nanji helped him to his feet. As the matter of accompanying studies was nearing resolution, it was imperative to uphold one's reputation at such a critical juncture. "Tomorrow, you shall sincerely apologize to your stepmother, so that she may continue to pave the way for you," Song Nanji advised shamelessly. Song Shijin obediently acquiesced. The following day, as dawn broke with a hazy light, Song Shijin shed his usual lethargy and arrived at Wenhuxuan early. Mama Yin nearly splashed dirty water upon him. Upon recognizing him, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Young master, what brings you here so early?" "I have come to pay my respects to mother," Song Shijin replied respectfully. "The madam is still tidying up. Please wait here." Mama Yin instructed before turning to assist Liu Yueru in her morning routine. Why has the young master come to pay his respects so early today? Yitao Kuriusli Inwidet. Peering at Song Shijin, who stood quietly waiting in the courtyard. Liu Yueru pressed her lips together, noting that there must be a reason behind such an early visit. Once she was ready, she emerged from her chamber into the dining hall, granting him entry into the courtyard. Mother, he called out respectfully. However, he immediately knelt before Liu Yueru, seeking punishment. Yesterday, I reflected deeply and realized that I should not have been so petty, engaging in conflict with my brother. I should not have carelessly discarded items in a fit of anger, nor should I have defied you, which is both disrespectful and unfilial. Additionally, my uncle suffers from an ailment after my cousin fell into the water, and I have come to implore you for punishment. Liu Yueru regarded him with a calm gaze. Yet her expression was sincere. Do you truly recognize your faults? With a devout demeanor, Song Shijin responded, Yes, I understand that these transgressions are indeed grave. And regardless of how you choose to punish me, I shall harbor no resentment. Liu Yueru secretly smiled, acknowledging the effort he was making to accompany the studies in the palace. His past achievements were not devoid of her influence. Observing him quietly, she spoke softly. What does the family rule dictate regarding fraternal conflict? Mama Yin, comprehending her intent, explained, The rules state that one receives 10 strikes on the palm for the act of throwing items carelessly, 5 for disrespecting the matriarch, and 20 for defiance, with more severe cases subject to further deliberation. Song Shijin turned pale. He had only intended to show his mother a semblance of obedience. In the past, she would simply smile and advise him to be more mindful in the future, but now she was evidently serious. Biting his lip, he steeled himself, saying, As long as you can forgive me, Mother, I will bear whatever punishment you deem appropriate without complaint. Since you are earnest in your repentance, I shall honor your wishes and administer the family rules. Given your current health, I will impose the minimum punishment, Liu Yueru stated coldly. Song Shijin nearly collapsed to the ground, though he feigned composure. The last time, teacher, he had only administered a few strikes, and the memory was still fresh. The thought of impending punishment brought tears to his eyes. Inform teacher, that the young master will be on leave for half a month, Liu Yueru instructed, disregarding Song Shijin as she turned to Mama Yin beside her.